Welcome back to some professional StarCraft 2. I'm Winter, and I'm here to bring you the event they so kindly named after me, the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters Winter 2023 Finals. Yes, the mainstream will be covering some of the games you might think are the best, but we're going to be bringing you good games for the fans all day, and some of tomorrow, just the entire day. It's gonna be the whole day. It's like 12 series. It's gonna be a long day. But I'm excited and also concerned. But starting things off for the winner stage, Group A, Gumiho versus Showtime. Which, honestly, I'm very excited for this one. As Gumiho, the most creative Terran against Showtime. I have no idea what to expect. This is one of those I think is gonna be has a big chance of being lopsided and a medium chance of being some of the best games of the tournament. So I'm hoping for the second one. But as we start things off, we're going to be covering the winner stage, Group A and B, and tomorrow the knockout bracket leading into the playoffs. But it looks like the players are ready. I thought I was going to do more filler to start here, but that's enough of that. We'll be jumping into the game momentarily. Jimmy got the lobby loaded up for us. And if there are any issues, make sure to let Jimmy and production know in the chat before we get started, before anyone notices. Thank you for getting in on the ground floor. Let's get started. Countdown's already begun. Just trust me. And loading in to Game 1 of DreamHack Atlanta 2023. Yes, we do want sound, we do want music, and we do want the best games for the fans. A best of 3. Let me introduce the Korean Terran player. In the top left, it is Gumiho. And over to the bottom right, we have, from Germany, the wall. It is Showtime. Best of 3, PVT, kicking things off on Golden Aura. Oh my god. It wouldn't be another day at the office without having to adjust the amazing Terran music to start things off. First probe headed across. So, the winners of these brackets get through to the playoffs. These are the players who qualify, have a much better chance of getting through. The open bracket is covered by many of the other amazing community casters out there. If you want some players who have a long road, but possibly a dramatic one, to get into the playoffs. But here we have the best. The players who were seeded into the brackets are qualified directly. And are expected to do well. 1 gate expand for Showtime Gumiho, 2 gases, but not committing to everything in the... I can't... Like, why the... I can only play guitar so loudly. First probe gets in, and we'll get a look around. The early tech play has become the default in Terran versus Protoss, as otherwise you can't really keep control of the situation. With the new Cyclone, not so new anymore. I think at this stage it's kind of played out, but the new glass cannon sort of Cyclone that you can build without a tech lab, but instead with just a naked factory or reactor, creates a very different early game than previously in PvT. Just the threat of it kind of defines a lot of the early builds. It means Protoss has to be very respectful of the potential of that Cyclone early on. First Reaper pokes in. Did he get vision of the Stargate? I don't think so. Yeah, he didn't get up there. He's just building Hellions. This is not TVT, Gumiho. Double Reaper Hellion. It isn't out of the question here. But it is a fragile build. It can easily win the game against a Protoss who is unprepared, but you don't get the nickname The Wall, as Showtime has done, by being a particularly aggressive player. Wall's not known for their penchant for reckless aggression. And double Cyclone is the choice behind. Gonna start off with the bare bones aggression and follow it up with the double Cyclone punch. We've got a couple... How many Phoenixes? One Phoenix on the field. Pushing forward. A single shield battery should be enough to deflect this for now, but going to keep Showtime from being able to move out. Still, no vision for Gumiho, but might suspect the Stargate based on the lack of really anything else on the field. 2 Adepts, a Stalker. Alright, it's probably not going to be Blink. He's sitting at home waiting for anything to try to come in. But it's not an Oracle. It is those Phoenixes early. And we're just playing a game of chicken. Gumiho's building up Cyclones. Showtime has no idea. Showtime's building up Phoenixes. Gumiho has no idea. Whoever's able to get knowledge of this first will have a distinct advantage. The Cyclone versus Phoenix interaction. Cyclones beat Phoenixes if they have the numbers. They have that bonus damage to mechanical. They can lock on and move. They're like Phoenixes on the ground. They can attack while moving. But of course the Phoenixes can negate the Cyclones entirely. Is this mech? It's just straight up mech, isn't it? Well, Cyclone Raven. And he spots the numbers. Showtime. So, okay, it's not full-on mech, but it's quite a commitment. 4 Cyclones going on 6, 2 Ravens with Interference Matrix on the way. Gumiho. Once the last mech Terran. Once again showing. Well, you know, I'm going to reserve my judgment until we see how this does. My God. I can't. Over it up. It is a grand total of 6 Cyclones, 2 Ravens with Interference Matrix. But there is an Immortal. Those Phoenixes are a real and present danger to the Ravens. 3 more factories on the way from Gumiho. I'm very excited we got to get Gumiho at the beginning of the day. Robo Bay for Showtime. And he's just going to back up. The big weak point of mech is the brittleness before you're able to get your production online. You have to spend 200, 300, 400 gas just getting more factories before you can build any units. The overhead cost is immense, but the payoff, well, I think there's a reason we don't usually see mech, is the potential of the Ghost Viking sort of bio usually surpasses just the brute force of mech. But this is Hell Clones. Hurricane Thrusters on the way. Blue Flame Hellions. I can't remember the last time I've seen Blue Flame Hellions in this matchup. Starting things off hot and heavy. Showtime. Kind of trying to get... he knows now. He's seen 3 factories. He knows about the Starport, of course. He saw the Ravens. So despite everything here, there's been 1 probe. There's been a lot of flirting back and forth, skirmishes across the map, but overall, nothing particularly devastating. And by nothing particularly devastating, I mean like 1 worker killed, so it was pretty devastating for that 1 worker, but otherwise. The Liberator count growing. And Gumiho. Wow, that is it. Pulling some Tecta boys as well. Gumiho with 3 siege tanks. A whole hurricane season of Cyclones here. Ravens. Showtime has a Colossus. A much more conventional Protoss army composition. And Cyclone speed is now completed. And scrambles 1 Colossus. Force fields. Hold the door here for now, but the Liberator's over the top. And this army is looking pretty devastating at the moment. I don't know. Charge is about to complete. That is required to deal with this. Scrambles the Colossus again. Charge lots moving in. Shield battery overcharge helping out a lot. Picks up some of the Cyclones. The siege tanks pounded away on the back line. Phoenixes knock down the Ravens. The Colossus is unleashed. Phoenixes try to pick up the tanks. Put them down, says the Cyclones. Cyclones again. Back and forth. Liberators. Siege tanks. And the Immortals coming up, but there's no anti-air left for the Liberators. And the attack will continue. But the Immortals are more than a match for the Cyclones without the Liberator support. And the battle, I think, ends up in favor of the Korean Terran targeting down that pylon. And now the third base is vulnerable. The Liberator's providing air support here. And with it, Gumiho may very well be able to break through. Showtime has the supply lead, but all of that is in probes that are currently being slaughtered. And Gumiho opened the Stalkers aren't enough. The Liberators are just ping cushioning the Immortals, as well as the Colossus taken down. Runs into Liberator range. The Cyclones run in circles around the Zealots. The Liberator takes out the last Stalker. And Gumiho takes game one. You have my attention. Well, a Mech Terran versus Protoss to kick things off. A successful one. And that, Gumiho, it looked like Showtime might hold, but the Liberators, 4 Liberators added in, and the Cyclones, Phoenixes are gone. As soon as they tried to go, what I was amused by is that until he picked up the tanks, Gumiho didn't seem to care about the Phoenixes. As soon as he went for the tanks, no, those Phoenixes gotta go. So, well, definitely one of the more interesting games I've seen in quite a while. Gumiho been sitting on this Mech versus Protoss style. I think Showtime tried to adapt to what is your relatively standard Protoss into dealing with it, but it was different enough. I think the early Liberators plus the Ravens being maintained. The Ravens. The crowbar of Terran. Prying open the defense. Will it work again? It does feel like one of those strategies that you get once a series. I don't think we'll see it again. But exciting that we start things off with Mech versus Protoss. We're waiting. The live experience. Showtime. I think one of them was looking at the replay. I'm not sure. Either way. We're loading up game 2 momentarily. Whenever Jimmy gets it ready. Well, the Cyclones became a little more relevant. I was doing the normal filler commentary of, well, the Cyclones are different now. And that's something to talk about for the first 3-4 minutes of the game, something like that. Well, the Cyclones are certainly different now. And for the first time, I don't think I've seen Mech versus Protoss work at all. Until this moment. There were a few attempts like the early 2 factory all-ins where you just throw Cyclones at them and then they get surprised that Cyclones exist. But Gumiho once again leading the charge. All right. Just while we're waiting for the players to... Oh, never mind. All right. Don't do the filler transition yet. We're not there. Yeah, I'm gonna be upset if the best game of the day is the first one. We should be set up. Adjusting all the overlays and stuff. Doing it live. Alright, that's what we do. We do it live. Here at DreamHack. Or like online at DreamHack. Metaphorically. Game 2. On Hecate. Gumiho versus Showtime. Like I said, this... here we are, and on my opinion, the most beautiful map in the map pool. Don't know if that's relevant to anything, but I do love the contrast. I love that the usage of the gold minerals to blend in with the fancy trees over here and all that. But we're not here doing Planet StarCraft narrated by Sir David Winter. No, we're here to introduce these top 2 players. And again, in the bottom left, the blue Protons. It's showtime. And the Admiral in the top right, charting a course for mech Terrans from here to the Bronze League. It's Gumiho. Is he suspicious? Yeah, you know, it wouldn't be the first time a Terran followed up a comfortable build order victory with a proxy racks to try to close things out. But showtime, playing it safe, taking a look around. Didn't quite adapt quick enough last game, but I don't think that'll be a trend that continues. Not even bothering to scout across the map, just making sure there's nothing nearby. Another 2 gas build. Focusing on getting enough for a factory. Will he continue mining gas? Nope. Just wants to get that factory in the quickest possible fashion. Leaving options open. Essentially, this removes any ability for those early gateway units. Of the top 3 most annoying Protoss units. The Probe, and the Adept. You essentially remove the threat of those delaying your command center, anything like that, at the cost of some of your economy, depending on how much you want to commit to it. Well, looks like the Probe probably going to come around and get in anyways, but at this stage, not really anything to be done. Stargate again. Stargate has seen a resurgence in popularity over the Twilight Council, as more and more timings, especially Phoenix-based timings, have been figured out as something to kind of counteract those early Cyclone builds. Not whatever Gumiho, just the Hell Clone timing, but instead just those initial 1 or 2 Cyclones Terrans have been enjoying. Phoenix is also not a bad counter to the Widow Mine drop. It's a thin margin, for sure. It's not easy to shut down the Widow Mine drop, pick up all the mines, but it gives you an option to actually kill it as opposed to just strongly discourage it, which Stalkers oftentimes do. Reaper, politely yet firmly asked to leave. Wow! Gumiho! These Terrans. No respect. Just slaughters the Ursa deck. The merciless, the harmless Ursa deck. And then comes around. He needed blood. And was gonna get it one way or another. Double Cyclone. Looking to intercept anything out on the map. And here comes a medevac as well. Full of Marines. So, ready to go. No Reaper wall for showtime, though. He has a shield battery set. Warp gate opening up. 3 Phoenixes complete. On paper, he has the tools to defend against this. But Gumiho is going to be laying on the pressure. The medevac intercepted. Taking out... Oh, all the Marines are able to unload, though. And even 8 unupgraded Marines are still angry enough to get some damage done. There is a shield battery in the main. The Cyclone's boxed out by the Phoenixes. 3 probes down so far. Make that 4, and counting. Able to burn through the battery for the most part, but diffused. The Cyclone's chased down. Picks up the second one. And knocks it down as well. And showtime. Able to block on both sides. Suffers 5 probe losses, but gets the medevac, both Cyclones, and all the Marines. And I think that is a victory here for the German tower. Nope. Protoss. So close. You got it. Liberator sieging up. On paper, not so great when Phoenixes are on the field, but the Phoenixes on the wrong side of the field, and Gumiho chose his timing well. 3, 4 probes, and forces a recall. Gets 5 probes, denies mining at the base. Continues to deny it, and all those little gains that Showtime was able to add up, well, they just evaporated. The Liberator, barely more costly than a single Phoenix, gets the probes, gets the mining time. The entire base of mining time, all right? That's worth mentioning. It's not just that caster thing we talk about. Phoenixes will use what energy they have left. If he can intercept... If he can get the... He's just going to hunt it. He might lose it. I think it's worth it. Did Gumiho cancel Interference Matrix? He did not. The Reaper! There's already a Robobait done, though, for Showtime. So, overall, Showtime diffusing the situation. Gumiho catching him off guard. But Showtime does have 3 Nexi. Gumiho is going for Bio. He's got his 3rd command center on the way. Barracks. Is that? Yeah, that's 4 and 5. Okay. 3rd Nexus. 53 probes and counting. We got a Colossus. We got Twilight. We got a Forge. There's going to be a bit of a margin here. Where... Oh, he's hunting another Raven! Nevermore, says Showtime. That's enough of those Ravens. Knocks it down. Another Phoenix it costs him, but the Ravens are the only way to shut down the Colossi directly. He invested in Interference Matrix and now has no Ravens with which to use it. So Showtime, correctly, I think, pinpointing the greatest danger and removing it. So that means now there will be fully operational Colossi. No extended Thermal Lance. Just 1 Colossus on the field so far, but that, and well, we don't mind, takes a bite out of the Phoenixes, doesn't kill any. But because he went for Ravens as well, he has a Tech Lab Starport. Medevacs are severely delayed from what you're used to seeing, as he was relying on those Ravens in order to take out or dismantle the defenses. So there will be Colossi, and there may be charge if he's chrono boosting it out by the time Gumiho comes across the map. Showtime in a much better spot to defend than last game. A much better suited unit composition as well. Double Starport. I do love how even when he plays Bio, he still leans on the mech. Gumiho not gonna shy away from double Starport early. Scan. Oh! Showtime actually just reveals the 2nd Colossus, going to try to intercept out on the map. Charge still a little while out, but 2 Medevacs of Bio is not going to be enough to challenge 2 Colossi. And no armory for Gumiho. No armory, no 2-2 upgrades, no long-term advantage. Instead, is he going to pull the boys? No. No, he starts an armory. Okay. Wasn't sure how many old-school builds we were going to have out of Gumiho, but... Fusion Core as well. Wow. Like I said, Gumiho does not mess around. When he decides to climb the tech tree, he sprints up it. But Showtime, well, is he in position to deal with this? 1 or 2 Phoenixes. Ooh, targeting 1, 2, gets 3, and that's all 4. And the 4th base itself now under attack. Shields gone, HP gone. Medevacs pick up and get out. Who's going to chase him down? Gumiho snaps up a huge victory in seconds, negating a lot of the advantage that Showtime has ground out over time here. Don't judge. We're just going to keep going back and forth on that all day, as is tradition. 4 Liberators on the way now. With all that anti-air removed, Blink isn't even done. There's already 8 Vikings on the field. Gumiho knows the value of air support, and he's leaning on it. Again, that could be the deciding factor. Gumiho up 182 to 157 supply. The upgrades, 1-1 to just +1 attack. Archons on the way, but Vikings, oh, mistargeted. Will survive that Colossus. Force field good. Right up until they're not. The charge lot stuck behind. Gumiho trying to force the issue here. But so far, not quite able to find the angle. Advanced ballistics are already in production. 4 Liberators at a time will give plenty of opportunity to use them. We got +2 infantry weapons. Does he even have a second engineering bay? Nope. The bio army is becoming less and less relevant. Typical Gumiho. Showtime, on the other hand, still playing catch-up when it comes to tech. But he is maxed out. If he can pick a fight before advanced ballistics, he doesn't know it's on the way, though. He's only seen a couple Liberators here, which is not too much to worry about. We'll see if Gumiho actually sieges up before advanced ballistics. There is the Stargate, so Showtime can deal with that. Potentially build a Void Ray or some Phoenixes again. 2 Warp Prisms. Ship weapons level 1. Also very helpful for the Vikings. Level 2 is the big one that allows you to 2-shot Stalkers. 1 shot after EMP. But if there's one thing that Gumiho doesn't have, it is Ghost. Archons caught between a rock and a hard place here. Liberators, you cannot come down that ramp, Showtime. Advanced ballistics is complete. More zealots being ordered. He can't touch it. It's untouched. It's barely touchable. But the Liberators are closing in. The Venn diagram of freedom from Gumiho, setting up a beautiful... that is so many Liberators. Showtime blinks forward. This is such an awkward angle. The Liberators just unloading on the ground army. And Showtime, it looked okay to... Well, it didn't look okay to start, but it didn't look horrible. But now it's looking worse. Gumiho just annexes this base. And now Showtime has to run away from the rest of his forces. The rest of his Nexi has to recall back if he can. He doesn't have the energy at the base he needs it. And it looks like Gumiho might be able to close it out right here and right now. Showtime going for a half-hearted base trade, whereas Gumiho is claiming all of his. GG, 2-0. Gumiho takes it home. Wow. A decisive victory for Gumiho to start things off today, showing he can play both flavors of Terran with equal strength. And he just looked more prepared. Showtime playing catch-up the whole time. And a relatively concise series to start things off. Gumiho going to be happy. Not getting knocked down, though he might have... Either way, he's going to have a difficult opponent in the next round. It is going to be his choice. I've got my suspicions who it's going to be. But Classic or Clown, who will pose quite a dramatic stopping block, I think, as well. But Gumiho 2-0 is our first series of the day, including that exciting mech build. That's the real highlight here. Now, I'm on my high horse right now, but I think a lot of Terran players underestimate the value of the starport. They know it's good, but they don't commit to it. Gumiho going for a fusion core with his armory, okay? It's not that expensive. It costs about the same amount as a Liberator to get a fusion core, and those advanced ballistics are just obviously tough to deal with, so... we will see. I don't know if we're going to a quick commercial break or if we're jumping right in. But in a moment, I will let you know. You know what? We're going to test out, make sure our commercial breaks work. Thank you for tuning in to DreamHack Atlanta. Your next series will be, or is planned to be, Kalajor versus a player you may have heard of, Maru. So, we'll see which Maru showed up today, and whether he's ready to compete. Maru, historically, has left a lot to be desired at some of these non-Korean events. And I'm really hoping this is the one. Okay, this is it. I'm not optimistic, but I'm hoping. And that's what's important. Oh, Jimmy, commercial break. Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta 2023. 2023? Yeah, that's right. That's the correct year. We are coming up on the second match of the Winners Stage Group A. I know there's a little bit of confusion on the bracket, so we're going to take a bit of time to go over it. Here, we have just a slice of the brackets. This is the winner stage we're covering here on the main stream and the B stream right here. There are two sorts of brackets. The one we're looking at right now, we got Gumio versus Showtime, which, well, we just saw the conclusion to that. With Gumio, pretty decisive 2-0. Classic, looks like Clem has taken a game on Classic. Akira versus Estrella will be happening as well after this. And Kelazur versus Maru. Actually, looks like it's about to be starting momentarily. Now, Maru, the clear favorite. But Maru seems to lose a lot of his power outside of Korea. And Kelazur is playing some of the best he ever has. He got to the finals of ESL Regionals North America in one of the most dramatic series I've ever seen, which is a caster term for cheesy. Against Estrella, who we could have a rematch if Kelazur is able to upset Maru here. But, yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to be just filling time or not. But no, we're going to be back to the action just momentarily. And TVT, we could be here a while. Though, it's a mixed bag. Will Maru try to cheese him out immediately? Or are we in for a 45-minute Sky Terran war? We'll find out. But the other side of the bracket, which we'll also be covering between myself and the mainstream later today, is Group B. Cyril, Cyan, Beyond, Rainer, Dark, Spirit, Oliveira, and Sola. Looks like we kept all our Zergs there as well. And there is the open bracket going on as well, where I believe there are 2 to 4 slots up for grabs. You see, that's out of my purview. We're going to be covering these qualified players here today. First map will be Oceanborn of Kelazur versus Mo. Get your predictions in. I think we're doing predictions with your channel points in between the games. And what's very important, more than anything else, in my opinion, is being right on the internet. You can, like, maybe you're not better at StarCraft. Maybe you have lower APM. Maybe you've not achieved nearly as much in general when it comes to StarCraft related. But you can be right. And that's what's important. And here's the thing. If you're wrong, you don't have to tell anyone. Alright. So, get your predictions in before the matches. And make sure you can brag about being right on the internet. Alright. Once we get Kelazur dragged in here, we're going to hold him down and force him to fight Maru. Okay. Oh yeah, the Cure versus Estrella will be on the mainstream as well after Classic versus Clem. We've also got, later in the day, Cyril versus Cyan and Dark versus Spirit lined up. I have my suspicions that if it comes to Cyril versus Beyond, it may very well end up on the mainstream, unfortunately. But that gives me another opportunity to look at it later on the YouTubes. Alright. We're waiting. Maru was here. Maru's ready. It's Kelazur we're waiting on. Not to call anyone out in particular, besides Kelazur in general. But TVT. TVT. The most cerebral of the clown fiestas that are mere matchups. It's like if the clowns put on a monocle. Okay? So, they're going to reboot the internet at the venue. That sounds like an idea. Okay, that sounds like it's going well. But what are the TVT has gone through a journey over time. Originally in Wings of Liberty, it was siege tanks and Vikings. And then, as time went on, there were siege tanks that could fly with medevacs. So Vikings were even more important in helping to deal with that. The Medank days, which, in my opinion, maybe not the strategical masterpiece that it may nostalgically be remembered as, but and nowadays we have siege tanks and Vikings reigning supreme. Though you're more creative and storied players, well, I don't know if I think we should be okay over here. All right, so pardon the interruption. But nowadays, siege tanks and Vikings, but with a whole lot of early game aggression. That's what we're getting to. That was the punchline of this. But with all that said, we're going to take another short break and make sure everything's good to go. So we're fully prepared and emotionally ready for Kelazur versus Maru. See you on the other side. Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta, the ESL SC2 Masters, Winter 2023 Finals. We have finally turned it off, turned it on again, and now we're ready to go. Katowice versus Maru. Terran versus Terran. The strongest mirror matchup. Looks like the players are ready to go, and we're ready to jump in. No more time to fill, no more silly breaks. Right back in to the best StarCraft 2 action. Thank you for tuning in to one of the top 2 streams covering the winner's stage right now. And we're going to be here all day, 12 hours, give or take. And a bit of tomorrow too, but mostly today here on the B stream. So don't go anywhere or else. Jumping in. All right, here we go. Best of 3. TVT. Let me introduce the Brazilian Terran. In the bottom right of Oceanborn is Katowice, the runner-up at ESL Regionals for North America. And needs no introduction, but, I mean, I gotta justify my presence here for some reason. It's the man, the myth, the Maru. The, 7-time GSL champion, more GSL championships than I can count on one hand, but still looking for any real success. Okay, being second place at the World Finals at IM Katowice, sure, that's pretty good. And for anyone else, it would be great. But for Maru, I think possibly the biggest disappointment of his career. We'll see what he has in store here today. I'm very interested to see which Maru shows up today, as it's always a bit of a mixed bag. Double gas for both sides. TVT, a very technical matchup. We're going to have to stare at the production tab. We're going to have to stare at the game. Well, I'll do it, and then I'll convey it to you. But like metaphor, I'm including you in this so we feel connected as a viewer and a commentator. All right? But TVT is essentially fought in the production tab right up until the split second it isn't. Getting that one extra Raven, those 2 extra Vikings, leveraging that little tiny advantage, especially with air control, into potentially a victory outright. Or, of course, setting up for the supreme late game. Mass Viking Raven, maybe some battle cruisers. I do hope we get one of those back and forth brutal TVTs where Marine Tank just goes flying. I mean, come on, we're on Oceanborn, which, don't tell anyone I did this. Sometimes it breaks my computer. Okay, it can kill the FPS if you go to extreme physics, but that's usually when Zergs are involved, because they ruin everything, and also have a much higher unit count, but expansion on the way. Did Maru did take a look around Katowice, scouted for proxies, poked and prodded, but did not go across the map. Factory is on the way. Very simply, you go for the 2 gas, because if you get a factory, if your opponent has a factory and any factory units early and you don't, that could be game losing right off the bat. So both players investing in that early tech. Cyclones, dangerous to one another and everything else involved. Both players incrementing out. I don't think it's going to be a Gumiho-esque Cyclone build. I'm still loving that. The first, if you were here late, that's okay. That's okay. It's okay, not really, but the very first game of the day in our first series was Gumiho going for a straight up mech build against Showtime. All right, since this is a live tournament, I'll spoil it. He won. And not just some sort of surprise timing, but he made it look like a real thing. So we should, and I'm going to do my best to make sure we do have more Gumiho later in the day. In fact, the winner of this will be facing off... No, wait, no, he's on the other side of the bracket. But eventually, yes. All right, the production tab, the battle still being fought, because, of course, neither player willing to risk it as of yet. But here comes Maru. Double, clone, drop. Gonna get aggressive. Katowice, sitting back. We'll see how it goes. there's only going to be a split second to react on both sides. A siege tank is already completed. 4 Marines out in front. The tank hits the clones first, and that means Maru already has to back off. Oh, a bit of an elementary mistake. Not checking for a siege tank, but it just does critical damage to the clones. They're one hit away. That essentially stops this entire attack. Not that this was a big commitment out of Maru, but ideally he would have liked better than nothing. Overall. I guess he got a Marine. Raven interference matrix for both sides. Raven able to lock down siege tanks, other Ravens. Plenty of utility there. Maru not done yet. He's gonna try it. Another siege tank on the high ground. Smacks 2 Reapers out of the game. And, I don't know. It's not going... Maru trying to fit a square peg in a non-existent hole. The Cyclone drop just not getting anything done. And Kelazor with a confident defense. Kelazor has not looked outside of his base. He's just been building up.
This better be good.
I know it better be good, okay? And oh my god, if he gets the medevac with 2 Cyclones, this could be a deadly timing. Not quite there, but he's working on it. The Ravens do have interference matrix. Maru, how many siege tanks? 0. That's not very many. And, well... Alright, moving up. And how does Maru deal with this? He doesn't have any siege tanks. There's 3 tanks versus 0. That's not... It's not gonna cut it. There's still energy on the Ravens for both sides. He needs to scramble all of the tanks to have a chance here. And even then, though, Kelazor has his own Ravens. Here he comes. Here come the scrambles. Drops down the auto turrets. Doesn't get all 3 tanks. Aye. Auto turret on the back line. Maru, 17 SCVs, dead. A Raven targeted, taken out, and Kelazor, his siege tank, still intact. The Brazilian Terran on the cusp of taking game 1. Away from Maru. A decisive victory. Maru. He found no success early, and he doubled down on it. It just wasn't enough. Kelazor with a comfortable tank push just walks across the map and lays it down. I wish I could say that was a back and forth battle, but no. Kelazor just backhanded Maru out of his base and then back into his own. And that was it. Maru just crumbles. Well, didn't even get my fancy extreme physics as well. Well, that's why we play best of 3s, but it does not fill me with determination. I'm not one for editorializing. That's a lie, but... We'll see. Loading it up to game 2. The Cyclone drop is if your opponent is not defensive. Like if they went for a 1 Rax expand or a proxy Rax or something, and you're able to get the Cyclone drop, maybe. But if they also have Cyclones and siege tanks, I'm not a mathematician, but if they have the same units plus siege tanks, it seems better. Kelazor just not letting any nerves get to him. That was a strong execution. Taking their sweet time, getting the next game loaded up. But once we do, we're going to see if Maru can turn it around or if Kelazor can close it out. Any moment. What the map is going to be? Site Delta. You know what that means? Not rhetorical. I don't know what it means. It's a pretty standard map. I don't expect anything untoward. I haven't seen any particularly TVT-based cheeses here. So, loading in momentarily. And Maru. Yeah, now, for those watching, game sounds, music volume, if there are any issues, make sure to tell production in the chat. Jimmy may have gotten it wrong, but I think we laid it down pretty well so far. And let me know in game 2, because we got a long day ahead of us. So don't go anywhere. I don't know why I'm doing these awkward introductions. Anyways, game 2, Site Delta. Maru versus Kelazur. Maru on the ropes, as Kelazur with a comfortable victory, putting him on match point in this best of 3. In the top left, the Brazilian tear. It's Kelazur. And in the bottom right, of course, it's Maru. Okay, that was not it from Maru. Kelazur with, honestly, that was kind of a ladder build out of Kelazur. You sit back. It shows a level of confidence, too, to not scout, to do nothing and just defend. It, on paper, is the best way to play economically, but if you get caught off guard at all, that is something that could be solved with some basic scouting. But Kelazur just sat back and built up his tank push with the Ravens and interference matrix. And you can write this down. This is a science fact. Having siege tanks is better than not having siege tanks. All right. So, in case you're looking for some knowledge to take away from this. Two gas. Maru is scouting, looking for the proxies. What would Maru do in this situation? Probably proxy Rex up a game. SCV scout heads on up, sees a barracks in the base, which at least gives some of this away. Factory for Maru. Ooh. Reaper into Reactor for Kelazur. A bit of a risky build, but he might be using the fact that this map has a ramp at the natural, which gives you a little bit of extra safety against early aggression. So if you go for the Reactor and your opponent does not, they're going to have more units for at least a small window. But because Site Delta does have that ramp up to the natural, you can kind of fudge the numbers a bit. It's very unlikely Maru is going to go running up the ramp with 2 Reapers and his first Cyclone. But either way, Kelazur, he is going for Marines to start out. That means he wants gas for a starport. So again, going to a very heavy tech build. Not bothering with more than 1 Reaper here. Starport on the way. Maru, he is angling towards a similar build to last game. It's not that the Cyclone drop can't work. It just doesn't have the potential of a straight-up push. Oh, God. Oh, no. They're both doing it. Oh, all right. Here we go. Now this is when things get a little more complicated. Both players loading up a medevac to start. It looks like Keller's are going to bring along his Marines. Oh, Reaper's super dead. Whereas Maru once again going for the Cyclone drop. But there are 2 clones already for Keller. I don't know if we're abbreviating the Keller. I tried it. I didn't really like it. Maybe. He has a cool name. I don't know what it's based on. Moving on. And Maru is... Well, where's his medevac drop? Back at home. So he's got the defenses, but he just has less units here. But a siege tank. And remember that tip we learned earlier. 1 siege tank better than none siege tank. And Maru with it. Well, Kellershore moving back up, but the tank has repositioned in time. And I think Maru, yeah, smacks the Marines. He will be able to drive this back. Okay, so now Maru has invented siege tank technology and will survive to fight further on. Okay. We got a game. Interference matrix on the way. Going to get a little distracted by the Chutoy Diva. Oh my god, Kellershore! The most obvious but plausible mistake. Loses 1 Cyclone. And now Maru? Well, he's warmed up here. It was the first game of the day, the typical ladder player excuse, but if Maru wants to use it, I'll allow it. Now he's got everything locked down, equal on workers. He shut down the early aggression. His 3rd command center, a little bit quicker, adding barracks 2 and 3. Kellershire already has barracks 2 and 3 on the way, as well as the first 2 engineering base. So infrastructure-wise, he's doing pretty well. A little supply bot there for a moment. The double drop heading towards the back. And those Cyclones get bonus damage against SCVs with their bonus to mechanical kind of awkwardly. The Cyclone drop finding a lot of damage here. 6-7 kills. Maru still going. And interference, and he gets out. And that's more like it. 11 SCVs down. Maru takes a decisive advantage. He's got his 1-1 on the way. Kellershore, that's a significant hamstring right there. As it's a mirror matchup. And they're both going for identical real timings here. They've both got double NG Bay. They're both going barracks 4 and 5. 1-1 will be quicker for Maru. He now has significantly more SCVs. What does Kellershore have instead? 2 Vikings. All right, he's got 2 Vikings, but they're on the other side of the map boxing out the Cyclone drop. So if Kellershore can catch Maru off guard here for just a moment. Maru doesn't see it. Here it is. The armies, but both sides have Ravens, which means if they're both looking, the advantage goes to whoever has more Ravens and more siege tanks, clearly. So Kellershore has to back off. Maru, though, this time is working from a position of advantage. His upgrades are quicker. His SCV count is higher. His 3rd base is already landed, and his production is online, as well as having an extra Raven. So, at this point, it is Maru with the initiative. Kellershire going to try to catch him off guard, but this is such a hard part of Terran versus Terran, especially against someone like Maru. You're not going to find, you're hopefully, for Maru's sake, not going to find too many opportunities to catch him off guard. Maru should know the advantage he's in, clearly. Still microing those Cyclones around the map. Combat shield, significantly quicker here for Maru, who's got his 1-1 already completing. And this is up, look at those upgrades lining up. Stim, +1, and combat shield almost done. Kellershire trying to catch him while he can. Zoning him out for now. The only advantage are those 2 Vikings, but scrambles 1. Gets 2. All 3 tanks. Maru moving forward. Stim splits and goes for it. Knocks out the tanks. Kellershire down 20 supply and his upgrades aren't even done. Maru closing in for the kill. Couple tanks will siege up. A combat shield is still a long way off. +1 infantry weapons are done, but there's not enough energy. Scrambles 2 more. 4 tanks on the back line. And Kellershire is getting obliterated. Maru moving forward. Anti-armor missile. But if you got nothing to shoot, it doesn't matter. Maru shreds him in game 2. And we're all tied up. Well. Better. That was, a bit more what you'd expect going into this match. Maru warming up and looking real hot right now. Kalashur not able to really find anything early. Maru with no own goals. And, we're all tied up. I mean, that was almost as decisive as Kalashur in game 1, so. But it was further on into the game, indicating that Maru has woken up a bit. I'll see. I wouldn't count Kalashur out yet. He had all the tools. It's just Maru found that one time with the Cyclone drop. That killer instinct as well. All those upgrades coming together. Game 3. I'm not used to these live tournaments, but hopefully you're enjoying. I'm usually somewhat spoiled on YouTube, having the replays and able to jump into the next game. But the anticipation and knowing it's happening before our eyes, metaphorically, since we're online, but you know, it's 2023, so same thing. What will be the map? Hard lead. Appropriate for Terran versus Terran. And they're ready to go. The countdown has begun. 1-1. Kalashur versus Maru. The decider. Will we have one of the biggest upsets? Or does Maru lock it down and knock him out? Thank you for tuning in to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter 2023. We're just getting started. In the bottom right, arguably the best Terran player in the history of StarCraft 2. It's the man, the myth, the Maru. And the upstart Terran from Brazil. It's Kalashur. Taking game 1, punishing Maru for his mistakes. But Maru striking back with a vengeance in game 2. That brings us to the decider. Double gas. Not the least bit surprised. Not really much of a variation. Both players going for the medevac in the last game. Maru opting for more Ravens. The Swiss Army knife of Terran can be a crowbar to pry open the defenses. Poke and prod with some auto turret harass. Or the anti-armor missile to Dorito dust the rest. And increase the damage output dramatically. Especially if siege tanks and Marines, as it also buffs the splash damage of siege tanks. Factory on the way. Consistent trend. Kalashur not scouting, maybe just for proxies. Whereas Maru consistently sending that SCV across. I don't know. You know, if the trend continues, this will be a great game. But Maru looked like Maru that last game. So, Second command. Wait, did he see? Yeah, he saw it. Okay. Maru expanding on the low ground with that little extra information that's been afforded him. Cyclone. Both sides. Starport, a little quicker for Maru. There's not much to be done. Like the early game, you can mix and match the flavors of the early Barracks Factory Starport. I've heard it called the Destiny Cloudfist build in a hallucinated distant past, but the general objective is the same. Have the right units to maintain map control and potentially do damage if your opponent either overextends or gets too greedy. And you simply can't do that with the unupgraded Marines. So this is the one matchup where a multi-barracks build isn't really in the cards unless you're proxying them right outside their base, which I would be surprised if we didn't see that at least a couple times in this tournament. But this series, not featuring any of it, instead falling back on that 1-1-1. The Reaper jumps up, knocked down. Marines in place. Just the Marines existing gives away a little bit of the build, but denying the Reaper. Much more valuable. Alright. Starport switched over to the tech lab. Oh, here we go again. The medevacs spot each other. Bit of a Spider-Man meme situation. Spider clone. Nope. Going to the watchtower. Gelajor boosts by. Maru retreats. Gonna try to intercept the medevac. Definitely, the Cyclone drop is definitely more dangerous. But, well, I think Gelajor, he spotted the medevac. If you can see their medevac can see you. That's how it works. Okay, here we go. Gelajor. Oh, he boosts back, but a lock. Nope. Up and down. All right. Medevac. Hey. Oh my god, the mind game. Right up his tailpipe. Gelajor doesn't know there aren't cyclones in that medevac. So he can't just boost like, we know that they're not there. But Gelajor doesn't know. So Maru is pretty safe to just chase it down with his own medevac. Right up until Gelajor comes across with 4 clones. There's 2 siege. This isn't... nothing's happening here. This ain't doing anything. Will he scan? Oh, no, that's... Okay, alright, 2 tank. Nope, go home. This time around, it's Gelajor. 6 clones! The hexaclone. That sounds dramatic. Interference matrix done for Maru. The drop headed out. A scan spots the Raven timing and the barrack. That's a perfect scan. He sees the barracks timing, the third base timing, the Raven count. Maru has all the info here. He knows he's a little ahead in his barracks timing. His third command center's already done. So Maru has an edge by most counts. We'll see if he's able to cut through with it. Does he have 3? He only has 2. That's 3 siege tanks. It's not gonna work. And now Maru, well, locking onto the medevac. Wait a second, auto turrets trying to come in. Cyclones, both sides. The invasion force shut down so far. A single Marine takes out the clone. 7 SCVs did die. So... And then the Marine drop into the main. This is actually a great timing here for Gelajor. All the defenses concentrated at the natural. He's going to be able to get some damage done. We'll see how much in turn. No stim, unfortunately. Just unupgraded Marines on both sides. He picks up. And there's no reliable anti-air. So Gelajor just gets away with it. Gets away with a light amount of murder. I'd say... Oh, well, no, you can't come back in. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's a mistake. Somehow Maru doesn't take advantage. Oh, but the siege tanks. Oh, if he just has vision. Oh, smacks! What are the counter scan? Both sides. as they realize how close they are to one another. The fact that did that medevac get away at all? It died. It died. But the auto turrets, there's not much space to lay them down here. Ooh, Vikings, gonna kill some more SCVs. Might lose the Ravens, which would be quite unfortunate as time goes on. Gonna lose some more. Auto turret versus auto turret. Laying down more to try to kill the Vikings and keep the Ravens alive. Looks like both... 10 SCVs dead. Maru down 59 to 46, and the Raven lives. What is the army count? 6 siege tanks to 1. Do we have to go back to that math equation? That is a significant siege tank advantage. Kellisher, though, is going to have Stim 1-1, and Combat Shield is nearly done. He's got the tools to potentially defend. But Maru has quite an army bearing down on him. That is a precarious timing. Without Combat Shield, this is not happening at all. Scramble's the only tank here. Stim's in with the Marines. Another tank on the way. You gotta be very careful. Anti-armor missile. Some Cyclones on the low ground. This is a precarious position for both sides. Kellisher, if he can defend without losing a critical amount of SCVs, but so far having a tough go of it. Scrambles 2 tanks. Gotta try to minimize the damage. The Cyclones take out 2. Marines from the high ground. But the Cyclones aren't looking like they're good enough. The split is perfect for Kellisher. And he's able to dismantle the tanks, but at what cost? 21 SCVs pulled, and Maru has flipped the script on the worker count. It's now 62 to 50. So even though Maru is shut down in that attack, Kellisher with a very capable defense, the economy tells a different story. Maru now with a decisive advantage economically. Does he have all 5 racks up? Both sides do. And the tank count. Gotta be careful moving out there. Maru looking to keep the aggression up. The main base is incredibly vulnerable as well. Those medevacs can threaten both sides of this. Kellisher, he has enough army supply, but Maru clearly trying to threaten the main. And indeed he will. But there are still 4 clones. If those medevacs unload, it could be disastrous. But 4 clones are enough to ward them away. Kellisher managed to maintain them throughout that fight, and we got a game on our hands. Fourth command center for Maru. 2-2. Both sides. Liberator being sent out. Kellisher slight supply advantage, but it really comes down to momentum and unit composition in this matchup. Just seeing where the armies are and being able to keep track of it. Liberator into the main. Maru not looking. Gonna lose some SCVs to this. Kellisher trying to take advantage of it. There's only 1 tank. He has a bit of a Marine lead. It's just to keep things busy. Gets 5 SCVs. Small advantages there. But Maru working his way up to the north side. He's got a small amount of units, but they're both jockeying for position around the map. The 4th command center is kind of an important one. Targeting it down. It's going to have to be canceled. It is at the last second. It only costs Maru a few Marines, but that's a huge deal. That 4th command center is the next stage of the game. And Maru just delayed it for Kellisher. But at what cost? Well, that doesn't really tell the story, does it? I don't think that's the right... Meanwhile, those Marines are taken out. Kellisher 20 supply lead. No! The command center! It sits down forever. Maru is supply blocked by it as well. Kellisher finishes 2-2. And just like that, Kellisher strikes back. Wow. Maru making an elementary mistake not protecting his CC. And a bit of karma there. Losing his 4th command center to a group of Marines. The scans continuing. What is the tank count? 8-5 in favor of Maru. He has +1 mech weapons done, but Kellisher's already there working on +2. The Brazilian Terran. He's got the advantage. Overall, there's no part of the game here. I guess a few more SCVs? What about production? Maru does have 2 factories, but Kellisher has more army supply. He's got faster upgrades, and now he's got a quicker 4th command center. It's on Kellisher now. The Viking count, Maru is banking on air control. He's starting to turtle up. And if he drags this to the ultra late game, he has the most experience of anyone in the world. Killers are not going to be able to get anything done right now. 4th command center, but he picks up and he heads for the main. And then stops to take a bit of a water break. There are plenty of turrets. I think Maru is suspicious of exactly this, but they're not up yet. He leads with a medevac with no units in it, and unloads with the rest. A decisive drop from Kelazur. The armory itself is vulnerable. SCV's already down. 13 SCVs targeted. The army comes back to defend. Kelazur, will he try to take advantage of this? Gets to the back line. The army's moving up on the minimap. And gonna try to drop on top of the tanks, eating the damage. Here come the SCVs. Maru realizes how dangerous this is. Okay. Well, not quite enough. Kelazur tries to break through, but stuffed at the door. The Marines slaughtered. The Liberators, more than enough to hold the line, and Kelazur jumped the gun just a bit. His +3 attack is not quite done yet. And maybe missing the opportunity to use that upgrade advantage. But Kelazur tried to break Maru. But Maru wasn't having it. And now, the army supplies and the general supplies about even. Maru will be able to finish his 3-3 momentarily, and he has the air army. 10 Vikings to 0. 2 Liberators to 0. Kelazur has a massive Marine lead, 51 to 18. But the time at which that's going to be a decisive advantage is quickly closing. As Liberators and Vikings and Siege tanks, those mechanical units, much stronger in the late game. No advanced ballistics is the only saving grace here. Leveraging those Liberators to keep Kelazur at bay. Kelazur has to decide now. Is he going for Starport, or is he going to try to end this? Because he only has 1 Starport at the moment, to Maru's 3. He's still making Marines, Medevacs, and Siege tanks, which is a much more mobile composition, but Maru's adding more and more Ravens on. It's gonna get only more difficult from here to break this army. The scans. Ooh, the Siege tank not quite in range. Taking a lot of splash damage. The Liberator going to help out as well. The Marines split in stim. Maru has a lot of cover there. A devastating fight. It's a disaster for Kelazur. Oh no, and right before he does the Starport switch, he went directly up a hill into Siege tanks. Oh, well. It doesn't get more obvious a mistake than that. He thought maybe. But I think if you asked him twice whether that was a good idea, well, now Maru has the army composition and the supply to turn the tables. The Liberators are moving forward. Kelazur gonna lose the rest of his medevacs. He's down to 0. 15 Siege tanks. 11 Vikings for Maru. The rocks, what are you going to do with the Marines? The Siege tanks are everywhere. Kelazur still has plenty of bases. The income advantage is not that dramatic. Mass Viking for Kella. Oh, the army is spotted. The only mistake Maru can make is getting outflanked by the sheer Marine count. Oh no, not again. The Siege tanks are already operational. Anti-armor missile just blowing away groups of Marines. They go sprawling across the field. And with it, the hopes and dreams of the Brazilian Terran. 183 to 139 supply. The Ravens dismantling the defense. Maru gonna take it slow. Make it happen. The Vikings come up to maybe take out the Liberator, but at what cost? Maru. And it's going to be nearly impossible to come back from that. A series of devastating losses. Kelazur, a hard-fought battle, but Maru dragged him to the late game. and is smashing him with experience. That Raven Viking composition with the Liberators and Siege Tanks behind. He simply cannot complete or compete. Take your pick. GG. Maru takes it back. 2-1. A little close there for a second, though. Maru with a surprisingly dicey mid-game, but clearly more confident in the late game. Kalishor, I think he knew he had an advantage. He's like, I'm beating Maru. I'm beating Maru. But so many times we've seen Maru dragged to the brink of TVT, and he just doesn't die. He had the late game army composition, and it was more than enough. Oh, what a series, though. A lot closer than I think the looking at that on the brackets may have suggested. And that does mean Maru will move on to face the winner of Cure versus Estrella, currently happening. We got Gumiho versus Clem. Clem took it over Classic. And then Showtime versus Classic will be our lower bracket match. But we are covering... Now, if you're wondering where the Zergs are, don't worry. Later today, we got plenty for you. Cyril versus Cyan. Beyond versus Raynor. Dark versus Spirit. And Oliveira versus Solar. We'll be covering some of those as well. Let me check to say, if you had your pick, what would we be looking at here? It looks like there's a big chance of more TVT. Honestly, TVT can be so entertaining. I love watching those Marines sprawled across the field. I mean, devastating for the Terrans out there. But that was clearly the difference between quantity and quality of army supply. Thank you for tuning in, by the way. If you enjoy my casting, you can check out the YouTube's Winter StarCraft. Believe it or not, this tournament is not named after me. Though, no, I had no clever follow-up to that. Winter Gaming on Twitch, where I play significantly worse than everyone you're going to see today. But let me check if we have the next matches lined up. We may be taking a quick commercial break. Oh, yeah, we're going to be casting one of these two. Starting in just a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead. So it's Maru versus the winner of Cure versus Estrella. I'm going to go ahead. We're going to take a quick break. All right, because I'm going to be casting 12 hours. I want to talk about StarCraft all day. And I have the opportunity. But we got to pace ourselves. So thank you for watching ESL SC2 Masters Winter with me, Winter. And we'll be right back. See you on the other side. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters. Winter 2023 Grand Finals. Well, the Grand Finals are the main event. DreamHack Atlanta. Our next matchup will be everyone's favorite. It's Protons versus Protons. And looks like we're going to get... I have a little bit more time to set up, but... wait. Nope. Okay. Okay, you guys can't see anything. But once we get it all set up, classic, we're going to find him, we're going to drag him down, we're going to put him in the seat. Going to make him play against Showtime. Showtime having a tough time against Gumiho. Unable to show possibly what he wanted, as Gumiho breaking out the mech against Protoss, and that helped lead to a 2-0. But I want to talk about the first time at one of the first time. I don't know if it was the first time at Atlanta event. 2011. Yes, many moons ago. Over half of Rainer's life. And then some. And Clem. Oh my god, I'm old. Back when you could only get StarCraft in a box. Actually, you probably download it online. Making sure we got everything set up. But there was a LAN event, like a game back in the day. LAN centers had a bit more of a gamer vibe. I don't know what I mean by that. But anyways, I was a Diamond Zerg player. Yes, we're managing a lot of things. But my first opponent was a Silver Terran. The Silver Terran player was backwards baseball cap, had like a tap-out shirt. You guys know. Americans know what I'm talking about. But he came in blasting dubstep on like his some name brand headphones. Something like that. And I was like, okay, so this guy, because it was a bring your own PC sort of situation. Back when we did that, you go outside with your own PC. It's a whole setup, like 2 hours is not important. So, sits down, and I learn I'm playing this guy first. I don't know, 20-something players. And how do you think the games go? Well, what happens is I just kind of do like a hatch first into pool, and he doesn't have a wall. All right, game one. This is on Zelnaga Caverns. I remember it distinctly. Zelnaga Caverns. Another map that's almost as old as Clem. But, so what happened, I just kill all his SCVs, and he floats to the corner. He keeps trying to float all the way back to these bases, over and over. Did we get the match changed again? Yeah, making sure. Sorry. So we photo his buildings over. This is after, remember, it's very important, this point. It spent 2-something hours on setting up, getting everything set. Everybody signed up for the tournament. It's one of those where you put in like $30 so the prize pool exists. So yeah, to pay $30 on top of just showing up and doing all this, bring your own computer. Game 2, after I killed his buildings with mutas. Game 2, same exact thing. I believe it was Steps of War. It took a little longer. After that, he just packed up his PC and left. And that was my first experience with Terran players. Okay, I was a Terran player myself originally because Terran was IMBA, because it was like half the GSL. But it didn't matter because I was Silver League at the time. I eventually switched to Zerg because it was cooler. And you could actually make mutas, unlike today. But that was the in-person, watching him, no GG, just leaves the game, no handshake, no nothing, just packs up his computer and leaves the tournament. Like, it's customary, you watch the rest of the tournament, you hang out. Like, it's like a whole day deal. Shows up, pays $30 to float his buildings to the corner, and that was it. And I'm like, am I supposed to feel bad? Like, I didn't do anything crazy. Anyways, that just thought I would share that while we're waiting for Classic. to get his whole LAN set up, because part of the reason we're doing this story instead of watching games is because Classic forgot some of his files to set up his hotkeys on a new computer. So that kind of reminded me of the somewhat convoluted setup of a LAN tournament. But with that said, wait, is he alive? Yes, we're managing half a dozen different schedules. We're doing it live. Jimmy is not keeping up at all. But hopefully you guys are enjoying so far. We're going to be on all day. All day. Let me see. We are scheduled to be on until... Does that say 11 p.m.? That can't be right. No. 7 p.m. Last year, it was more like 10 p.m. by the time we got to that stage. But we will see. We started around 9 here. So it might not be the full 12 hours. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'll catch as many matches as I can. And oh, we're ready to go. Just like that abrupt transition. Showtime versus Class. We got the title all set up. Good to go. PvP, everyone's favorite. As soon as they're ready to start. Well, here we go. Round 2 of Winner's Stage Group A Losers Bracket. Loser of this, I believe, is out of the tournament. Let's get started. Best of 3. Protoss versus Protoss. In the top left, the German Protoss player in the blue. It is showtime. Up against him, from Korea, in the red, we have Classic. Both players... Now, PvP is something different entirely. It is an art form, but one of those art forms that people don't really respect as an art form because they're prejudiced, like interpretive dance or esports. I don't know where I was going with that. I was treading a line and I somehow crossed it anyways. But Protoss versus Protoss, much like TVT, is all about the early production tab. But unlike TVT, Defender's advantage is not really much of a thing. Yes, you have shield battery overcharge, but the lack of a reliable door, as well as the strength of Stargate units early on, can lead to some incredibly dramatic and convoluted situations in early game Protoss versus Protoss. The Phoenix Wars, the Blink Stalker battles. Occasionally you'll get people slapping down shield batteries on their opponent's natural. It definitely is not for the faint of heart or the weak of mind, and is by far the most volatile mirror matchup overall. And here we go. We gotta keep track of whose pylons are whose. Right, Showtime slaps down a pylon in Classic's natural. Classic, will he return the favor? Both sides building a Zealot. Yeah, it's not just Zergs that get pylon blocked in the early game. Oh no, it's happening, guys. The Stargate's at the front. I think the War of the Phoenix will begin. Classic keeping that probe alive. Looks like the pilot was taken out. Now, I am hard-pressed to see anything but a Phoenix War coming out of this. We'll see if neither player getting Warp Gate at all. The handful of gateway units produced initially may be the final count for a while, as both players are going to be... Yep, okay. The first Phoenix... Showtime, a little... Okay. Well, here we go. Probes hunted down, eliminating all the enemies from the base. Classic still has a probe there. Ah, yes. And I'd like to correct myself. You get dropped to the knockout bracket if you get knocked out here. That is the benefit of being one of the qualifying players. I apologize. It's not quite as dramatic, but obviously the knockout bracket sounds very scary, and it is, because that is when you're on the ropes. Ideally, you're able to take a win here and survive for as long as possible, because I imagine you get to later rounds in the other bracket as well. Second Stargate from Showtime. Yeah, nobody's getting eliminated from the winner stage on game one. What do I know? This is why we just give platitudes instead of decisive facts. More Stargates. This is where pylons become a surprisingly meaningful part of the game as well. As neither player going to be easily able to take out spylons, scouting pylons, of course, in the early game. Or really at all, as Phoenixes, for all their strength, they cannot lift buildings. What if you could build it, like, based on how large the building is? Like, add 2 more Phoenixes. Like, 10 Phoenixes should be able to lift a Nexus. Let's make it happen. The war continues, entirely in the production tab. The next breakpoint will likely be... And here, the pylons begin. The spylons for both sides. The next breakpoint will likely be a fleet beacon and potentially Phoenix range. The first fleet beacon is for Classic. Showtime actually has a small Phoenix advantage, but they travel in packs to hide their numbers and make it a lot harder to pick out the actual count. So, they dance around the edge of the ranges. Pylons looking at both sides. Is he gonna go for it? Oh, will they, won't they? Showtime has a lead in the Phoenixes, but if Classic is able to get Phoenix range, he could be untouchable. There is that window. It's just a couple extra range, but because Phoenixes can attack while moving, makes them effectively invincible when well microed. Of course, you don't have much time to react on either side to that sort of scenario, but Phoenix range is being chrono boosted out. Classic going for it first. If Showtime realizes he can pull back and potentially use his numbers. But Classic is going to be sitting... Now, Classic doesn't know if Showtime is going to have Phoenix range. So it's not like he could just say, now I have 30 seconds before your Phoenix range so I can win the game. No, he's got to gamble a little bit that he has that advantage. The pylons across the map here. Phoenix range starts for Showtime. Showtime does have a Phoenix advantage. Neither player bothering with upgrades besides range, as they're just so devastating to each other. Anyways, you can click on it without actually seeing and potentially realize they have the range. As soon as he picks up anything, I'm sure Showtime's clicking on it. He doesn't want to fight till Phoenix range is done. He's desperate. Yep, those purple beams. The pulse crystals are online. Showtime. 10 seconds. 10 seconds! He's losing a lot of probes in those 10 seconds, though. That is what the advantage he bought himself. Another Phoenix pops out, is obliterated, but Showtime, here we go. The dance of death, intercepting some more Phoenixes. The numbers. It looks like Showtime is losing the fight. 8 to 10 here. Classic maintains the advantage, and he does have more probes. There is no real recourse. as we just fling out the Phoenix beams at each other. Classic managed to leverage the range advantage ever so slightly. And now, a shield battery could help, but I think the window was just a little too large and Showtime lost too much. Will he attempt to switch out of it? It's still chrono boosting him out. Trying to catch what he can. Gets a pick off. Mothership. Wow. That is the desperation move. There is no detection at all. The active cloaking field could be the deciding factor. Showtime, go big or go home. That is the best case scenario is Showtime now. That is the next level of tech. The mothership. All right, well. And the pylons are blocking additional Nexi. The probes, he's blocking it with a gateway. Oh, it's so awkward. 4 Phoenixes at a time. It's 18 to 14. There does come a point where the numbers can just take out the mothership before really the Phoenixes can do the damage. There is still 0 detection from Classic. He could build an Oracle if he spots that. He's gateway blocking. Showtime goes there. This is typical PvP here. Oh, be careful, be careful, be careful. Get out of there! I'm sorry. The Phoenix count is heavily in favor of Classic. Showtime. The mothership. Wait, he finished it. It's done. The mothership. The mothership gamble. The game hinges on this mothership. There is no detection. The timing of the active cloak is going to be absolutely... He's trying to draw him into the fray. But he uses the cloak! And the Phoenixes are untouchable. Time warp! But did he turn the tides well enough? Did Showtime do it with the cloaking? It's close. I don't think either player... I'm not convinced either player has any idea what's going on. And it's dead even at the end of the day. 13 Phoenixes. But Classic has more. The tie goes to the leader. And Classic has 4 Gee, that's it. The mothership was not enough. Wow. And it's all over. Classic, who didn't go for a mothership, is clearly going to have more Phoenixes as time goes on. Well. Certainly a game indeed. Showtime just... Classic managed to sneak out that Phoenix range that much quicker. Okay, more like that much. Not that much. It was that much. But that little bit of advantage carried through for the rest of the game. PvP. The mothership didn't quite... The time warp didn't quite land. It was almost enough. 2 or 3 more Phoenixes and maybe you make a game of it, but... Well, we will see. Heading into game 2, we'll see if we get another... I think maps with the ramp to the natural really do allow that more defensive style. Allow/encourage of Phoenix Wars. We're waiting to see. The next game loaded up. Any moment now. Not really much to look over. I'm sure Showtime knows what happened. Range 30 seconds later. There's really no room to do anything. Phoenixes are so expensive. Out of 2 Stargates, you don't really have enough money to do anything else. All right, guys, we gonna play game 2? No, we must contemplate the drama. What was that last game? for a while longer. Looks like Gumiho versus Clem is starting up as well. I like the purple beams. All right. I think they look cool. Just thought I would share. That didn't lead us down a particularly long-winded conversation train. I'm a big, as a caster, the Blink Ruptor meta. As a caster, the Blink Ruptor meta has probably made the most dramatic games, which we still see on occasion. But I think what has changed this way? Well, the Disruptor getting nerfed also reduced its effectiveness against Protoss. The Immortal in the newest patch. The Immortal now eats the first hit with its barrier. Before, what would happen is you tap the Immortal on the shoulder, and it would hit. And that tap might be a Disruptor shot. That tap might be an EMP. But now, and then it would be like, oh my god, we stand against the darkness. But now, the first hit, whether it's a Disruptor shot, a Zergling Claw, or an EMP, gets absorbed by the barrier. It's preemptive. And that actually has created the situation where they can no longer be two-shot initially by Disruptors. So I think that, in and of itself, has helped to reduce the prevalence of the mass Disruptor meta, alongside the fact that they get countered by Phoenixes. But mostly valuable against EMP, but definitely has some effect against the Ruptors. All right, we got game 2. The PC was frozen, because that game was so epic, we actually killed the observer or the admin PC. But don't worry, we're here now for game 2 on Oceanborn. Classic versus Showtime. Now, place your bets on whether game 2 is longer than the break between the games. We're going to find out. Loading in now. I think we'll see a little more variety in the early game on Oceanborn. There isn't the obvious ramp to the natural. I doubt we'll see the Phoenix Wars again. Hopefully not. All right. In the bottom right, taking game 1 with the Phoenix range gamble paying off. It is classic. It's always on classic to be the tech Protoss. All right, he goes for the science victory every time. Showtime, not prepared for it. Now spawning in the top left. It's not that he played poorly, it's just so much of PvP is playing poker. And sometimes you play your hand too early or too late. You go all in at the wrong time. You gotta know when to ante up. Other poker terms, sometimes you get royal flushed. That doesn't work as well. But now, Showtime will be first out of this group here, if he doesn't pull it together soon. A tough match against Gumiho, and now Classic lining him up. He needs 2 in a row. We're going to go with the 2-gate on the top of the ramp. Showtime is not necessarily expanding, but he is protecting the low ground. So, a marked split in styles here. Classic defaulting to the more standard Protoss versus Protoss opener. Showtime a bit riskier, once again on a map without the ramp directly to the natural. There is the ramp here, but not really the same thing. Showtime not getting a second gate. He's actually chronoing probes. He's going to get a Zealot. That's to deal with the potential pylon block. Oh, Classic. What's it gonna be? He's got 3 in both gases. Looks like a Stargate. A bold move. Showtime already has a Stargate on the way, though. So, oh, double Stalker. Maybe a Robo then instead. Yes. No, 3rd gate, sorry. I was wrong on all counts. I could have just waited 10 seconds, but no, I had to say something. I mean, that's what they hired me for, but still. Classic coming in. Has he seen the Stargate? Yes. We'll confirm it. Zealot looking around. Puts another pylon down out here. Just making sure. Showtime not gonna find it. The probe will be headed back in, and if he confirms no expansion yet, he's just looking to knock him out. The 3 gate against just 1. I'm not a mathematician, but that's quite a disadvantage. But a Zealot Stalker able to catch the first Stalker. Shield battery is done just in time. Showtime putting together the defenses. Oracle. This is a bit awkward. The probe, I don't think, will be able to delay it. But Showtime just now lost his probe on the other side after confirming there is no expansion. So he's got all the info. Starts a Void Ray. Chrono Boost immediately. And there's the Robo. So I was right, but I was too... Not important. The Robo, Immortal first or Warp Prism? That's it gonna be. Somehow still gonna be wrong. Observer. The Warp Prism it is. But the Void Ray is already out. Showtime is ready with the defense. Oracle gets in. Gets no kills, but full revelation. He's gonna be able to see the lack of expansion. Showtime knows. He's got all the info now. Well, besides one glaring point, which is the Proxy Robo and the Warp Prism. But Void Ray is the right call. 3 shield batteries at the front. None in the main, though. How many Stalkers in general? There are 9 Stalkers in total, more heading across the map. There's nothing back at home here. He's going to try to juggle with the Prism. It'll come down to how quickly Showtime can react. The Prism already unloading into the main. Showtime responds immediately. I think probes are going to have to be pulled. Lays down a shield battery. The Oracle burning through. Shield battery overcharged to counter it. Lights up the Void Rays. And prismatic alignment should be enough to ward him off for now. Both sides losing workers. Oracle fighting the shield battery. The battle of the beams. Okay, Beamer. And, well, looks like the shield battery will hold for now. The front. 3 full energy batteries here. And he does have shield battery overcharge himself, but that's enough Stalkers to one-shot the Void Rays. That's the only gateway on the field. Showtime about to lose his Cyber Core, which is an awkward one here. Classic working his way through. The shield batteries themselves potentially vulnerable. Void Ray, lot of damage dealt. Knocks it down with a second volley. Guardian Shield, looking for more Void Rays, just walking by, almost kills it. Where's the overcharge? He doesn't quite have the energy. Losing another Void Ray. Showtime now uses the overcharge, but is it too little and too late? He doesn't have any more to work with. The Stalker count is just too damn high. And there's just no other production. The shield batteries are almost useless against this level of Stalker firepower. Takes out a shield battery. Not rebuilding a Cyber Core. Knocks down the Void Ray. And Classic just knocks out Showtime from the winner's stage. And he will be headed down to the knockout bracket. Oh, Classic. A decisive victory. Showtime, the hubris of trying to expand in Protoss versus Protoss. It's just too much. Classic, well chosen and well executed. Showtime goes down. Not winning a single match in the winner's stage, unfortunately. A tough one, but Classic looking solid here today. He got knocked down by Clem, but it was 2-1, and I'm sure it wasn't one-sided. So, where does that leave us? Our next match will be Estrella versus rematch of the America's Grand Finals. One of the most entertaining series I have ever seen. And that's coming up next. Let's see when we're scheduled to start that. Should be in just a few minutes. So, thank you for watching. ESL SC2 Masters. Winter 2023 Finals casted. Wait, nope, never mind. I was heading to a break, but we took enough time on that series. We're headed straight to it. No, we don't take breaks for anyone. That's not true either. But Estrella versus Kellisure is coming up right now. We can take a quick glance over at the brackets real quickly while we're waiting here. Looks like Cure took a 2-0 over Estrella. About to be updated. Classic will be facing the loser of Cure and Maru. Whereas the winner of this faces the loser of Gumiho and Clem. And then, of course, later on today, we're headed to Group B. Cyril, Cyan, Beyond Rainer, Dark Spirit. What a match. I think that one's going to be really good, by the way. And I'm pretty sure we'll be casting it here. And Oliveira, Solar. But we've got some more Terrans and Protoss to sort through. Which is this entire group. So, somehow it worked out that way. Alright, Estrella took a quick break. So I will as well. We're back to the break idea. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Thank you for watching. ESL SC2 Masters, Winter 2023, with me, Winter. We'll be right back. I lied, we don't take breaks for any. Well, we had a short break. But we're back early for Estrella versus Kellisure. So Estrella's back, and we're ready to go. Good luck. Have fun. Alcione. Our first map. Best of 3. And we're getting started. Thank you for tuning in. And now for our All-America Showdown here at DreamHack Atlanta. There was a draw in Clem versus Gumiho? Well, I'm glad I didn't cast that. We're going to have that on YouTube, but... Moving on. Jumping in to game Number 1. I wasn't lying. It's right there. Silence prevails. Here we go. Let me introduce. In the bottom left, giving Maru a run for his copious amount of prize money. The Brazilian Terran, the runner-up in the regional championship for Americas. It's Kalajor. And then, the hometown hero, the best player from the United States of America, and the champion over Kalajor of that region as well. American Pro Toss. It's Estrella. The last time these two faced, it was knockdown, drag-out aggression, where neither player really seemed to be able to stabilize at any point. As the moment they tried to pick themselves up, they got knocked back down again and started rolling around with early Cyclones, gold bases, DTs, proxy oracles. Nothing untoward yet here. And this is, of course, a very different setting than a best of 7 for the regional championship. But obviously neither of these two players wants to be headed to the knockout bracket so early. Probe comes in, sees one ranks expand. We'll likely see the Marine as well. They're not even bothering with the Reaper. Probe gonna be annoying, as it always is. Pokes and prods. The Marine will come out. Killajor. Whoa! The micro. I think he got away in time. That is very important info. That you don't need to keep anything at home to deal with that first Reaper. And that Killajor is clearly trying to get some more tech out early. Prompts a Chrono Boost out of Estrella. Nexus is about to complete. Factory on the way alongside the reactor at the front for Kella. And what's it going to be, Estrella? Looks like a Twilight. Indeed. Takes down... He takes down the mineral wall, unlocks the essentially mining DLC part of the map. Technically, there's no way on the ground to get here without either going through rocks or mining through the mineral wall. Oh my god, a proxy starport on this corner of the map. It's going to be a Hellion drop to kick things off. Estrella poking and prodding with the first Stalker here. A bit risky. It doesn't want to... There's a risk of Cyclones about to pop out. Estrella doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Is that slightly... I think the probe gets it. But now? Now what? Is he gonna... Well, do you recall it? Or does he just... No, it's too late now. Well, he's been around too long. Loses the Stalker. But seeing the Hellions is also a very important part of this. Without that, without knowing for sure it's Hellions as opposed to Cyclones or even Widow Mines, it becomes a lot harder to prepare any sort of defense. Estrella is knowledgeable about the danger, but is he quite... Oh, he's hard-walling the front. Okay, yeah, he has a very good idea of what this could be. That doesn't make it too much less dangerous, as 4 Hellions are still potentially a deadly number if they get into that mineral line. Oh my. Estrella sees it, but he doesn't react particularly quickly. Oh no. 3, 6, 7, 8, 10. Oh no. 11. And he finishes the wall off with a Cyber Core. He can, of course, blink over the top. Was it worth it? Oh my god, he has to kill his own Cybercore now. Okay. And the follow-up, more Hellions headed in. Now this is awkward. He didn't kill the medevac, and he hasn't done any damage on the other side of the map. So, well, the follow-up is going to be quite relevant here. Estrella still has 38 to 36 workers. That was a tough loss there, but definitely not game-ending, especially considering Estrella already has a third base finishing. Kalajur does not have a starport at home, for one. Whoa, the medevac picked off by a single Blink Stalker. Estrella, okay. Well, with that pick off there, I think he just secured his position. There's a Liberator coming in, but now Estrella should be able to lock down his base. Depends on how fast he reacts. And he does very quickly. Couple Stalkers warped in. This is annoying. But with Storm on the way, Storm getting a lot more popular lately. The Storm season blowing in lately. As a lot less players relying on the Robo Bay, but instead getting those early Templar to deal with the Bio Balls. The Starport is headed home, but without any medevacs, there's not much threat from that Bio Ball, especially if Storm is already complete. How many gateways? Only 2 for Estrella, which is... He's got 7 Stalkers to potentially slow down any sort of tank push here if he can spot it. The Observer? Okay. Well, there's no units at home, but where are they? The much more relevant question. Observer spotty on the other side. Estrella doesn't know exactly what he's dealing with right now. And if those tanks are able to siege up, the Blink Stalkers are coming back. But if the tanks are in position, this gets a lot dicier. 8 seconds on Storm. 5. Combat shield is done. The tanks will target. He's splitting. The tanks get one of the Templar, but a Storm lands. And I think that is enough. Again, Kellershore will get some damage. But Estrella will hold. Oh no, he lost the second Templar. So, a difficult battle, but Estrella holds the line. And he has 3 bases behind it. His infrastructure growing. Does he have charge? Yeah, charge is done. Forge on the way. Kellershore. 3rd command center. Okay, he has a follow-up here. And the first medevacs are coming out as well. Now, it wasn't a free win for Estrella, but shutting down its 2 siege tanks and all the bile. So, maintaining any amount of army after that is going to be important. Villagers are looking for something. They're still... No! You shall not wait. Did the Hellions win? Oh, no. No! The charge lot stuck behind it. But he holds the door, the mineral wall there. The Hellions take it out. Estrella taking a 4th base already before Kellershore landing his 3rd. The worker count up to 73 versus 60. That Observer. Kellershore takes it out immediately. Robobay now on the way. Immortals in production. Estrella, only 6 gateways here. He's got double forge. He's got a lot in production, and it hasn't yet been delivered. So there is still a vulnerable timing. The thing is, 4 Templar, even without a prism to protect him, there's no tanks. There's nothing. A Widow Mine drop is headed out. Ah, yes. The classic tactic. A Widow Mine's something to possibly drag Kellershore back into this, especially economically. Single mine at the watchtower. Not spotted there. Does he have an armory done? Indeed he does. The Storms on the other side of the tower. The awkward standoff here. The Widow Mine actually providing vision for Kellershore. Another Storm, though. But the mine drop. He has a cannon, but that won't stop the mines from burrowing. Uh-oh. But wait, there's more. Another one at the natural. Oh, this is 3 probes. It could be worse. It always could be worse. Another mine. Kills a Templar. Another mine. 6 probes. He gets the medevac. But Kellershore, I think, has served... Oh my! A drop of doom is loaded up. About as dramatic as you could get. Every single medevac he had. He loads up the unit, circumvents the watchtower. There's just no detection. The observer coming up, he'll finally clean up this mine at the watchtower. But Kelazur has successfully evaded the vision of Estrella, who there's no way to get back in time to save this base. He's sitting in the middle of the map, which is effectively the middle of nowhere right now. The Zealots are coming in. He unburrows the mines to make sure they don't trigger more on his army than his opponent. Oh, but the storms! He overstayed his welcome! Targeting more! The Templar coming up. Another storm will ward away the bio. Estrella losing a lot of his gateway units, but actually saved the base. Killers are not targeting it down. Rotating in towards the center. Oh, 4 Templar with full energy. EMP lands, but not before the storms do. Oh, he doesn't. He has 1 more EMP. The Colossus come up. There's no detection here. He loses 2 Archons. The Bio Army, though, gonna be shut down. He picks up, somehow gets out, chased down. The Widow Mines are inching forward. Estrella adding 4 more gates, which will finally bring him to a decent number at 11. He's only at 7 right now. Struggling to spend his money. He's got 1,000 in the bank. Warping in another round of Stalkers will spend a large portion of it. Kelazur, well, the 2-2 upgrades are a big deal. This is the sort of convoluted back and forth that I expected from these two. They deliver yet again. Another Widow Mine drop is coming out. I don't know what happened to the center of the map, but some probes will die. Not too many here for now. The main base does have cannons. Another cannon coming up. Kelazur moving up to the north. Is there vision? This observer is maybe a bit out of position. No, he's going to spot the army just in time. Meanwhile, the Widow Mine drop coming towards the north side. Blink Stalkers shut it down, but the main army is moving in towards the base, already softened up earlier. A very bold recall, and it's canceled. The last possible second, split second, fraction of a second, and he loses the base. And how much more will be the question. The Widow Mines are taken out. Observer sieged up to give vision, but it will ward him away for now. Estrella loses a key base, but he still has 4 of them. Kelazur has 4 himself. Finishes +2 infantry weapons. But Estrella, just these gaps in the defenses being exploited by the very mobile Terran army. But I feel like the momentum is continually building as Estrella gets more and more supply. His army is mostly untouched for quite a while yet. He still maintains 82 probes, and he's got that double forge pumping out upgrades. So now he has a 1 upgrade advantage. He's working on more with 3-3. Oh, EMP is on the front line. Gets the Templar. But here are the Colossi to make sure that this base is held. Is 1 Colossus enough, though? I don't think Kelazur thinks so. An EMP across the board. The Marauders are moving forward. The Pylon is targeted. And he takes it out, but a little bit of extra damage there. The Colossus is knocked down. The Stalkers are battling, but the Terran army is too strong. More charge lots coming up. Targeting down that pylon. There's no more anti-air to deal with the medevacs. Another attack to the south, though, but way more splash damage than he bargained for. Storms knock down anything in the front and ward away the Vikings. The medevacs try to come in. He lost everything as he tried to drop out. Kelazur down now. 20-30 supply. Another storm could be used. Estrella. Look at the Viking almost killing the Colossi. But not enough. Estrella consolidates his forces to the south side. Killers are going to be expanding to the north right under the guise of one of those zealots. The observer in place here to spot most of the army. There are... Okay. All right. Where are... Okay. Almost even. Within a few hundred resources lost. Kelazur, his aggression is slapped down finally. And much more decisively than the rest of the match so far. But it's not over yet, as Estrella has not really found any opportunity to do damage on the other side of the map. Moving across, has a slight army supply lead, but against a planetary fortress and just a defensive position, the Warp Prism at the back, a lot of the medevacs are committed back here. So Estrella gonna move forward. The storms on the SCVs as he tries to repair. And the SCVs are melting under the withering storms. Estrella kills 13 of them, but is not going to be able to move in. That War Prism still chilling at the back. Is there a Viking? For now, yes, it kills the Observer. 3-3 is done for Estrella, though. That'll give him a very temporary 3 upgrade advantage, about to be 2. But the Bio Army, he moves a little too far forward. The storms dealt with. The Vikings take down the Prism. More Zealots. This planetary isn't done yet. The Bio Ball is so thick right now. There's so many Marauders and enough Ghosts to make things extra troublesome. This army is taken out. There's a few Templar alongside. SCVs came to the wrong neighborhood, despite trying to grab it for themselves. The reinforcing army. A few Widow Mines there. I don't think there's enough. There might be enough anti-air to take out the Commencer, but Kelliser is jumping on the army itself. EMPs across the bow, and there is no splash damage left. The Archons are stuck behind. Warps and more. Recalls a Templar. Is there enough energy for EMP? That was the only Templar. Warps in another round. Kelliser takes the supply lead here. EMPs another group of it, but the Medivacs are out of energy, and Shield Battery Overcharge helps to turn the tide. Blake Stalker's on the chase. Widow Mine's recharging. Astrea takes the latter end of the fight, but Kelliser once again is able to give him more than a bloody nose. He takes down all the Templar, all the Colossi. Oh no, the Widow Mine takes a full energy Templar. How many observers on the field? None where it matters. He needs detection here. Astrea has 18 gateways, and somehow that's still not enough. The Medivacs are entirely out of energy. I don't think he has a fusion core. He's just now working on +2 armor. The Ghost coming up. EMP doesn't get the Templar with energy. More Immortals. Ghost leading the charge. Vikings hit the deck. More reinforcements, but charge lots from the back. The EMPs are too late. Astrea swings in, knocks down the Medivacs. Charge lots all over everything. And the American Protoss closes the jaws of the Zealots onto the Terran army. And down it goes. 153 to 131 supply. He scans the north. I think if there was a base fully operational there, Kelliser GG's. That was a devastating fight. Finally, Astrea makes use of an absolutely obscene amount of gateways and the sheer number of charge lots and the economic weight behind him is too much for Kelliser for now. 3-2 about to complete, but the upgrade advantage really showing there, as without the Medivacs, the Bio Army just can't stand up to a full surround of Zealots. Widowmine drop attempted, hides in the corner. There's nothing that can hunt it down, but the game is not over because Mass Charge Lot does not make for a particularly great attacking army. He wants to make sure he has some splash damage with it, because getting funneled into a choke point against the highest DPS unit composition in Bio is certainly not a recipe for success. But Astrea is cooking up a strong opportunity in the late game here. The Marauder, bravely holding. The scan spots the main army. Astrea is expanding to the bottom right and the top left now. Kelliser does not have much more room for error. Astrea heading towards the gold. A bit of an awkward angle for sure. The charge lots are funneled through via the mineral wall there. Widowmine drop comes in, kills a few probes. Anything to distract. There's not much. Are there any more Templar in that army? No, it's just one Colossus. This is a great angle for Kelliser. The splash damage isn't really significant here. Even some Vikings getting involved. Astrea, you've strayed too far. And Kelliser bites off that bit of the army and will continue forward. It's not over yet. These two evenly matched. Astrea has the edge just as he did in the regional finals. But Kelliser is not done fighting. The Vikings back in the sky to fight the single Colossus. Medivacs with energy. A very key part of all this. The Vikings targeted by the Blink Stalkers. More charge lots underneath. Widow Mines will reburrow. One shot comes out. Is there detection? It doesn't look like it. He's building more observers. Now Astrea is vulnerable again. Another warp into charge lots. Looking for whatever opportunity he can get. He sends another dozen charge lots to the south. The planetary fortress. There is no building armor. There are some storms. The Templar comes close. The planetary targets it, but 2 storms on the SCVs. 18 SCVs melted by the psionic storm, and the charge lots may be enough to take out the planetary. Caught in the center of the map, the most asphyxiating. You got it. It's a choke point. It's a choke point. Moving up, 25 SCVs dead, and Kelliser down under 50. A moment of respite, but the planetary is down. Another base taken, but Kelliser a bit desperate here. Splits his army. There's some Templar in the Prism, softening up the Marauders. And the Charge Lots picks up into the Medevac. The Medevac immediately shot down. And Estrella seems like he's closing in. He's now got a 50 supply lead, and right now Killers are really struggling to build anything more. The fact that this bottom right base is taking it all. The Widow Mine. Oh my, stand right there. The Viking count, still damn high. Might be able to get the Prism, not quite. There's no ship weapons upgrades. A bit of an oversight. Well, it's not like he can really afford it. This Observer is a huge deal. The Charge Lots and the Templar, though. Another base. Killers are hoping Estrella makes a mistake, but Estrella is not committing. He's not presenting a valuable enough target for Killers to take that fight. The Observer spotting where the majority of units are moving. Blinks in. Charge Lots behind. He needs to deal with this. Oh, wait a sec. He gets the Templar, and he's targeting the... Oh, no. He might lose all the... Well, doesn't matter, though. As the Bio Army try to target the Stalkers to get out, but he walked into a surround. Kelazor, he gets all the valuable splash damage, but he loses everything for it. Desperate to get something done, but the cannons aren't incredible, but they should be enough. Recall is off cooldown, but Estrella moves in, looking to finally close this one out. It wasn't easy. 128 Zealots, 99 Marines, and 99 Marauders, 18 Templar, 8 Colossi, 60... They both ended up losing. Wow, the units lost within 500 resources at the very end. Well, welcome to Americas. Oh. And that was game one. I said this was one of my favorite matchups. Yes, sure, you could have the technical masterclass that is Clem versus Classic or something like that. But Kellinger versus Estrella, it's just a full-on slugfest. Wow, what a game. Estrella, I don't know if he ever built more than 18 gates, but he had like 95 probes. The medevacs just kept running. He needed Caduceus reactor as well. Never got a fusion core though, unfortunately. Waiting for game two. I'm taking a bit of a breather as well. I'm sure they, that was quite a game. Longest game of the day. That game was longer than I think our series so far. Maybe not Maru versus Kellizer. Alright. What's it gonna be? Site Delta. Popular map. Inoffensive, I think, is why, but it doesn't give a distinct advantage to it's one of our most, how do you say standard without it sounding offensive? It's one of our most traditional maps. There you go, nailed it. Heading into game two. Here we go. Countdown has begun. Place your bets. Still very consistent with what we saw during the regional finals, which is Estrella with a slight edge, but Kelliger is still very capable of landing some punches. It ended up being, I believe, 4-2 was the final in Americas, but all the games could have gone either way by that much. All right. Now, Jimmy, send us in. In the top left, the American Pro Tours. In the red. We switched it up this time, apparently. It's Estrella. And has to fight back with 2 in a row. The Brazilian Terror. Katowice. Now we see. Where's that SCV going? Oh, it's an NG Bay block. Wait, no. Okay. He's going gas first. Like, gas first. I think it's an NG Bay block. Into Cyclones. Just getting the gas that quick. We'll see if Estrella does anything. He dodged the SCV here perfectly. Annoying. We'll see how quickly Estrella scouts it. And what he does about it. There are different schools of thought. There is the just pull extra probes. Build a zealot. Some players will just take a third. That usually seems to be what the Terran wants, though. Is just taking a third base. Estrella. It seems... Katowice's build immediately cancels the engineering bay. Is designed to exploit exactly this. But Estrella just slapped it down. No hesitation there. And that decisiveness will definitely help. As until that Nexus is finished, you can't shield battery overcharge in the area. You don't have those super pylons. Overall. And the probe saw it, by the way. The probe saw the factory. He saw the gas timing. Estrella knows Katowice's options. I think it just comes down to execution now. Stargate. With a wall on the top of the ramp. A bulb choice. Double Cyclone. Begun. The Clone Wars have. The Adept has to be very, very careful here. Obviously, he would love to scout that this is Cyclones, but losing the Adept means there's absolutely nothing keeping Katowice at home. So, the timing is very thin. And the fact that he actually put everything at the back. The Adept is going to try to shade in again. Hellion's behind. Does he bother? He just goes right by. And getting there as quick as possible is more important than hiding this. He actually completes the shade to try to dodge the Cyclones. And that will delay the second command center. So, small victory there. He recalls the Adept to the main. The shield battery will be done. Oracle in production. Alright, here come the Cyclones. There's no vision at the top of this ramp here. The pylon placement... Oh, stasis! That actually... Well, Well, the Oracle has no energy. This is... this is certainly a unique scenario. He tries to eat the lock-on. Huh. I'm not sure if that stasis is helping Estrella or Katowice more. As the... Oh, he needs that pylon. You can't lose that pylon. You lose the pylon. That could be the game. Oh, no. The Void Ray. Half a second. He burns through. Void Ray pops out immediately. Charges it up, but there's no shield battery here. He tries to save it. Knocked down by the Cyclone. Warp gates are warping in. But the shield... That 1-2 seconds on the Void Ray is everything. And now Stalker's being whipped in. The probes themselves are vulnerable. Estrella's already taken a lot of damage. It isn't critical yet, but it's bad. More probes down. Now Katowice's even. And again, these two just going at it. Another probe down. Void Ray about to complete. The Stalker count isn't high enough to just drive these away. He's rallying Cyclones across the map. Targets the shield battery, but the Void Ray will be enough to strongly politely yet firmly ask the Cyclones to leave. But the lock on, Micro's back loses one clone. More clones on the way. And this is the big danger of taking that third base like it. It was such an obvious play, but it's so difficult to deal with a well-executed Cyclone timing. Charges up, burns through, and just in time. What a save! Oh my. Wait, kills both of them. And wait a second, here comes a stray on the other side. The boys are pre-pulled. The bunker is not done. And now SCVs are vulnerable. The Cyclone's trying to come across the map. Here are the Marines. A lot of damage dealt. Cyclone's on the other side. Now it's Kellisher's turn. There are 3 Marines inside the bunker, which is enough. The Cyclone's looking for an opportunity. There's nothing back at home to defend. Here we go again. Oh my god. Another one. The Cyclones just walk into the bait and will start slaughtering probes. Oh my. There's just nothing here. 7 probes. He's just target firing them down. 9, 10. Meanwhile, Void Ray gets a couple SCVs. Stim is done? Okay. The Void Ray gets away. Third base. Cyclone's killed. He's trying to outrange the Marines, which is technically possible, but I wouldn't rely on it. Okay. Now that the smoke clears, let's take a look at what the hangover gives us. Estrella, 40 to 40 workers. He's got a third. Blink is on the way. Gelazor is putting together something that resembles a more standard. Oh my god. Just recall it. Meanwhile, oh no, we're not done. Middle of the map. The Marauder, no concussive shells yet. Blink will be done right around the timing. That concussive and +1 and combat shield. There will be a bit of a blink timing. He's in. Yeah, we're not gonna stop here. Oh, that blink is so important. 15 seconds. Another Void Ray. He recalled the Void Ray. No, you can't fight even 2 Marines. It's too much. He's gonna use the high ground. Oh my god. Technically, they can still see him there, but he can keep. Oh, that was a bit. But blink is done. He wants to blink on this so badly. He wants it so badly. There's no charge. He's bringing a couple zealots up. Infantry weapons level 1. It looks like we're going to even out. I wouldn't give either player a decisive advantage here. Estrella, once again, getting his third in a timely manner, but Kelazor already has all the fixins for his bio ball. Does he have... Wait. Does he have a starport? Where's the... Am I blind? Oh. I mean, kind of, yeah. I did... Okay. Just built it at the natural. Why not? Well, that's not nearly it. They take a look at each other. Bit off a little more than he could chew there. The stalkers don't realize it quite in time, and they can't risk a blink forward. Charge is finishing up. Robo on the way for Estrella, who's already got a 4th base in production. A double drop loaded up with the first 2 medevacs. But, well, awkwardly, he's about to fly over an army that can't do anything about it. He's gonna catch a sentry, which is just okay. The death rattle force field. Now the army's again moving across the map so dangerously. Neither player really, like, it's all over the place right now for both sides. The army supplies are about even. The charge lock count is dramatic here. Does he actually want to come down that ramp? I don't think so. The concussive shells, doing what they do best. Hamstringing those zealots. Those Whittle mines. Oh, but there's more units at the back as well. Whittle mines hit both sides. The stalker is trying to target. Comes over the top of the bio ball. Charge lot's chasing. He's picking up the tanks, trying to get away. But the charge lots are taking enough damage. The tanks onto the high ground may be able to turn this fight as there's no high ground vision. Slamming into the stalkers, reinforcements, but blinks over the top, takes out 1 tank. Charge lots, Whittle mines burrow. and the charge lots are enough for now. Where are the reinforcements? Kelliger still has a bunch of Widow Mines on the other side of the map that haven't been dealt with. He has the armory complete, and a couple more medevacs will come up, and without any charge lots in front, it's going to be disastrous. Kelliger comes out ahead with a supply lead. Though these Widow Mines will be removed, it wasn't quite decisive enough for Estrella. The charge lots were kited too far. Even though the Stalkers were able to take down the tanks, it cost them as well. 35 charge lots have already died. Only 8 Stalkers, but he's barely built any more than that. Estrella has 76 to 58. 8 gateways are done, which actually seems a little low for this sort of game. Another army from Kelliger. Storm is on the way for Estrella, but this somehow went unscouted. That just keeps happening. He's gonna run in. Does he unburrow? No, the Widow Mines hit the turret army as well. He's faking like he has Storm. At the bio army, he's just gonna get the Templar. Going for the second one. Well, no Storms either way now. 13 seconds. Are there any more Templar on the field? 2 of them. A Warp Prism just finished. The Widow Mines are recharging. The Observer is in position. The Storm from the back! And the medevacs are entirely out of energy. Kelliger will be forced to retreat. He dodges a Widow Mine. Estrella saves the day yet again. The Storm's out of nowhere. Oh, just like that, and Kelliger driven back. So evenly matched. EMP to kill an Observer. Oh, that's just offensive. Liberator's now on the way. Another army from Kelliger, though. +2. The Storm Prism. I don't know how much energy. Do they have enough? Does it matter? Does Estrella just let this base go? It's taking so much damage. Trying to drag the Widow Mines in. Knocks out a medevac with them. +2 done. Oh, the Storm! But it hits more Zealots than it hits anything else. And +2 infantry weapons is completed. Estrella, is he recalling Obs? Oh, that's so awkward. On the bright side, that at least shouldn't be known. Wait, there's another potential Storm pre-MP. Kelliger, though. Some more medevacs with energy. They're just perpetually low on it. Another Storm. Draining so much energy of this army. Estrella trying to wait out those upgrades, I think, but he's running out of time. Kelliger has the army. He's closing in on the base. Estrella has another one, but he really doesn't want to let this one go. The Widow Mine's so dangerous to both sides. Trying to pull back, but an EMP hits as well. And Estrella, all the dangerous parts of his army have been removed. And now it's just the bio against an inferior gateway force. And Kelliger should have the momentum to carry this through and bring us into game number 3. An absolute slugfest between these two. Estrella not giving it up yet. But 19 probes down. And the bio army is still... Wow. Okay. We're not... Because there are charge lots on the other side. Credit to Estrella. Letting Kelliger potentially make a mistake. And now... the bio gets another medevac. But EMP softens up way too much there. Are there any... There are 3 Templar. There's a Robobay technically done. He just hasn't been able to use it. Kelliger. The Nexus actually survived, technically. More Zealots. We're not done yet. I gotta stop calling the GG. As Kelliger, he could still walk into the Storms. He doesn't have that many SCVs. The Observers can maybe clean this up. The longer he waits, the more complexity Estrella can add. Oh my. Struggling there. Well, here we go again. We meet in the center of the map. This... Oh, no! The most important unit in the game! The Warp Prism! It goes down with all hands. That was very likely 3 high-energy Templar. He stormed his own Observer to death. Another feedback. That's all he can do. Merges an Archon. There's not that much energy at all on these medevacs. But there just might be too much about... Well, the Widow Mines are dangerous. Reinforcements on the way. More medevacs. We're still going, but Estrella just keeps losing ground with every fight. Well, force fields, but I'm not locked in here with you, says Kelashore. A single Archon. +3 attack is done. And accent G. And Kelashore ties it up. Another 100 zealots. This time around, another brutal game. We'll tie things up. God, these two, they're so consistent. Neither are able to get that stasis in the pylon on the ramp, but then the game continues for over 10 more minutes. Well, it could go either way. Game 3. I have no idea what to expect. It felt like Kelashore took a nearly decisive advantage, but then Estrella somehow turned it around with the Void Ray. The Void Ray that survived with like 2 HP and killed 2 Cyclones. I think that was it. I think that was the moment that brought Estrella back into it. Because if he loses that Void Ray, he can't keep Kelashore at home anymore, and it gets worse and worse. I mean, it ended up pretty bad anyways, but here we go. Going to game number 3 on Oceanborn. All tied up. A moment of silence. We may not get another. They've graciously switched it up again with the colors to make sure I'm as confused as possible. At least it's not a mirror matchup. All right, that's what it meant. I can tell. Protoss and tearing apart. In the bottom right, we have Kelashore striking back. Top left in the blue, Estrella just barely not holding on. Another drag out slugfest of a battle. But here we are. The decider. By far our closest series of the... Where are you going? Oh no. He's gonna try to NGB block again. I think it was a success last game. I think getting Estrella to expand to the 3rd, even though Estrella knew exactly what was happening, it just leaves too much vulnerability. It easily could have been a game-ending issue. The stasis on one of the Cyclones, I think, ended up being a slight benefit. But, yeah, Estrella. Now, he's got the pylon on the high ground, which he can use for shield batteries. This is actually a significantly better scenario, I think, than the previous match, where he had to build batteries on both sides. Looks like he will wall off the ramp as well. Kelashore? Does he go for something? Oh my god. Of course. Well, that's where the factory... Instead of bothering with a reactor factory back at home. A proxy factory in Game 3. Gateway. Not a Stargate this time. Not Cyclone. The shield battery built off that pylon on the high ground, but the Cyclone should be fully operational by the time the shield battery arrives. Thin margin. Stalker and Sentry. Neither of which is a particularly great match for a Cyclone without a shield battery. Stalker. The battery should finish just barely in time. There we are. Did he hallucinate? Astrea. Yeah, I totally meant to hallucinate a scouting Colossus. This is the most NA match. He's gonna be so scared I got my Robo-Bay done at the 3-minute mark. Alright. Should be a... Of all the mistakes to make... I mean, it's still going to be a reliable scout. It's probably... Wait, where are you going? Oh no, it doesn't quite make it across the map in time. If that ends up being the deciding... Well, he's not overcharging yet. Loses the Sentry, unfortunately. Kills one Cyclone. A big win to start here. The Marines had the wrong way. And actually... Ooh, overall, Astrea holding the line. Without the sheer number of Cyclones you get off the reactor, Gelazur isn't able to find the critical damage and is forced back. So now, once again, for the third game in a row, we have to ask ourselves, now what? As I think, I was about to say, for the first time, it seems like they're not going to be able to do a bunch of damage to each other in the early game. But then Gelazur woke up and chose violence. Or at least Cloak Banshees. Unfortunately for him, Astrea already has a Robo and is building an Observer. But that doesn't necessarily mean the Cloak Banshees can't find damage. Did he see the Robo? Technically, yes. But nothing out of the Robo actually kills Banshees. You might be able to see them, but... So, this will still leave us in a very awkward scenario, especially considering Charge is on the way. Obviously, Charge lots can't jump high enough to kill those Banshees, but... Huh. Astrea wants to do some Charge lot aggression, maybe with some Archons mixed in. He could just rush to Storm, of course. Like, he's been loving the Storm here. Command Center. Third Command Center in production. Now, what will Astrea do about that? He spots it. He just keeps... He didn't see the tech lab. Oh, the tech lab is very important. Is there an observer at home? He's sending one back. The other observer. There is a shield battery. So, Storm is being rushed out. And with a shield battery in both mineral lines, the probe should be safe enough. Oh. Well, that shield battery is about 2 pixels too far off, so sucks to be those probes. So now Astrea will lose 3 probes and counting. And he has to deal with this, which will buy time for Gelazur to get his third base, get his infrastructure up. Oh no. It's getting pretty bad, actually. You don't expect the Cloak Banshee as a follow-up, which is the main value of it, to be honest. And, well, a scan spots... He doesn't have the little icon that says upgrading Storm. That's for us only, because obviously we need help. But sees the Templar, of course. Knows what's coming. And Gelazur, there's nothing... He can't move out right now. He does not have the army. He has 3 Banshees, which is 3 more Banshees than typically a Terran has at this stage of the game. So, once again... Here we are, playing feedback. 0 out of 5. All right, killed my probes and is ugly. All right, well, that's just hurtful. Would not recommend. All right, well, you gonna lose the Banshees to kill a Pylon? No, keeping them busy. There's just 3 Banshees out here. Killers are gonna take his third. Cannon's on the way. Down goes the Spylon to the Banshees, which I guess makes it a success. The Pylon Hunter. No Pylon survives his anger. Oh yeah, he's in range. He cloaks. Nope, the observer's right there. Link isn't done. He's actually killing Aggro. How's every battle like this? Escalating slowly, but then very quickly. No combat shield. Oh my god. Oh, Storm. Kellisher, the lives of those Marines. He had no idea. Those Marines could have all been dead and he wouldn't have even noticed. Oh wait, why is there a Cyclone here? I guess a Cyclone survived. He will protect the Prism, which has 2 Templar inside. But neither player finding any real decisive damage. Oh, Storm? Well, yeah, that didn't work. No combat shield. The Storm is devastating, especially after the stim as well. Another attack up north. Stalkers and charge lots. Wow. Okay. Yep, they're dead. Double drop heading out. Observer, a little late to be scanning for the ops. Still the Banshee back there. 8 kills on that Banshee. Feedback, so casual Templar taken out. More Templar coming in looking for storms. No Vikings yet to deal with it. Banshee! Remember me? Apparently not. Maybe a select all army? Snipes a Templar. Check that off your bingo cards. Oh my god. The Banshee's back. It recloaked. The battery is keeping it going for now, working on the cannon. He can see it now, but he can't. He's warping in the stock. Escalating things. Will he finally kill the Banshee? Yes. Alright. He's dead, Jim. Well, but the Prism! No! Oh, that's more than worth it. Where's Combat Shield? Okay, it's on the way. He didn't completely forget Combat Shield. It's just really late. But, as long as he has it for a significant fight, that's all that matters. +2 attack. Killers are very focused on the attack upgrades. This armor doesn't help very much against Storm. 4 siege tanks. Estrella, now they... feedback! Is able to interrupt, but the EMP as well. Grading it out. Colossi on the back line. He doesn't... Oh, he does have thermal lance. Oh, it's not a wall! But it is a funnel. And the fight... It looks like... Oh, the Storm. Charge lots. I think Kellinger definitely did better there. Let's see. Yeah. Killing 3 Templar, 11 Zealots, and 8 Stalkers. He does lose 2 siege tanks, but... Observer spotted. Is that a Widowmine drop? Of course it is. He's moving to intercept. Australia might be able to bat this down, which would be a big win here. Yep. There they go. Just not having to deal with that is amazing. Observer EMP'd. Templar taken out. Jousting in the middle of the map still. Both sides maxed out. Australia with an upgrade advantage. He does. Kelliser doesn't even have armor. Alright, all weapons, all offense, and so far it's paying off. The Colossi caught between a rock and a hard place here. Estrella keeps having to refill his army. The Bio Ball just shaving off significant bits of it before Estrella can really bring it to bear. Ship weapons level 1 is about to complete for those Vikings, and maybe eventually Liberators. A fusion core for the first time here. The Colossi. Oh. And this is a very awkward angle for the American Protoss. His base, preemptive overcharge. Meanwhile, Charge Lot's counterattacking on both sides, brings a Templar with it, takes out a couple tanks, and all the reinforcements, and Kelliser, I think, is forced to retreat here. Another command center, potentially vulnerable. Trying to lead him into the Templar. We don't mind, still. You need some observers over there, but the Zealots having trouble. A bit terrestrially challenged. The observer spots the main army over to the left side here, but the Storm strikes back. Gonna do a lot of damage, but not really kill anything. We don't mind. At the cost of some of that Stalker HP is taken out. Keller's medevacs need... Yeah, you know what? Yes, Caduceus Reactor. He is perpetually out of energy. Needs some monster energy. The sponsors of ESL DreamHack, of ESL Masters SC2. Monster energy for your medevacs. The most monstrous of reactors for him. Doubles the energy regen, which might be the most valuable upgrade in the game for Kelleher in this series. Caduceus Reactor about to complete. Oh, but the Bio Army caught in the Valley of Death. Storms from the north. Estrella and Kella still going at it. Caduceus Reactor now done. Estrella, he's got 12 gates. How many robos? 3. He's trying to keep Kelleher bottled up on maybe just 4 bases, but so far he hasn't really been able to do so. Stalkers, blink forward. Vikings, Stalkers. God. Every fight is pretty brutal. Another base, but the Templar, in an awkward scenario, that Ghost doesn't have enough energy. Storms across the board. Actually hit a lot of the medevacs. This, oh no, I think he lost a Templar to the mine. 2 Templar, maybe not. Maybe it was just a Zealot. The Colossus, I don't think it's the time for a Colossus drop. Estrella. Zealot, the base lands. Stalkers, a little late on the blink, but the Storms are across the bow here. EMP is at almost everything. The Immortal count has kind of secretly gotten huge. He's got 7 Immortals. Gonna bash through all those Marauders. Not so great against the Ghosts, but the Vikings not very helpful against him. And Storms on everything. A huge storm there. Not gonna be enough to stop the base, but does a lot of damage. Estrella seems to have everything, but he's just not able to bring it to bear to crush Kelleher. There's still a War Prism back here. I don't know how long it's been chilling. Or if that's the one he had with the army. Anyways, 6 Liberators at a time. Advanced ballistics on the way, and +2 ship weapons, which allows you to 2-shot Stalkers. 1 shot after EMP, and believe me, there's a few EMPs here. Estrella, he's taking all of the bases, but he just can't break Kelleher's army so far. The planetary not being repaired. Wow, the hubris. I don't think he noticed it took that many hits. This Widow Mine has fired like 7 times. Okay, 3, but that's still 3 too many. A few charge lots. Liberators will deal with the Prism. Oh, another Colossi! Oh no! The pathing, they'll still get a lot of damage done. The Immortals underneath. Warping around to charge lots as well. And wait a second. Kelleher underestimated the power of the Immortals. Meanwhile, some charge lots on the opposite side. The Liberator count is growing dramatically here. There is not a Stargate for Estrella. Very soon, the Liberator count, 6 at a time, will get you that critical mass of double-digit Liberators you can't deal with on the ground. Well, can't is maybe a bit of a strong statement, but with immense difficulty and strife, you can maybe chip away at them. With the Venn diagram of freedom is so much to handle. Where are the Stargates? He's just gonna build forward shield batteries. Of course, Storm gonna be helpful as well. Another army. Takes out the Templar. The lack of Stargate is very concerning here, but he's gonna try to go for the Liberator. Storm softens him up. The Stalkers are fighting. The charge lots, a swarm of them underneath. 2 different battles being fought. One against the Liberators and one against the Bio. But Kelleher eventually ends up winning both. But more warpins here. Just warping in the entirety of what's left on Ire. Another 10... Eventually. Gelazor is somewhat contained, but I don't know if Estrella refuses to go Stargate here. Really focus on the ground army. The Liberators, the shield batteries. I don't know if he's in range to overcharge from there. 3 more Colossi just show up. He really needs to take down these rocks. We're still going. Orbital command. Vulnerable. The Gelazor unsieges the Liberators. How many does he have? He's got 7 of them. I don't know how many are on the... He hasn't been able to send any out to keep the probes at bay. But the lack of any Stargate at all really makes me concerned about the late-game options for Estrella. But then I look at his bank and realize he's rich. So he still has a ways to go before he's going to get pinned down by the Liberators. But here comes Gelazor. The Immortals underneath, the real MVPs of these fights, I think. The Liberators forcing him away. The Observer somehow survives the battle. Using the charge lots to draw out the Widow Mines. Takes out another Liberator here. The Sky Terran army trying to fight, but the Colossus count is burning away the bio. And Estrella is making a lot of progress. God, justice. It's so brutal. The Viking count. 9 Vikings, 5 Liberators. Those are my thoughts. The High Templar being targeted. High-Sec auto-trekking on the way. Does he have building armor? He does. But the charge lots are enough. Estrella moving forward, looking for a decisive fight. More forward shield batteries. Fleet beacon now on the way. The Stargate finally produced. Estrella realizing it might not be it. The Viking count, a Scandinavia of Vikings. The shield batteries. Kind of walling off his own units. Surprised he hasn't taken down those rocks behind him. Oh my god, the Vikings just one-shotting Colossi. It doesn't matter how many shield... Oh, Isaac auto-tracking. I don't understand. He's just weathering the storms. The batteries are almost out. He can EMP him as well. 10 more Stalkers warped in. More Stargates! Oh my god. And Immortals filing into the fray. Gelazor, they still have huge economies. And down goes another Colossus. But Vikings, historically countered by Storm. The Liberators from the back. Another Storm. 3 more Immortals in production. Estrella draining his bank a little more quickly than Gelazor. Here come the charge lots again. Drawing in the mines. Gonna take out another Liberator. Vikings hit the deck, but Estrella, has he broken through? More Liberators targeted. Another round. Widow Mines recharge. That is a planetary. Another set of Immortals is taken down, but he's looking for the medevacs. EMPs hit everything here. Widow Mines recharging. Oh no, he's got Widow Mines at the back. It's just ghosts. Gelazor, his reinforcements aren't here. Trying to take out the Liberators. The Widow Mines blinks out of them. EMPs again. Continues forward. The ghosts are battling. Another mine. The reinforcements being obliterated. Takes out a mine just in time. More EMPs. Liberators over the top. And the supplies are even at the end of the day. Which I think means Gelazor overall takes a win. In that, oh my god. 20,000 or so resources lost in the last 2 minutes. Gelazor taking out 2,000. More minerals. Still, no Tempests. Blink Stalkers. Trying to blink out of the mine. Succeeds. The planetary vulnerable. We're going into something of a base trade. As finally, this planetary is taken down. But going to trade the corner as well. The income's actually shooting towards Gelazor here. 87 to 53 workers. Working on more. Trying to hold the line. Liberator Storm lands maximum damage on the army. 3 more Colossi. Probes! Why are there probes here? Meanwhile, Stalkers. Snipes, Zealots, EMPs, piling into the battle yet again. Oh my. Another set. And Estrella definitely losing more, but he maintains map control. He's getting +2 air weapons. And finally. 3 Tempests. Oh my god. There are 11 Liberators. +2 ship weapons done. The ground army just cannot fight anymore. As Estrella waited too long for the Tempest. He has money in the he is mining from these southern bases. If he's able to build up half a dozen or so Tempests. Oh no. Most of the Widow Mines. He just keeps throwing. How many? 150 charge lots. And that won't be the end of it. Another dozen or so here. And we're no closer to a conclusion. I think Kelazor has actually... The Kelazor stocks have gone up here. As these battles have definitely favored him, but with the Tempest out... Oh god. But what an angle. The Bio-Army, the Stims. Liberators closing in, using their anti-air. Why not? The Colossi taken down. Liberators fighting Tempest in the air. Zealot's gonna be warped in. The Tempest about to have +2 air weapons. Shield battery overcharge. The Liberators ping cushioning the Zealots. Just target practice there. Another few dozen, but Estrella has taken out another base. And Kelazor is limited to the same corner Estrella is on the opposite side. Is there enough anti-air to even deal with the Tempest? He's targeting. Oh, the Ghosts! The Ghosts! No! The Ghosts are kind of important! The charge lots! Alright, alright. Oh no, the Widow Mine! We're reduced to just saying names of units at this point, as I can barely keep up with anything else. They're still nearly maxed out. Observer joins up. Orbital burning. Storm takes out another Liberator. Another Storm softens things up. The Tempest from downtown. And here we go again. Liberators blasting their way. Well, Tempest blasting their way and Liberators sieging up. A dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen charge lots. 29 charge lots on the field. But the Marauders to match them. The economies are massive and they're willing to throw it all away for a few more inches on the field. The Tempest, no match against the Marines, more Vikings in production. Estrella pushed back to his southern base. Warps in another round. The Tempests are chipping away, but Kelazor is moving quickly, trying to use the Widow Mines against him, but most of them doing good damage to the charge lots. Where are the observers? How many observers are left on the field? Only 1. Knocks down another medevac. He has observer speed, thankfully, which is kind of important here. No, clean up those. Yep, gets the Widow Mines. Kelazor has the northern base now. Ah. Okay. Is there tectonic destabilizers? No, he doesn't have the anti-building upgrade, but he has a lot of anti-building capability. Immortals underneath. Kelazor not maxed out here. He's down to 40-something SCVs. Estrella doesn't have much of a bank. That Templar, I think, has enough for 1 storm. He needs it so badly. 1 storm. The Vikings. Oh my, ow, my head. That was not the storm. That was certainly not it. The only storm that could have kept Kelazor in the game here. But he's still losing so much. The Immortals blasting past. There are some charge lots undercutting the reinforcements. And Kelazor dips under 100 supply. While Estrella is still mining. Oh, no. Vikings in production. Estrella has not won yet. By no means should we ever call this matchup over. But he has taken a decisive advantage in economy. And he has the... Well, he's down to 3 Tempests, and only one of them is at full HP, and he's long-distance mining. So, you know what? It's not there yet. Katowice still has 1 and... he's like 7 mineral patches, so that's something. We're running out of bases. We're running out of mining overall. Vehicle plating level 1. Feels a little late, but better late than never. We got more charge launch. My god. Marines bike ray against a Zealot. Zealot number 212. That's the real decider. But Templar. How many ghosts on the field? Just the 1. Takes out the Observer. Probably the most valuable unit here. Oh no, the Orbital! 1 of 4. 3 more ghosts in production. Astrea long distance mining. Oh, gotta be real careful with those Tempests. He gets 1. Costs him a Viking. And the times of plenty have ended. We're down to this. The Bio Army's still very dangerous to anything without splash damage. The Immortals, I think the real MVPs throughout this game. The Immortals have really tilted the scales in a lot of these fights. And held the line when nothing else could. The army supplies. Ooh, Revelation. Oh, they're being so careful now. Yeah, you lose. Oh my god. 60, 120, 30,000 resources. I don't know how many there are on the map, but only a few thousand more than that. That is... It's everything. Neither player. They just... wailing on each other for so long that now every unit counts yet again. Well, EMP plus Vikings, very... Oh, the Tempest! There's no repairing that. I don't think the SCVs are gonna help. There is energy, but there's still minerals. Oh, blinks forward. Every ghost matters. How many Templar? This is just an orbital. Katowice. No planetary here. Is he gonna try to protect the base? Obviously, Astrea knows the army's coming. He knows the angle it's coming from as well. But the ghosts are still so dangerous. The feedbacks! At the land, another set! He gets them all! Wait, there's 1! Is there any storm? Maybe 1! Oh no, it doesn't have enough energy yet. The Bio Army is rampaging, but is it enough? The 1 Colossus makes all the difference. Astrea's supply, GG! 30 minutes, an hour and a half. And Astrea holds. 219 Zealots, 14 Colossi, 96 Stalkers, however many hundreds of bio units, 54 mines. 140,000 resources later, the American Protoss survives 2-1. In a best of 3 that lasts longer than some grand finals. Not even close. I don't know what's with those two, but I'm not complaining. Well, where are we? Let's take a look at the schedule. I haven't looked at the bracket in a while. I've been previously engaged. That means Astrea will now be facing Gumiho. Kira's up 1-0 on Maru as well. Well, before... before we get into, well, let's see what we got scheduled next. I want to make sure I know. Losers bracket round 2. So we're going to be casting either Classic versus the loser of Kieran Maru, or Gumiho versus Straya, and I know what I prefer. I want to see what Gumiho has to say about Straya. Okay. I'm going to make sure we got that lined up. And we're going to be headed over to commercial break momentarily. Thank you for watching. And I look forward to, well, hopefully, I'm gonna pull for a Gumiho versus Estrella. We'll see what we end up with. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check out Winter StarCraft and Winter Gaming if you're into it. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed ESL SC2 Masters, and we got more StarCraft on the other side. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter 2023 main event. We're not sure what we're going to be watching next, but we already know it's going to be good games for the fans. So, just to update you so far on the state of the games, and you know what? We're going to take a quick look at the full bracket as well. Including the open bracket. All right, just cover my face entirely. That's probably a better idea, to be honest. We're going to look at the open stage, because we may be picking up some of those games. We got a bit of downtime here. Looks like Creator and Hero managed to survive their first round matchups. Ooh, a lot of Protoss in there. And then Lambo has already qualified. Oh, and Skilless versus Shin. We may jump into that if we get an opportunity. And then the second round of the brackets, including players like Hearthstone, Scarlet, Neuromarine, Bunny, Ryung, Implant Trigger, and Vindicta. Plenty more as well. And those will be facing off against whoever's able to make it through the winner stage that we've been following thus far. And of course, this is just Group A. We do have Cyril, Cyan, Beyond Rainer, Dark Spirit, Oliveira, and Solar coming up on the other side of things. And that will be after we figure out who comes out ahead of Group A. So it is the loser of Cure versus Maru faces off against Classic, and then Gumio versus Straya already lined up after that ridiculous series. So hopefully stay tuned all day, every day for the next 3 days. So not every day, just the next 3 days would be fine for the best. We got it! I have confirmation now. Unless they take it away from me. It's happened before. They've ripped it away for like a bowl of candy. Gumio versus Straya. So, it's going to be a few minutes. It's going to be starting after the conclusion of Maru versus Cure. But it is going to be Gumio versus Straya. I'm very excited. So, hopefully, I'll see you on the other side. That is our next series. I'm going to let my voice recover a little bit. Usually I cast 1 or 2 series a day. Today is going to be around 10, which is more. So, thank you for watching. And I'll be right back with Gumio versus Straya.
salutant, ia sorais, oride salutant, recia Borgia,
Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta ESL SC2 Masters Winter 2023 Finals. And here at this Winter Finals, I'm with you to cast a series I'm very excited for. Estrella versus Gumiho. Gumiho managed to beat Showtime. Estrella took on successfully Kelazur in the longest series of the day so far. And, well, I thought they were sitting down. They're almost sitting down. But the best American player versus the most creative Terran, Gumiho beat Showtime with mech. Straight up mech, not some cyclone timing, though there were many cyclones involved. But the very first game of the day, which you missed out on probably, was mech versus Protoss. A straight up siege tank, liberator, cyclone sort of composition that Showtime couldn't quite put together the defenses against. Now, Estrella we just had a, I believe it was around 90 minutes. A best of 3. 90 minutes. So there's been a little bit of a break. But we will see. Going into another best of 3. And this will determine the seeding in the knockout bracket, which will be playing out tomorrow as well. Let's take a look at it while we wait for Estrella to retake his seat. So, essentially, the winner's stage here for these players who qualified through the regional qualifiers, they're not going to be knocked out. We're going to see them tomorrow. The question will be, when, pretty much. How much more do they have to fight through? Looks like Clem got through. Kira versus Maru is being decided right now. And then Gumiho versus Estrella. And Classic versus the loser of Kira and Maru is where we're at. And then, of course, we got Group B coming up after this, as this will be the last set of matches for Group A. We're running out of games. Group B, we got Cyril, Cyan, Beyond Rainer, Dark Spirit, what a name, Olivera and Solar. So, plenty of SC2 lined up. We're not even halfway done, and we're just getting started. Those are pretty much two ways of saying the same thing, but the countdown has begun. Estrella versus Gumiho. ESL SC2 Masters, Winter 2020. I don't have to say the whole thing every time, I don't think. And then DreamHack Atlanta. And I don't know who I favor heading into the game. Game 1. Let me introduce the Korean Terran player. In the red, the top right of Alcyone, it is Gumiho. And the only hometown hero to really have a good shot of making it any further. Will he continue his run? Will Gumiho set him back? It's Estrella, the #1 player in the Americas from the United States. All right, Gumiho, what do you got for us? I can't get over how he just broke out the mech. First build of the day. He followed it up with a bio build heavily supplemented by Mass Liberator Viking. Even when he plays bio, Gumiho's still very much a mech player. Estrella just played the most exhausting, brutal Terran versus Protoss. 140,000 resources, I think, was the end. There aren't many more than that. There's like 160, 70,000 on the map in total. So, an exhausting series, an exhausting game. That last game of Estrella versus Kelazur was longer than the entirety of the Gumiho versus Showtime series. So, a bit of a marathon instead of a sprint. Well, one gate expander, Reaper wall, and a Reaper is on the way. Gumiho, 2 gas, but not mining all the gas right now. Just wanted to get that factory out in a timely manner. Gonna try to maintain a level of aggression to keep Estrella at bay. We don't have the factory early. You're vulnerable to things like depth shades. You've got, of course, those early stalkers poking and prodding, but usually it's adepts that are the most annoying early. Shield battery. Very interesting position. I think wants to wall off in some fashion. Sentry tickles the Reaper away. The sentry existing is kind of a key point here. I don't think we're going to see a hallucinated Colossus scout again. Reaper, do the grenade thing! Hey, you did it! Yeah, even when you make a Reaper wall, well, I'm not even sure how you do it right. Like, I'm not sure if it has to be... It feels like RNG sometimes. There's like... But anyways, the Reaper gets in when it certainly wasn't supposed to. It gets a kill. No, it can't get out. There's no getting out. But now there's another Reaper. Oh, no. And the shield battery, well, we'll protect this is... Certainly not an ideal start. Like, at some point, we have to question why we build the Reaper wall in the first place. If it doesn't even wall the Reaper, it feels like more of a liability than anything else. But, well, Gumiho with quite an interesting start. Cyclone takes down the hallucinated Phoenix, but in and of itself, giving away plenty of intel. Marines making sure their guns work on these rocks. The rocks that are there. For those who just joined StarCraft 2 wondering why there are random rocks. Well, if those rocks weren't there, you could wall off the bottom of the ramp with 3 pylons or 2 bunkers. Ask me how I know. Ask anyone who played StarCraft 2 and Wings of Liberty how I know. Especially when cannons, like, you could build on the high ground with power. Before the power field went up to the high ground, and you could build cannons up there. This is more for Zerg players, but in general, it is to prevent those early cheeses. A lot of players will take them down just to make sure they don't get caught on it later. But now the Reaper wall is yet again going to be a liability, as Gumiho is basing his entire personality around destroying the Reaper wall. And maybe the Marines need to move back a little. Either way, though, at least Warp Gate is done. Guardian Shield. Bit of an awkward. He's gonna try to save it. Yanks the tank up to the high ground, unloads it. Recall, gonna try his own hand at it. Siege tank does siege up. A lot of damage being dealt. Looks like he's gonna get another Stalker. Something, a Cyclone wanders into the natural. And, well, okay. So, and Gumio is a third base. Oh, wow. Oh. Gumi, bro. Look at him, Gumi, go. Estrella now in such an awkward spot. He knows about the third, but the command center's already done. He has a Twilight, but he doesn't really have any tech with it. There's still a Reaper! God, they're the worst. And now Estrella just... The Stalkers don't have Blink. I don't know. I don't know, Kev. It seems like a lot. He got the tank, but the Marines, oh, the Reaper! Not again! And the Immortal! Oh no, the auto turret! The Death Rattle force field may actually save the Immortal. But at what cost? Well, Estrella... There are only so many creative caster ways to say this was not great. Storm is on the way, but Gumiho is up 7 workers. Charge is in production. He's got all the bio fixins coming together. Stim, combat, shield. Nope, no, not combat shield. All right. But Stim and 1-1. Triple rate. What? Gumi. Okay, Gumiho. You know what? Gumiho just has a permit that says Gumiho can do what he wants. Because apparently that's the rule right now, which is Gumiho can just build whatever units he wants, and they're somehow going to work. They hit at these awkward timings. He's sending out a flock of ravens after defending his egregiously quick third, and then saying, you know what? I gotta stay hydrated. So, well, sorry, go. We'll see. I think we got the. Okay. After this short intermission, a scan. The stalkers are warped in. No High Templar here to feedback, though. And that means the turret count is going to be... He's trying to body block the turrets, but the turrets are chasing down the stalkers. Gumiho has no respect for the Protoss whatsoever. They haven't earned it. A High Templar and 3 Zealots. Does he bring the Templar first? He does. They do have charge, and he warps it a huge amount. The big gamble here from Estrella. Going for the charge lot warping. The funnel in the alleyways here, but the charge lot's closed. The distance stim's not even done. This is the one opportunity Estrella had to do damage. In an attack at the third, the Storm's gonna find some more. There are 2 High Templar. He has to storm the Marines. He jumps into the prism. Estrella making a mountain out of a molehill here. And the Immortals save just barely. It's so... Oh no, he targeted down the Templar. Here come the Ravens, a little late to the party, interference matrix, but he loses one of them, and the rest are out of energy. Estrella getting into another ridiculously scrappy game, but there's still a Zealot. 10 kills before the citizens arrest, and the SCVs will take it out. Oh my god. Well, that lack of combat shield I was mentioning does seem to have made a huge difference. Without combat shield, without stim, the charge lot slicing and dicing the Marines in the main. And the attack at the third base surprisingly effective. Gumiho's Ravens come back, but it's far too little and it's far too late. Another prism. Well, same prism, but you got the idea. Load it up. Combat shield done now. He's loving those Templar today. Storm has made a dramatic comeback in this matchup. Archon, Templar, and Zealot walk into a main. There is no counter. The Medevac's trying to unload, but there is a Templar. It has enough energy now. He can storm! He does! The Archon doing terrible, terrible damage. Estrella kills 12 SCVs. More Zealots into the natural. The Archon is obliterated the SCVs in the main. And doesn't quite save it. Meanwhile, a drop on the other side. Taking out some of the probes. 20 SCVs down. The Warp Prism will survive. This tiny drop actually finding some success. But Gumiho... Well, how does Estrella... Estrella is the common denominator here. Estrella finds himself... It's because he's the battle mage. He plays these immensely technical, ridiculously... that looked like the boys. He plays these very, very technical strategies that if everything went perfect would be amazing. But no plan survives contact with the enemy. And right now, oh my god, he Dorito dusted a High Templar. Not that they really take much in the first place. Meanwhile, charge lots on the other side. Storm's on the front line. The Ravens still intact, but eating most of that storm. More charge lots into the main. Blink. And +2 weapons about to complete. Shield battery overcharge for Estrella back at home. He's taking the supply lead. Another incredible storm. And another one drives the point home. 11 SCVs. The main base is completely undefended. The American Protoss holding the line. But the battery dies. Are there more storms? There is one. But Gumiho is not he only has one base left mining. He's trying to hold on to his main. Another storm. Still driving forward. Archon goes down. It's just charge lots here. A 3 upgrade advantage for Gumiho. If there aren't storms, the Marines, they'll be tearing through everything. Oh, he blinks over the top. The charge lot's trying to close the distance. Gutting down the stalkers. There are no more storms left. 20 SCVs dead. The Marines deep in the orange, but are being healed up here. Somehow that Raven has survived. Maybe he can slap down an auto turret. He's taken so much damage. Almost no energy left on the Medevacs. But a Templar! A Storm! And that might do it! Gumiho lost his third command center. He lost his supply. He still has the upgrades. Here comes the bio-army yet again. He needs to keep the aggression on. There is no choice. The force fields! But who are they helping more here? The eternal question. As the Archon's gonna have some trouble. Medevac's out of energy. 1-1 versus 2-2. The bio-army is trying, but the two immortals on the back line. And Estrella holds. Oh my god. GG. What a mess. But again, Estrella drags himself out of the wreckage. And somehow is able to survive. I don't know. Estrella thrives on chaos. I don't know how every game ends up like this, but they always do. Gumiho over there doing a 3 Raven counter. Who does a 3 Raven? You can't do a 3 Raven counter attack. That's not. Okay, well, 1-0 Estrella, but I don't think that was a decisive victory. Can't believe it's offensive to me that the Reaper, how is that allowed? The Reaper can just use the grenade thing. Like, Protoss has to go through like 14 years of Protoss college in order to figure out how to make a wall. And then the Reaper just, what is that? It ain't right. Game 2, Oceanborn. We're jumping in. Namaste. The calm before the storms. Here we go. In the bottom right, in the blue, the American Protoss dragging that game into chaos and beating Gumiho with immense amounts of experience. It's Estrella. And the Terran Mastermind, just barely unable to keep up. The top left in the red, we got Gumiho. Gumiho has no shame. Proxy Rex underneath. Wait, he can't jump there. He's gonna make a Reaper wall, but we've seen how meaningless that is. We can play Ring Around the Gas Geyser. The probe. No. So if you hold position of the probe, because the Gas Geyser is technically larger than the gas, is why you can block it like that. He actually delays the gas. There's no barracks in the base. The conspicuous lack of barracks, I think, is something Estrella is certainly noting here. It's a Reaper. I think the SCV was... in case you didn't know. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how offensive this Reaper is to my sensibilities. Its existence is already cause for concern. But what are you gonna do with it, Gumiho? There's a Zealot on the way. No way. Okay, he decides to cancel it. The Reaper. Well, he could just... yeah, I guess you could just go... There's also that option. How mundane. Well... Probes strongly disagree with the Reaper's actions. That they didn't bring their guns today. Classic mistake. 1 kill and a scout. And what are you doing? What are you doing? Gumiho? Gumi, no. Oh, Gumi, bro, what the... He's just a concussive shell barrage. Why not? The barracks hasn't been scouted. Sure. He's gonna find a probe kill. This one's a captive one. Kept it at home. How did he miss? Estrella missed it. Oh my god. Concussive is not done though. A bit of a Spider-Man meme situation. Oh no, 1, 0.
Research.
He doesn't know. He didn't know yet. But wow, by half a second, he gets away. What? Everyone's here. What's going on? The stalker just dies. The probes are pulled. Here we go again. The shield battery's done. It's 1 adept versus 2 marauders, a Hellion and a Reaper. Like the A team over here, except they're well past middle age. None of these units can be, well, the Reaper can heal, but a shield battery on the high ground in order to defend, I think. Yep, he anticipated it, but now there's no units. Like the marauders are gonna kill those shield batteries pretty quick, Estrella. And here come the Hellions, seeing the door is open. Come on in. Oh, the shield battery patting the other shield battery on the back. The Protoss handshake. All right, more like back massage, but not really important to get the specifics of that one. Reaper and Hellion get in. The Hellion just gives up on life. The Reaper never will. The most annoying unit in the game. There's also a barracks here, because of course there is. But it looks like Estrella will hold. No, you can't get out there. Okay, well, looks like the Reaper also going to accept it. Well. Here we are. Gumio's expanding. The worker count's even. Double Cyclone, of course. A starport. Why is the starport there? Wait, was the starport on the map, or did they just build it there? It's like, no, 4 seconds quicker. The Liberator will make the difference. The Cyclone meets the Adept. The Adept meets the Cyclone. Cyclone kills the Adept. I didn't have anything clever for that one. Meanwhile, the Marauder drop. What? He's targeting, but the Marauders, shield battery overcharge. The Marauders will be cleaned up. He gets the medevac out. And now the revolving airspace here. A Liberator coming in now. The beauty of this is Estrella never figured out where the barracks was the whole time. But he knew well enough. And now we're going Mass Cyclone into Bio. Bit of a Bio-curious build here. As, he builds everything but well, actually, no. We started with Marauders, and then we went into Cyclones, and Hellions, and Liberators, and now we're going back into Bio. The fish will never see it coming. The that's so he doesn't mess it up with Selectal Army Hockey. Though no pro will tell you that. They're just making sure it's ready for bear. The Cyclone drop on the way. Still a very dangerous Estrella, far down in supply, but I don't think that really reflects another shield battery overcharge. The real MVP of this game so far. No blink. Yeah, that hurts. What? Resieges. I don't know if he... Yeah, it looks like he tried to come in and then decided, you know what? The fish had it coming. Another... There's still 3 cyclones. He still has so many cyclones. Just throwing it in there. Storm on the way for Estrella. 95 to 70 supply. Wow. What? Why the rocks? Sorry. He asked himself the same question. Storm is not even close to done. Estrella has 7 Stalkers, 1 Zealot, and 2 Templar. In other words, if you need it translated, that's not very much. Storm 2/3 of the way there. Charge a little bit closer. That siege tank is very important. Estrella may very well be giving up his 4th. The Liberator! Wow, that was a bit optimistic. But down goes the Nexus. The Reaper Wall, a liability yet again. The Cyclone drop, still there. Charge and Storm are complete, but the Cyber Core itself is vulnerable. That shield battery, where's the overcharge? He doesn't have energy for overcharge. How does that even happen? He does now. And with it, it might be time to go. Warps in a couple more Stalkers. The Cyber Core, yeah, there's the overcharge. Charge lots. Well, medevac goes down. Cyber Core's dead. Production tab is empty for Estrella, but it feels like Gumiho is closing it. Oh, the most beautiful storm he could hope for. But overcharge did run out. He gets a merge off, but it's pushed into the fray, into the siege tanks. There is no blink. He can't maneuver these Stalkers. The charge is on the way, but Gumiho has a third base behind this. Even if all these units spontaneously imploded, which, you know, is possible this far under the sea. It's unlikely that that would be a major momentum shift. Immortals. Oh, there goes a probe. A pylon out there. We don't mind. Gumiho's locking it down. Here we go. Blink is only halfway done. He's got a War Prism on the way. Shield battery. No other shield battery to pat it on the back this time. War Prism. Does Estrella know about the third? He does. He knows how bad it is. A huge, massive storm. But the siege tanks are closing in. He's running out of real estate. +1 to +none. Robo's depowered. GG, Gumiho ties it up. We got a series. Gumiho with the casual proxy reaper into Marauder timing. Gumiho can dish it out. This time, Estrella just didn't have anything. He just had nothing behind it. No blink. Charge way too late. He was so busy dealing with what was right in front of him. He never had a follow-up behind it. And, of course, as is customary, the Reaper Wall was a liability. Just pointing that one out. But Gumiho just freestyling his way into a tied series here. I don't, like, if you ask Gumiho before the game, you say his plan is, I'm going to do Proxy Reaper into Marauder with 6 Cyclones. You know what, maybe. That's definitely one of the branches of that convoluted tree that is Gumiho's brain, but... Game 3 will be on Site Delta. Insert profound commentary on Site Delta here. We're ready to go. Countdown has begun. It's 1-1. This will determine who has the best seed going into tomorrow. Makes it that much easier to get deeper in the tournament. And also, of course, pride. In the bottom right, the best player from the United States of America, the hometown hero, the Battle Mage. It's Estrella. But the most creative freestyle Terran from Korea, it is the Admiral, Gumiho. Charting a course where no Terran has gone before, and usually for good reason, but still. Now what? After those 2 games, I didn't have any expectations, but somehow I have even less going into Game 3. Taking a look around with the probe. Yeah, well, that'll do it. It's double gas. We're gonna have the heavy tech options. The CV. Oh, a little bit of chest bump there. CV going out at a weird angle. Probe. Here to be very annoying. Is he going to commit to scouting for the 2 gas? Which means, unless he's going to get recalled out, he's locked in. Factory's on the way. SCV going to get politely yet firmly asked to leave. And there's really nothing you can do about it, so SCV very kind to oblige. The Reaper will get the obligatory probe. Always at least 1 kill here. Estrella does choose to wall off the front this time around, giving him options against Hellion run-bys and all sorts of shenanigans. Side Delta, you also got a ramp to work with, which is certainly helpful against things like Hellions and Cyclones. Doesn't bother with the Reaper wall this time, I might point out. You can't see it, but I'm raising an eyebrow with that one. As, well, it should be. No Reaper wall this time, eh? Wasn't worth it. No, I think he just wanted to wall the natural, but still, I'll take it. Delays the command center. Oh, SCV. Not the time. Wait, everyone's here now. Doesn't quite land the hit on the SCV. Blink. Siege tanks. Starport. Something resembling sanity. For once this series. I'm sure it'll devolve. But we're holding on to the textbook for now. Robo and gate number 3. Will he go to 4? That usually oh wait, no, that's 2. I meant 3, totally. I'm very good at counting. I can count very high. It does help that they have a counter in the game, though. That I'm not complaining. Is this just a straight-up siege tank push out of Gumiho? He's going to have 3 tanks, which is clearly enough to deal with Blink Stalkers, but does he try to attack beforehand? You don't usually build a medevac off of a naked starport like that unless you're going to attack. As pretty much everything else is a better option on defense, is one medevac not that important when you're holding the line. But it's going to be aggression versus aggression. 3-gate blink, no third base. Up against... Okay. The siege tanks are already headed out. It's just gonna... The observer is so important. I'm pretty sure Gumiho saw the observer. There aren't enough stalkers. Well, there are if he doesn't siege up. Blink is done, but he can blink with the tanks somewhat awkwardly here. He's gonna target 1. Big hits. Shield battery overcharge. Blinking back into it. Here are some of the boys. Blinks into the medevac. Well, that didn't take long. Okay. Another tank. SCVs. It seems a bit committed from Gumiho. Viking on deck. Shield battery overcharge is done. A lot of the stalkers taking big hits. Doesn't get a second tank shot. The SCV's just kind of hanging out, realizing, oh, that's it. It's over. He just... Estrella wins. Okay, well. All right. Just kind of ends. 2-1 Estrella in a roller coaster series. But the American Pro Toss comes out on top. Well, I'm getting some whiplash there, but I thought we'd go back and forth for another 20 minutes. But no! Estrella just knocks him out with a decisive blink timing. I'm not sure what Gumiho was thinking, but now he's thinking it was probably a mistake. Yeah, that did not go well. Estrella with the most cookie cutter standard blink time. I don't. If he did, the quick 3 base, maybe. Well, where does that leave us? Maru versus Classic is going on right now on the main stream. Well, I like to call it the B stream, but that's just literally incorrect. We do have coming up next, Classic versus Maru Game 1. Yes, that is on the main stream. We may have a quick break momentarily. We've got to get word on this from our people on the ground, so we can make sure all the best games. Or confirming. We can take a look at the brackets. Bringing it up for the people. And the final result, Estrella squeaking through after losing the cure. He makes it 2-1 versus Kelajor, and then 2-1 versus Gumiho. And then Clem and Cure are your winners. Going through the top. Jimmy. Clem and Cure qualifying over Maru. Straight into the playoffs here. Maru versus Classic is currently going on. And then up next, we got Group B. Cyril versus Cyan. Beyond versus Rainer Dark versus Spirit. And Oliveira versus Solar is how it shakes out. All right. So, hopefully you've been enjoying. If you want to watch more of me casting while we take a quick break, well, you can check out the YouTube's Winter StarCraft. Not right now. Of course, not right now. In 3 days, when this tournament is over, you will be allowed to check out that YouTube channel. But not until then. So, but I'll let you guys know when we got another match coming up. But thank you for watching. ESL SC2 Masters Me 2023 Finals. I hope you've enjoyed so far. And I hope I made your day a little bit better. I'll see you on the other side. Somewhere soon, TM. For Group B. Enjoy Maru versus Classic. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter 2023 main event. We now have our first real match. Cyril up against Cyan. A bit of an underdog story, but our first chance for a true upset. Cure versus Maru, sure, but Cyril versus Cyan. Now this is the match. You should be okay. Well, Cyril has a 96% win rate against Protoss this year. And of that 4% that he's lost, Raynor is like one of it. So, and by 4%, I believe it is something like 4 games, literally. So, actually, I think that the percentage isn't serious. Either way, I am excited to see. So, either option 1, Cyril does what we all expect, which is crushes it. Or option 2, we got a series. And 2, Dark versus Spirit. Yeah, I know Beyond versus Raynor. It's probably going to be on the mainstream. Too flashy. Dark versus Spirit has been some of the most entertaining games, and they're not online anymore. This is important because Spirit has a very like timing-oriented style. Spirit, I feel like in a lot of the games we've seen online between Europe and Korea, they seem to kind of flip-flop back and forth. There's sometimes where the Marines just die to the Banes, and I do think some of that has to do with 200-something ping, or maybe like 100, either way. So now we get to see, I think Dark is the favorite, obviously, clearly. But Spirit gets a chance to actually play at a LAN, in person, staring him down. Well, maybe not staring him down, but metaphorically staring him down and showing it off. Also, excited to hear Spirit join Team Navi. For those of you who are fans of other esports, which I hear exist. Cyril asked for a briefing. I asked him why he's not playing Terran. We'll see how he responds. Probably just annoyed. But because we're waiting to see as I need a opponent as well, yes. We're waiting for Cyan. Cyril, of course, was here. Been waiting. Where was I in this? Oh, yes. Atlanta. I do feel like it's not something you can point out. Like, if you're on the YouTubes. Well, actually, it doesn't say the YouTube yet, but it isn't something worth pointing out. How a lot of these games, like Clem versus Clem versus Dark, is played usually on the NA server, while both players have 100-something ping. And that is why offline events are usually considered the highest profile, the most prestige, as there's no more excuses. Not anymore. With the ping being very low for both sides, if any at all. I usually they have, I think we are playing online, not really important right now. But the point is we're not playing from Korea to Europe. Not anymore. I thought we were going to... I was leading into the game starting, but then it didn't. So, what does that bring us to? Oh, getting Cyan in here. Let's look at the open bracket. That's always a good one. Do some bracket looks over here. See who's up, who's down, who's out. Creator and Hero making it through. Lambo and Shin as well. Now Group C and D, featuring players like Hero Marine, Harstem, Scarlet. We got Trigger, Bunny, Ryung. So still pretty stacked groups. In other tournaments, many of these players could easily be considered playoff contenders. But we have only so many slots in the playoffs. So, oh, now we're ready to go. Cyan versus Cyril. Starting things off. Group B of the winner stage. And here we go. Hard lead is game 1. Let me introduce to you probably the favorite to win it all. It is the #1 StarCraft 2 player in the world. It's the finisher. It's Cyril. Up against him, the challenger, as everyone is. The Chinese Protoss Cyan. We'll see if he has anything in store, because whatever build, whatever strategy, he's known he's playing Cyril for a bit now. So, this is your opportunity to show it off. An upset versus Cyril would break the bracket of the entire tournament. So I'm hoping for it. I'm rooting for Cyan here. Though... it is quite a dream. Alright. I don't think cheesing Cyril works. As we saw versus Rainer recently at Home Story Cup, just an aggressive macro Protoss might be the ticket. Still a very thin line to walk. I don't like, what does Cyril do better? That's the problem. At the end of the day, historically in StarCraft 2, we've been able to pinpoint a lot of what players, like Beyond, got Reapers nerfed. Not once, but twice. There are Protoss players out there like Zest or SOS who have this killer instinct that makes them deadly with things like Blink Stalkers or Adepts. But with Cyril, he's essentially the accountant of Zerg. Okay, larva management, overlord placement, creep spread efficiency, and other things that would be just as likely to be on a quarterly report for the Zerg overlords as they are to be some sort of highlight reel. Nobody's making a highlight reel of hitting every inject. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a different website, at the very least. So, at the end of the day, Cyril just does everything a little bit more efficiently, a little bit faster, and understands a little bit quicker exactly what he needs. I wish you could pinpoint it. Then at least I could learn something, but it's just like, don't waste all your energy building extra creep tumors when 2 will do the trick. Okay? Don't inject 7 times if you only need 2 or 3 to queue up right now. Keep those queens spread. It's gonna be a Stargate. Did the Overlord spot it? Not quite yet. And it's almost implied in this matchup, the Stargate, but until he actually sees it, still has to keep him honest. Adept. Staring it down, but comes in the other side. Cyril? Ooh, oh my god. I was so ready to call Cyril washed up. But then he saves it. Overlords. It's going to be a Void Ray first from Cyan. Here come the Adepts. The Staggered Shade loses 1. Washed up. 2 drones. Gets the oddly Staggered Shades, but still doing well. Cyril is only at 23 drones right now. It's actually quite a awkward situation. Might lose the creep tumor. Speed is done. 8 Zerglings on the field. Both Adepts get away. I'll take what I can get here. Cyan. Perfect so far. He's lost nothing. And Cyril's economy. The Void Ray is going straight across, despite the Overlord. Somehow he's missed. Oh no. Well. Somehow he's missed this. The Stargate here. The Void Ray is heading straight across, which I guess he's feeling like he's guaranteed a kill on the Overlord on this side of the map. But Cyril certainly caught off guard by the Void Ray. 3rd base is on the way, Cyan. Those Adepts sneaking forward, looking for some more damage, but there are a couple more Zerglings here. This is a bit optimistic. Gets away with another Shade somehow. And so should be able to clean it up 1 hit. Overall, I mean, this is probably the best the early game could go for Cyan. Does he have 2 Void Rays? No, that Void Ray came back home. Oracle darting in. Twilight and Forge. This is kind of the aggressive macro toss I was talking about. That Rainer, to an extent, was showing off, which is weird to say, but... And the Oracle comes in. There's only 1 queen here. Oh, wait. Never mind. Get off my queen! Sorry. Blacked out for a second. The Queens, with a vengeance, will take down the Oracle. Didn't have a revelation about that one. And that hurts. As now, without the Oracle for constant scouting, as a threat, even as a defensive tool. Ooh. Cyril is shooting up past 50 drones. Overlord. Where does he... How are there still Overlord? He's wondering it. It's a charge lot plus 1 timing here. So I'm not sure. Like, the gas... There's no way Cyril doesn't notice he wasn't mining all the gas. These gateways were too quick. Cyril already has roaches in production. 60 drones. He's already prepared. The roach count will be high enough. And roach speed can start almost immediately. Spine crawler's on the way. Yeah, he knows what this is. Charge launch spotted. There's enough queen. The queens on their own might be enough. He's just kind of trickling into it. Plus 1 ground weapons is done. But optimism, indeed here. Kills a roach or 2, but Cyril just... That's more than enough roach. He's got speed on the way. The void ray. Nope. The queens are here. Well, that didn't do very much, and he committed a lot to get that done. He really leaned into that tech tree. And at the end of the day, it did not pay off. Like the Brood War. Even though it doesn't seem to actually do the Brood War soundtrack. But that's not important. Moving on. Adept shading into the natural. Baneling nest on the way. Cyril comfortable at 68 drones. Nice enough for now. The Queens driving back the annoying Void Ray. And Cyan taking a 4th base. Infestation pit. Plus 1 ranged attack. Roach speed nearly done. Cyril gonna be rocking out 80 drones. The army coming together here. Cyan still only has Stalkers and Zealots, which are not known for their late game effectiveness. Is that burrow move? Tunneling Claws, roaches. Definitely a strong choice. Rarely seen because there isn't much of a window where they can be effective. But with Cyan only just now finishing a robo, well, that window is much larger. Roach Ravager just hanging out at the edge of the creep. It's very much like Cyril to not even... He's not trying to kill him. He's just letting him make a mistake. So by the time Cyril decides to attack, it's a foregone conclusion. The Blink Stalkers, some charge lots at the back. Roaches, getting some damage done. Here comes some Banelings. Baneling speed not quite done yet, but seconds away, and this is all on creep. Cyan losing a lot of units here. And Cyril can easily replace anything he loses as well. Cyril destroying significantly more resources. Losing just a few roaches and lings. Overseer just confirming. Does he have enough energy? Not quite for Contaminate yet. But a full scout. There is no carrier transition. There is no mass disruptor. It's just gateway units. Oh, come on, Cyril. Why are you like this? You know what he's gonna do. He uses the whole buffalo, all right? Overseers are not just for scouting. He had exactly 125 energy. Oh my god, the Contaminate. And now the Burrow Move Roaches are revealed. Is there even a... There's no observer. He can just chase this down. He doesn't need to. Cyan kind of desperately sending out... Oh, they're already here. They're already inside the house. This Protoss, of course, does not have a door. The Void Ray will help, but in the main as well. So repartitioning those units. Surprised those roaches didn't pop up in the main yet, but he's crushing this army. +1 melee done. Adrenal glands on the way. Probes dying. Banelings laying into the zealots in the main. Cyan. He reburrows the roaches over here. It's crumbling. Ah, you now have my permission to die, says Cyril. 100 supply lead. The Blink Stalkers. The roaches still not dead. The Banelings rolling in. Cyril has Hive. He's got 81 drones. He's got 5 bases. He's maxed out. Where are you going? To game 2. The Banelings don't find a juicy enough target, so roll into the 3rd. And we'll find even more kills. Cyan tries to body block. Optimistic. The Void Ray still trying. The roaches. Cyan, I guess, technically has defended. In the sense that Cyril decided to pull back. This is... It's 2-1 versus 2-1, I guess. Those are our adrenalings. Another warp-in of zealots. More zerglings in the main. Well, there you go. That's what we were leading into. So Cyan tries the early aggression, but at the end of the day, Cyril holds and makes it look comfortable. Despite such a dramatic amount of army supply, Cyril just dismantles it and gets essentially the entire tech tree while he's doing it. Let's head to game 2. Cyan is okay. I thought he might pick Terran for a second, which seemed optimistic. Going into Oceanborn. But the winner of this, by the way, will face the winner of Beyond versus Raynor, which could indeed line up quite a match. Either way. Well, we're loading in. Let's head on into game 2. Cyril with a solid victory in game 1. Cyan. Honestly, it felt like he did pull one over on Cyril for a bit, but he didn't quite take advantage of it in time. The charge lots, I think, just too little and too late. Cyril already had his Roach Horn. He had plenty of queens. It's a bit of a math problem that he's already solved. Feels like StarCraft is a math problem that Cyril has mostly solved as well, but there's no helping that. Just gonna take his 3rd. Wait. Oh my god. Wait. So he goes back to the 3rd anyways. Meanwhile, he starts a spawning pool. It does look like we're going to end with Cyril being able to take his natural. But a bit of a convoluted process to get there. Cyan gonna get Cybercore before Nexus. He is up against technically a pool first, though one of the least committed. It was more like Cyril saying, well, I'd rather not take the 3rd. I'm not gonna bother with that. He's only making 2 lings. He doesn't have gas, so not much of a threat to Cyan overall, but you can't be too careful. You don't want 8 lings breaking through the wall. They're just gonna chase the probe. Probe will lead him. May live for a while longer. The most exciting chase for, well, until the Adept comes out. And just building Warp Gate. What's it gonna be? He's got 100 gas now. Just glaive to depths, maybe? Cyril starting speed, taking his third. Stargate it is. Gets a Zergling. First blood. No more mining of gas here for Cyril. So just looking to get that ling speed and then maximizing. Anything else is the follow-up. Queens, lings, drones. A lot of great options to start things off. No intent on doing some sort of roach all-in. Oh, come on. Gets into the main. The Zerglings. Slow lings for now, but gets a drone. Alright, maybe 2. Nope. Gets 3. For 2 adepts. I mean, it is very technically something. So. And adding on even more gates. Cyan looking. This looks very much like a glaive to depth follow-up through the early Stargate. But Cyril has an Overlord coming in, and it will see the Twilight. Oh no. And the timing of the Twilight is huge. There's no Forge. There's nothing else to watch it finish. Well, Cyril sees all. The most obvious choice will be the one he picks. I mean, there's not a lot of options here. The Zerglings. Whoa, not quite. With the Adepts. Gets a couple drones, but... no Roach run yet. Oracle gets a few kills. And takes the obligatory huge amount of damage, making it permanently a risk for the rest of the game. So, yeah, not bothering. The Roach one's on the way. He canceled Glaives and went Blink. Huh. You know, probably a good move. And he did kill enough drones to try to macro it out here. Cyril just now starting his lair. No Forge for Cyan is a potential issue as time goes on, but the Blink... well, he's gonna need... he's hiding the Stalkers. Cyril is doing some very aggressive scouting. There's no better way to scout your opponent than by just threatening them outright. Okay, Brenda, get out of the way! Oh! Well, Queens kind of trip over each other. Oracle's managed to kill one. Cyril up to 60 drones. Cyan is at 54 probes and counting. And he's got 8 gates done. So... a formidable production... oh, no. Formidable production for Cyan. He doesn't have a Warp Prism, though. He doesn't have a Robo. So he's relying on getting some damage done. Here comes the probe. Cyril with the very efficient creep spread, but easy enough to take out. The pylon is blocked by creep. Every second counts here. Every second you could potentially do some damage to Cyril. Trying to kill the queen. Target firing roaches. He does have blink done. More Zerglings filing in. The oracles are very important to keep him from getting surrounded by lings. But the creep is right on the doorstep. Cyan gonna try the blink timing up against Cyril, who doesn't have +1, he doesn't have roach speed, but he has 10 roaches in production. Cyril looking for the flank. He might not know about the stasis. Blink Stalkers getting caught out in front. Stasis catches a handful of lings. It helps. It's something. And Cyril, well, his supply is growing dramatically. Catching some more of the roaches. Still no +1. More queens on the way. A bunch of queens at the front line. He has enough economy to keep this up, but as does Cyan. And now he's building enough. He's kind of Sim Citying at the front. This is best case scenario. Roach speed is done. That is going to be a decisive moment. Blinks all the way back. The oracles lights up. Gonna burn through a lot of the front. And shotgun spray of corrosive bile, forcing him back. And now warp gates here. Cyril forced back. There's no queens to help with the oracles. Cyan turning it around. Still though, with 4 bases done and +1 missile attack, Cyril is still building the right army to deal with the blink stalkers. Cyan is desperate to reach that critical mass, but Cyril just seems to have enough to drive him back every time. The oracles helped hold the line, but Cyril still has this huge amount of production. Oh my, great blink micro. Keeping it together with the Zerglings looking for the surround. Off of creep, things get more difficult. Targets down 1 pylon, corrosive bile. There's only a single pylon left. Might kill another queen. The oracles, revelation, but they're right there. He didn't need help finding them. The stalker count starting to thin out. Cyril going for the kill, it looks like, but maybe a little too deep. The concave is good for Cyan. And the blink micro. Holding it together. 100 lings have died, but 25 stalkers. The worker counts are even. Cyan is building more workers. He's gonna try to go down towards the 4th. That might be a mistake. He's trying a different angle here. The best he can do. A few zealots out in front. Cyril's still struggling to keep enough on the field. It's close. Cyril has enough units, but with a great blink micro, there's a scatter of biles at the front, killing some of the stalkers. If he's able to kill the pylons, oracles light up yet again. Another wave of corrosive bile. The probe itself is blocked in. He didn't actually kill that pylon. The pylon! Oh my god, the pylon is so important. Another probe. Wait, the probe lived. The probe who lived. Cyril actually brought some drones down to the 4th. The blink stalker's still doing a great job. Cyril has been under so much pressure. He hasn't built anything but units throughout all this. But there's no reinforcing stalkers. A lot of these are damaged. Another spray, but he blinks forward over the top. And the supply gap, though, is starting to widen as Cyril's finally kicking in with those injects. The Zergling count may be too high. The Queen's driving back the Oracles. Just knocking out the gateway. Cyan, he held the line. A tenuous footing. But it looks like Cyril is going to be kicking him over it. More stalkers obliterated. And Cyril up 50 supply. But Cyan bringing him to the brink. So it's actually supply blocked. There's nothing behind this. It's just more stalkers. That's all he has. 20 stalkers. He's lost 51, 158. Cyril has only lost 1 Ravager. He just is so good at keeping those valuable units alive. And now this is creep. Alright, you came to the wrong neighborhood. The neighborhood which keeps encroaching across the map. Cyan trying to get something done. But the gap widens again. +1 melee now, too. Makes those Zerglings significantly more dangerous to the Stalkers. A valiant effort, I think, by Cyan. And it was tenuous for a while. But Cyril has consolidated his forces. He's got 4 bases. He's got the upgrades. The Stalkers are just not enough. The Roaches, well, if Cyril throws away his entire... Oh, well. He backed off to draw Cyan in. And now the Zerglings get the surround. GG! Cyril takes it 2-0. Though, A solid match from Cyan. Cyril looking a little bit dicey there for a moment. Making him sweat just a little bit. Well, still a pretty close game to end things, but Cyril holds it together, keeps his cool. I can't get over how he lost one Ravager throughout all that. Just, he'll throw hundreds of Zerglings. Dozens of roaches away. But those Ravagers are pretty costly, so better keep them alive. GG. Cyril takes it 2-0. And that means we're lining up for, I believe, our next match, which is Dark versus Spear. Let's take a look at what the overall bracket's looking like here before we probably head to a break. Yeah, Cyril, Cyan, beyond. Well, actually, this doesn't get us much, does it? How about the open bracket? Scarlet takes it 2-0 over Zane. Hero Marine versus Maple's happening right now. Nothing else reported so far, but we're closing in on it. All right, so we're going to be heading to a short break. Could be a long break, I'll be honest. Not exactly sure how long till Dark versus Spirit starts, but I know you're going to want to be here when it does. So thank you for watching the ESL SC2 Masters Winter with me, Winter. And I look forward to my favorite player, the final boss. It's Dark. See you on the other side. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter main event. And now, Dark versus Spirit. What a dramatic, anime-sounding series. And I think likely, well, I'm going to give it a 2 in 3 chance of being incredible, a 1 in 3 chance of being over painfully in 15 minutes. I don't think it'll be mediocre, though. We'll see. As these two have had some of the most dramatic games ever, but also occasionally Dark will just roll them. So, the countdown has begun. The first Zerg versus Terran of the tournament. At least from the winner stage so far. And it starts right here, right now. The countdown has already ended. We're loaded into the game. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Winter, this is Winter, and it's time. All right, here we go. In the bottom right, the Polish Terran player. We have Spirit, with his work cut out for him. As on the other side of the map, one of the most entertaining players in the world. It's the final boss. It's Dark. Dark has played, I mean, I don't know this, I haven't checked, but at almost 2,000 tournament games this year. Very likely the most games of anyone the entire year. And, fun fact, he has a 69% win rate in those games, which is quite nice for anyone. Compared to Sarah, who only has a few hundred professional games. Of course, he goes for the quality over quantity, I feel. Dark, I mean, you say $15, play a show match against my Silver League cousin, and Dark would probably show up for it. So, if you have anyone you need to beat, just call Dark. I assume there's some sort of bat signal or something. And moving on. Terran versus Zerg. We got to get in the mindset. Terran versus Zerg has shifted a lot over the years. But I feel like we're kind of back where we started. With, well, in this case, it's a command center first. But with Hellion, Banshee, and other sorts of early tech ending up at Marine Tank. Occasionally, someone will try mech. Occasionally, we'll do the roaches and infestors. Dark more than others. But overall, Ling, Bane, Hydra, and occasionally Mutus up against Marine Tank is the baseline of the matchup nowadays, as it has been for so many years. Now, Spirit, no fear, command center first. Dark not trying anything. He's getting his 3 hatch up pretty quick as well. He does have gas, but he is not mining very quickly. He just, I think, has it as an option. If he was up against some sort of early aggression, he could mine with 3 in gas, get speed quicker. But if there's nothing, there's no obligation to do so. Overlord. Wandering in. He should know, based on the timing of the factory, the reactor, that this was likely a command center first. Zergling, scouring the map. Can never be too careful. Occasionally you'll see a proxy starport or something like that, or even a hidden base, but rare. But why not? Third command center, under the Overload. Shameless from Spirit. We got Zergling speed. Still, it's a macro simulator. Gonna be flipping over the starports of the tech lab. Is this for Banshees? Or maybe. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna make a call. Let's just see what it is. I don't like being wrong. I could have stuck with the Banshees. Does he start Cloak? I think you start Cloak for the benefit of the Overlord. Just to make him think. Like, both players have a very good idea of exactly what's going on. It's going to be a gentleman's agreement in the early game of game 1. The Overlord literally just sitting there watching him build. He even sees the stim researching. The Reaper's at the edge of everything. He knows by how quick the third was, the amount of queens. This isn't some super early aggression from Dark either. So we're going to be getting up... Dark's already at 50 drones. God. 4.5 minutes. Zergling gets in, just in case the Overlord didn't do enough. I don't even think he meant for that to happen. 4 more barracks. As Spirit ramps up the production. Dark has his lair on the way, alongside the Baneling nest. Looking for a Baneling speed, not really rush, but that will be the initial trajectory. Double NG Bay. Quicker. Here for Spirit. Was that Zergling was first blood. Dark at 60 drones and counting now. Adding 8 more. I've seen Dark at 80 drones before 6 minutes, but I don't think we're going to quite make it there. Spirit is no slouch. 50 SCVs here. Baneling speed and production. The Evo chambers. We got another hatch. Infestation pit on the way. Looks like Hive Tech on the agenda. Ultralisk got a little discount in the last balance patch. Now 25 minerals off. Alright, what a steal. Essentially losing minerals not to build them. Burrow on the way as well. Creep starting to get a bit dramatic here, but Spirit is adding on Metavacs, which should at least start us off with some aggression. 3 hatcheries in production. Dark at 73 drones. Infestation pit done. Do we start a hive immediately? He has the money now. There it is. 6.5 minute hive. Looks like... what was that, a Reaper? Indeed. Zergling drop on a Sloverlord. Wow. I mean, it's not about... it's about the journey. No, it's not. It's about how it... oh. So many Marines headed across the map. Kills 3 SCVs. The Zergling's at the back. And we're going to go from essentially nothing to everything very quickly here. As Spirit is rallying across a parade push. 1-1 gonna be done. Marginally quicker. Zerglings, though, into the main are gonna undercut his attentions at the front. He doesn't even have an armory. This is effectively a 3-base all-in right now. And the Zerglings are burrowed underneath the third. Dark just needs to hold the line. 1-1 is done. Dark needs to hold until his upgrade's complete. Zerglings unburrow. More Zerglings in the main. Surprisingly not burrowing those. Still working back at home. Oh, Baneling's chopped off, but Spirit with this timing attack. Dark just decides to go to the other side. The Queens are holding the line for now. And nothing to everything indeed. 1-1 done for both sides. The Queens eating some of the hits from the tanks. The Zerglings get into the natural. Another tank down. The Marine's gonna hold the high ground. Spirit cutting down 1 base, annexing another. And for now, Dark holding his ground, but he's given up both these bases. He's holding his ground in the sense that he hasn't given up everything. He still has the Queens at home. 14 SCVs. Spirit is down to 33. He needs to get some damage done soon before Dark is able to overwhelm him. The siege tanks moving forward. The Queens taking a lot of the hits. The Banelings rolling in. The tanks are taken out. And Dark holds for now. But reinforcements stimming across the map. Spirit is chasing down the Queens. An Ultralisk cavern starts in the midst of all this. But the Marine count is too damn high. There's 1 Baneling getting stuck behind the Queens. But Spirit has so many Marines. And Dark, the Banelings rolling in. The drone count has plummeted. But the Marine count is too damn high. Dark may have gotten a bit too greedy. And Spirit is tearing him up for it. 67. Wow, just as quick as we went up in the supply count, we're dropping down just as dramatically. Dark isn't giving it up. Dark loses most of his drones and his bases, starts an Ultra Cavern at Adrenal Glands. Ah, yes, that's the Dark we know and love. He has another base. There's still a few more Banes. He's not out of this yet. One Ultra could turn the tides, but he can't even afford that. The Banelings, he's forced to pick up. Dark isn't dead yet. One Ultra to rule them all. And in the darkness, hopefully save him. A Baneling rolls in, 9 SCVs died in the last minute. This base cannot land. Burrowed Banelings, a real and present danger. There's only 3 orbitals, and one of them is lifted. Ah, but has to burrow some more drones. There are more Lings burrowed over here. Spirit, drop him back down. 1 Infestor, 1 Ultra. Adrenal Glands, of all things. He's gonna burrow in the corners. Spirit's just gonna ignore the Lings. The Infestor is building from an egg at a hatchery that just died. Somehow, I told you, either it was going to be a lopsided match or something ridiculous. And here we are. The Zerglings get into the main. Adrenal Glands is done. They're ripping through things. 50 drones still for Dark, but he has to long distance mine. 15 SCVs, but the army supply. Dark is trickling out. Oh, the Liberators! Oh no! How many queens are left? Only 2. The Ultras targeted. This base and the drones. The Liberators are devastating here. Was that the Viper? He lost the Viper! A beautiful fungal! Look, did he follow it up? Here come the Spore Crawlers! The Spore Crawler's an actual straight-up counter to the Liberators. He has to unsiege because of the Spore Crawler! The Ultralisk! The Ultralisk! The Queens! Oh, but the Liberators, they're isolating. There's enough Zerglings. They're in an awkward spot. The Spore Crawler! The Spore! That one Spore Crawler is the only thing that stands between Dark and the Liberators ruling supreme. I can't believe it's come down to... yeah, I definitely can, by the way. Oh no, another Queen assassinated. Meanwhile, the Zerglings at the back. Spirit still on 15 SCVs and dropping. But how do you deal with the Liberators? He's building another Ultralisk. It's still 1-1 for both sides. Here we go. He's just coming down the ramp. The Ultra doesn't have chitinous plating, but it's just too much. Spirit's reinforcements are gonna cut Dark down at the gates. And Spirit holds the line and barely stems the tide to take game number 1. But of course, Dark loses 3 bases, starts an Ultralisk Cavern. That's the Dark we know. Spirit with a devastating timing. Got effectively a 3 base all in, but it paid off. Dark tried to get everything, whereas Spirit... Then let's continue. All right. I don't know what to think about that one. I mean, I think that Dark got a little too greedy. I'm just waiting to see. The Liberators, a beautiful choice. A painful one. That Viper dying, the little details. It looked like Dark might be able to rip apart the economy, but Spirit focused on the right points of it. We're waiting. We're waiting for the next game. I can't believe we're waiting this long for the players to load up another game. I'm stressed out. I'm sure they're anxious. Well, I'm not sure they're anxious. Dark doesn't seem like he gets anxious about anything. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, we loaded it up and now they say 2 minutes. I don't... That very old school style of game. Spirit sprinting into Marine Tank. And Dark just trying to get everything. I don't think he realized the commitment. Like, no armory, no 2-2. He only made 50 workers that whole game. He got 3 CC, but he was using it mostly for mules. We'll see. Golden Aura is map 2. I don't know why we're waiting. Nobody told me why we're waiting. I'm just stressed out. Ready, go, go. Go. Here we go. Countdown has begun. No expectations, no predictions. All right. Game 2. In the bottom right, with a decisive timing to take game 1, it is Spirit, up 1-0 over the final boss in the top left. And blue, Zerg, Dark. God, it could have gone either way. Dark a little too fancy for his own good with the counterattacks, whereas Spirit had this singular focus in laying down the win. Still could have gone either way at any point. But Spirit is the one to keep it together. Honestly, just keeping it together against Dark for that long and pulling out the victory despite going down to 15 SCVs. It's very easy to lose your cool. Especially if ultras and infestors are popping out, even at that late stage. It's CC first again. I don't think that, like, it wasn't so much the early build, but Dark misreading how committed was the follow-up, I think, at the end of the day. Very quick 3-hatch from Dark. 2 minutes. So getting more economy more quickly. Will he break that 80? He made way too many drones last game. 60 drones will do it against something like that. A marked difference between Cyril with an Overlord essentially constantly hovering over. Yeah, it is a little harder against Terran to have that Overlord there. To Dark, who was, well, in himself about it for most of the time. To command center. Overlord spotted it. We got another very chill macro game to start things off. No gas at all for Dark. The Ice Fisher build. No, not quite, but that should trigger some nostalgia buttons for some people. A macro simulator early game. Third command center. There it is. 3 CC, 3 hatch, drones, SCVs. Starport in production. Another queen on the way. Roach Warren. Significantly quicker than you would build defensively. And 2 gases as well. Dark is taking a different angle on this one. I don't think... Oh, 3 gases. Alright, well... Cloak Banshee on the way for Spirit. Just so middle of the road. Incredibly safe. There is such a thing as too safe. Just letting the Zerg take too much, but Spirit clearly not too worried about that. Stim on the way. 5 roaches for Dark. Gets the creep tumor. 8 roaches. I can read the production tab at the best of them. 8 roaches enough to certainly force a response without really cutting into the economy significantly. That's enough to easily deal with any amount of Hellions. And it's going to keep the Banshees at home. So, now how much else does he get done? Tries to take out the Reaper there. They're on the way. 5 Overlords at a time. Dark with his trademark supply block. NG Bay in production. Overlord hanging out. Banshee. Well, these roaches are already far enough across the map. Oh my. Well, handled. And the Banshee will allow the singular Marine to take out the Overlord. And behind it, Spirit, 4 more racks. Double Evo chamber. Dark at 63, 65 drones and counting. Overlord goes down. But the Banshees are obviously revealed. Dark's creep spread already working across the map. Roach speed, Zergling speed, +1 melee, and +1 carapace. So it will be a Roach Zergling composition. Notably, no Baneling nest whatsoever. So not going to be relying on those recently nerfed Banelings, but instead, a bit more attrition-based units. The Banshees, the Queens are discouraging them from any further activities, but Banshee's not going to be chased down. Queens can't fly anymore, much to their dismay. Hellions, nothing here to kill. Bit of an awkward scenario. Dark actually doesn't quite target fire. Infestation pit, nearly completed. Does he just go straight to Hive? Yes. Yet again. And this time around, Spirit is not all-inning. He's got an armory on the way. He's getting a 4th command center. And he's got 67 SCVs. So we got a full-on macro game on our hands. Double drop. Headed north. Trying to clear up some creep. And now the game begins. They've been flirting with each other for a while, but now let's get down to business. 150 to 125 supply, but a lot of that is in roaches, so a bit misleading. Spirit, 4th command center, nearly completed. Can reach out for his 4th momentarily. Hive, almost done. Spirit going to have a slight upgrade lead. Double drop deflected. Hellions, shut down. 2 taken out. Infestor pops out. And some of the creep going to be cleaned up in the center. But Dark has been Too diligent about it. Oh no! A medevac goes down to corrosive bile. Definitely not what Spirit was looking for, losing track of it. And you cannot afford to lose track of anything. The only reason Spirit was able to keep Dark at bay is he hit so quick with a decisive army. This time around, he hasn't gone for that army. He's gone for his own economy, his own infrastructure, his own upgrades. But that means Dark will be getting Vipers, will be getting Adrenal Glands. He's got an Ultralisk Cavern in production. And Baneling speed as well. So everything is coming together for both sides. But right now, I think that gives Dark something of an advantage. Ghost Academy. Not even done yet. But he can start building them rather quickly. God, there's so many barracks. 8 barracks, 2 factories, just 1 starport for now. Another command center on the way. Settle in. This could be quite a long one. Assuming Dark isn't able to smash Spirit before he gets his ghosts online. That will be the attempt here. The surviving medevac keeping Dark at bay. It's still 4 bases to essentially 4 bases. 5th base now online. More command centers for Spirit. 2-2 going to complete somewhat quicker. Dark has full energy Vipers, and the first Ghost just entered production. A good setup here. Will keep Dark at bay, but the Blinding Clouds on the siege tanks. The Banelings are rolling through. The Zerglings actually kind of covering them, but the back line gets some more of the tanks, but the Blinding Cloud is exhausted on the front. Well, it's a costly fight for both sides. Spirit will actually lose enough depots, but he brought the medevacs back with the Marines. And that means the fight, well, Spirit killed a lot more. He got both Vipers and an Infestor. Only 3 siege tanks dead. Not quite it for Dark there. Going directly, attacking directly at the siege tanks is optimistic. But now he has, okay, 100 Zerglings. Minus whatever Banelings he, well, he had more than 100. He has 105 with 14 Banelings in production. He has all of the, wait, he still has 22 supply he can fill in with Zerglings. These are rookie numbers. I want to see 150. He's just going for the Banelings. How mundane. Chitinous plating on the way. That army, though. Ready to go. The triple drop to the north side. Zerglings moving to intercept. Splitting the drop. Trying to keep him busy. Right now, Spirit is trying to build up his defenses. Get his ghost count up. Get Cloak. Something to keep Dark at bay. Because he's not going to be able to deal with this army conventionally. God, the positioning. The Ultra literally can't get through. The Zerglings are in the way. He'll pick up at the last second. The overlapping sensor towers, I mean... it's not like he's not going to see it coming. But here comes Dark yet again. Where are the Vipers? Doesn't look like there are any. The siege tank snipes lining up. He's going to smash the planetary. But at what cost? Another Ultra? Not quite. It will live. Still? Well, there's actually nothing to challenge the Banshee and the Vikings right now. Where are the Vipers? No Vipers at all. 100 Zerglings, 6 Dropper Lords. Operation Overlord over here. Looking to create a beachhead in the main. Though the Zerglings running up to this north side may be a bit suspicious. There is no sensor tower in the main. But good luck. There's an Ultra as well to lead it. Dark. Well, the true swarm mindset here. He's going to attack into the 5th base at the 6 o'clock here, while he simultaneously drops the main. The Infestor is taken out, but the Zerglings and the Ultralisk unload. And the main base right now looking pretty forfeit. There is no burrow. 25 SCVs. Another orbital down. Dark on both fronts. In the main, finally being cleaned up. The Ghost Academy itself loses one of the barracks. The Ghost Academy looks like it will die. The orbital burning. Another base forced to lift 30 SCVs down. But that means Spirit's army supply is massive right now. But can he take advantage of it? Vikings chasing down. 5 Ultras in production. Dark, I mean, he's got the economy. More Zerglings. Liberator sieging up. Behind the bulwark of depots. Still holding against the tide of Zerglings. And Spirit is still at 200 supply. Dark has lost 3,000 more minerals, about 1,500 more gas. Nothing decisive yet. +3 infantry weapons against 3-3 on the ground for Dark. Burrow is done. Where are the spellcasters? There's not a single Infestor or a single Viper. The only saving grace here for Spirit. Another attack. Forces another lift. The SCV count will be driven down yet again. Multiple tanks on the high ground, though, holding for now. +1 mech weapons done. Another group of Ultras and Banelings. Spirit is sending most of his army across the map. A drop to the bottom left. Will drag the Ultras back. Spirit gonna want to pick that up and get out while he can. Meanwhile, the third base, eviscerated by the Ultras. Just completely destroyed. Meanwhile, Spirit going for the base trade. Deja vu. We've just been in this place before, but with way more supply this time around. Oh, the Zerglings, Banelings trying to trickle in. Ghost will cloak. Ultra following behind. The army will be smashed. But the Liberator's still taking a lot of shots on the way out. There are drones over here. Meanwhile, the drop in the bottom left. Keeping Spirit going. He targets the hatch. The gold base on Gold Nora will be delayed for now. Takes it out. Liberator in the main. Creating something of a beachhead. The Queens are out of position here. Liberator are going to try to cover anything. There are a dozen Corruptors looking to knock this out. Dark not bothering with spellcasters when brute force will do the trick. Just looking to wipe the medevacs out of the sky. And Spirit is running incredibly low on supply. Dark, no respect for that Terran army. Not a single spellcaster aside from Queens. He stopped bothering with Infestors and Vipers, and is now looking to bludgeon Spirit under the weight of 7 Ultras and hundreds of Zerglings. The Corruptor count of some Vikings here. I guess a saving grace for Spirit is that there are so many Corruptors, the ground army is not that substantial. Zerglings will be able to burrow. Spirit hurting for economy. Dark still has plenty. He's got 79 drones. Army supply in favor of the Zerg. Here come the Ultras yet again. The Corruptors sweeping the medevacs from the sky. The tanks are well spread, but the Ultras can take the hits. More Banelings rolling in. Chews apart the planetary fortress. Knocks out the medevacs. And Spirit will fall back to his final planetary. He's taken heavy losses. He's not dead, but... The Corruptors. Spirit brings everything he has. Dark. It's just too much. He just keeps saying he's building 6 more Ultralisks. Spirit is ripped to shreds, I say. There's just nothing left. The Banelings roll in. GGG. All tied up. Dark takes one back with quite a vengeance. 450 Zerglings, 100 Banes. Well, I'm sure that's what he wanted to do in game 1, but we didn't quite make it there. 0 to 100. Again, these games. Spirit just never really got anything going. You can't. Game 1, he kept Dark busy. But if you don't... Exhausting. And we're not done. I think Spirit's got to come up with something. That was pretty decisive there. I'm sure Dark knows as well. But we're heading into Game 3. Okeone will be the pick. Ready to go. Both sides. Game 3. Counting down. Some exhausting games today. But good games. And that's what we're here for. Thank you for watching. Let's go. In the top right of Alcyone, the final boss, showing why he's earned that nickname. We have Dark. And Spirit? Nope, I spoiled the whole intro bit. You're supposed to say the name at the end. With a hard-fought battle, but losing the momentum too early and never gaining it back, it's Spirit. Yeah, there you go. Spirit. Is he gonna go CC first for a third game in a row? Yeah. Dark. Why bother with a full-on macro game, clearly? Dark doesn't mind. So Spirit. I mean, game 1 was also a command center first, but that's just to slingshot your economy into a state you can get a huge amount of barracks production before the Zerg ideally can get to a critical mass of Ling Baneling. Dark kind of avoiding that somewhat with the roaches in game 2. He ended up trading him out pretty early on, but just enough roaches to make Spirit think twice about what he's up to. Just sprinkling him in there. A nice sauce for the entree. That is the mass Zergling Ultralisk. Double gas follow-up. So heavy tech behind the command center first. Yet again. Dark. He's gotten gas quickly this time. Oh. But then splits off as the hatchery is finishing. Just maximizing the efficiency of those drones. And once he sees the command center, he'll know exactly what he's dealing with. Third hatchery. Laid down. I think we'll see Zergling. Well, actually, no, I take it back. Last game, it was roaches first. But Zergling speed also perfectly good. There's just not going to be much of anything on the Spirit for a while. Taking advantage of the fact Dark is clearly more inclined to sit back and build up. You know, I want the battlecruisers. Okay? I don't know if I've ever seen... I think I've seen Spirit go battlecruiser before. He's got his build. Terran indeed. He's like, I'm going to do the same build. The same, essentially, foundation of the build. 3 games in a row. Just need to execute it perfectly. I've shaved off 6% mining efficiency with my build. Alright. And if I just get 6% more, I'll be completely unbeatable. Well, we'll see. Rotorn for Dark. Falling back on a similar build to the previous match. It's exactly this. Cloak Banshee. Reaper poking around. Hellions on the way. Road Forward about to complete. We've seen it before. See it again. Eight roaches. The Roach Expeditionary Force. Stim in production. Again, enough to shut down the Hellions without being a significant commitment of Dark's economy. Immediate lair. 4.5 minutes, quite early on. Spirit. Alright, what's it gonna be? He's about to hit the production explosion. Are we going for the 3-base all-in? Or more macro-oriented play? What? It's Cyclones. Just 2. Does he... Oh. He bit. Yeah, he was scared of the roaches. Dark got him to build Cyclones. He cancels them and switches over to his production. But Dark, the roaches scaring him. The mind game's strong. And that means Dark will actually get his Evo chambers up before the engineering base. He's gonna have a lair done. His creep spread has gone untouched. Just those few roaches, despite being so obvious. Enough of a threat that Spirit had to respect it. And now, Dark will be taking the map. The sound of roaches regurgitating at the rocks there. Beautiful. Soothing. ASMR, pretty much. The Cloak Banshees. There is a Spore, though. Well positioned to zone out. Infestation Pit. Baneling Nest. We got Barracks 4 and 5 coming up for Spirit, as well as a 4th. It's like, if I just get a little bit greedier, maybe that'll do it. Alright, maybe if I just build 2 or 3 more command centers. You know what? Maybe. God. It is an interesting play to play that last game and be like, I just need more command centers. But it is a testament to his confidence in his own macro and micro in the late game that he's going this direction with it. Dark is a testament to his own confidence in general. So that's kind of unrelated. Hive is already on the way. 7-minute hive. Ah, yes. A bloodthirsty game. A Reaper and a Roach slaughtered thus far. 1-1 upgrades. Finishing on both sides. Dark starts 2-2 immediately. Spirit a little later on the draw. The creep spread. It's out there. Dark has so much. But he is supply blocked, building 9 overlords at a time. Spirit has not started to... Wait, does he? He does have an armory. He has 4 base. He's not going for a 3-base all-in here. It'd be very odd to do so with 80 SCVs. It's not all-in anymore. It's just, you know, normal gameplay. But the lack of 2-2 is kind of glaring at the moment. Those upgrades are how you keep up with the Zerg and potentially draw ahead. Though not in this game. He finally starts it. It's going to be 30-40 second advantage here for Dark. The Banshees clearing up the watchtower. Vipers. Ultras. There's a Ghost Academy. Deja vu. It's happening again. We're just kind of skipping. It's a no-rush 10-minute. Well, 8.5 minute. The drop? Surprisingly dangerous. The positioning? Oh, no, wait a second. And he forces a cancel, and he might be able to get Adrenal Glands. Oh, that'd be huge. That is the kind of win that Spirit desperately needed. Able to cancel the Ultra Cavern and Adrenal Glands, severely hamstringing Dark's ability to bring that late-game tech online. He just builds another set right there. But finally getting punished for building things at the very back of his base. Spirit, a lucky break there. But he's got to use it. He's got to take advantage of a limited time only. Without Adrenal Glands, without Ultras. And this is when the conventional bio can shine. Oh, the Hellions finding an opportunity. Dark has plenty of drones. Banelings crashing into the Hellbats. Spirit. Ooh. Medevac goes down to Parasitic Bomb. 2-2 now done for Dark. Spirit closing in. Ultralisk Cavern is done. Adrenal Glands. So, that window now closing. Oh, God. He just stims everything. Goes straight up the gut here. The Queen's targeted down. Chasing back. Trying to keep the creep at least the halfway mark. He's holding for now, but the Banelings still keep closing a little too close. Liberator setting up. Both sides, anything to keep Dark busy. So far, forcing the Spore Crawlers out of the way. Dark not paying attention to the north side. He's going to lose some of the drones here. Spore Crawler moves. Spirit already repositioning. Parasitic Bomb. The Medevac's down the center. Tries to quarantine them. Liberator Siege is up, but not this time. Ooh, this one finds an angle. The Spore Crawler will reposition, but Spirit does have multiple. He's adding another planetary here. The tanks are not sieged. A huge amount of Lang Bane will siege the tanks. Crashes into the planetary. Planetary ripped apart. Quite a costly attack there. And the gold base being up already is very good news for Spirit. Dark just exhausted a lot of his army there. Yeah, Spirit over the last minute has destroyed 4,100 to 1,500 minerals. He barely lost anything. Those Liberators keeping Dark busy. Spirit definitely drawing a line a little further out than he was able to last game. But Dark starting to push back on it as well. The creep spread is the general indicator of how the game's going. And right now, Dark, not overwhelming yet, but certainly not doing poorly, as the Queens are able to hit both sides of the map. The income, about even. Dark has had something of an advantage for a while, but a nuclear missile is on the way. 4 more command centers in production. Another planetary fortress. Yeah, right there. Spirit has 5 bases, including the gold. Dark has the gold himself. Roaches finding more rocks. They're very good at killing rocks. Well, not great at it, but I mean, that's something to do. Cloaks the Banshee so the roaches don't know what's hitting him, which is very demoralizing. Another base. Some Zerglings coming in. Does he have Burrow? Yes. Greater Spire and not so Greater Spire on the way. Fusion Core for Spirit. And angling towards advanced ballistics. You know, Katowice's reactor wouldn't be too bad. Always looking out for the battle cruisers. 3-3 is done now for Dark. Snipes lining up. The Zerg army kind of boxed out by the roaches at the front, but now streaming through. Where are the Vipers? Where are the Vipers? They're back at home. Another drop coming in. Gonna find some of the drones. I mean, it's something. Goodbye. Brutal. Dark takes out the medevac. Spirit. The line is drawn on the map. The sensor towers. He sees everything right outside his base, but Dark has the rest of it. How are the roaches? There's so many rocks on this map. Roaches don't care. Dark doesn't want roaches anymore. He will sacrifice the roaches to kill the rocks. Their live stream. What? Okay, apparently those are out of range. Does he not? Oh, there's a vision block. Which is a very odd scenario. 74 banelings! Oh my god! That is... Oh, the ghost... What? The ghost just defies the laws of physics! Like Dark is about to defy... I didn't even know they could float up on this map. The ghost just gets absolutely impaled. How many banelings? Dark has 82 banelings right now. The Brood Lord's behind. That is so many banelings. Well, here comes Dark. The Brood Lords on the front lines. Spirit is maxed out. He yanks Vikings into the Spore Crawlers. The Broodlords, when does he go? Nuclear launch detected on the other side of the map. I'll see if Dark actually notices. He sees it. Spore Crawler moving as well. The Broodlord's gonna move up, but the Ghosts find an opportunity for Snipes. EMP, fungal over to the right flank. The Banelings are waiting. I don't like, they're almost a liability at this stage. That's so many Banelings. That is a ridiculous, like... 82 Banelings. Somehow a Ghost has gotten throughout the bay. I think it survived launching that nuke. He might try it again. 2 nukes in production. Broodlords working their way in. Dark is knocking on the door. And the Banelings are waiting right outside. A defensive nuke to zone this out. Queen wanders in. The creep is getting close here. He's gonna pull back slightly out of the nuclear missile range. Neuroparasite on the way. Oh. It's gonna be one of those games. Spirit waiting to take this base. The Banelings not being used. Dark, I think, will deny any attempt past the current bases. He's decided that is how many bases Spirit gets. Past this point. There's plenty of money in the bank for both sides. LCVs being thrown into the fray. You can trade for the Banelings. That's best case scenario. The Banelings just delete the planetary. Okay. Alright. Well, there you go. No more planetary. 35 SCVs down, but that's mostly entire. Just rebuilds. Nuclear missile. Will Dark figure it out? Assimilation successful. He turns the Thors against one another. The Thors are saved. He almost takes out another Thor inside. The battle continues. The nuke will land. Actually catches some Zerglings. Meanwhile, though, the Ghosts line up the shots and will knock down some of the Broodlords and get some Infestors as well. A valuable set of snipes, even though Spirit did lose a lot of supply here. Meanwhile, Dark headed south. Billowing Bane, looking to overwhelm. Still so many Banelings. Honestly, I think Dark realized it's a liability of Banelings. Nuclear missile from the main into Dark's third. The Ghost count is so damn high. He's got 15 Ghosts right now. Dark, he has money in the bank. Oh my god, all that larva. The defenseless larva. We're only 17 minutes in. It feels like it's been 45 somehow. Dark has lost 7,000 more minerals and 2,000 more gas here. But he's just going right up the center. A Liberator. Keeping things busy on the north side. Oh, the Changeling's hurting a Thor. Oh, caught between a rock and a hard place. Zerglings rip it apart. 14 more Corruptors on the way. Looking for that massive Broodlord army, it looks like. I don't know about these medevacs going out, Spirit. Those medevacs with like 12 HP between them. A strong gust of wind would blow them away. Or one of those four. Okay. How many medevacs? He only has 4 medevacs. Dark, really? Okay. The roaches. Somehow there are still roaches. Finally, Dark finds a way to get rid of them. We're maxing out the upgrades. Zerglings. Oh yeah, good luck with that. Oh, those Marines are super dead. Well, now what? We're at that stage of the game where it's not so much how much you can build, but how much you're willing to lose. As the game kind of stalls out with the army so dangerous to one another and so valuable in general. Spirit has a much more valuable army, actually. Dark is still... He doesn't have that many spellcasters. He's got... Oh, well. Couple Vipers, 6 Infestors. Only 2 Queens. Which actually seems like the biggest liability here. Just added on 10 more There are spore crawlers killing medevacs as they try to retreat home. +3 ranged attack? Are there even any units that use that besides queens? No, but why not? All right, we're here. He has 2,300 gas, isn't that? Okay, there's one ultra. Here come a few dozen more zerglings. Snipes lined up. A planetary. Building armor isn't done until 5 seconds from now. SCV micro. More sensor towers. He burrows the way. I don't know if burrow... How many? There are 10 orbitals. Okay. Nidus network on the way. I'm not sure where you even put the Nidus. Can you get it into the main somehow? That is the only way, I think, really, anything can be done. There are 24 spore crawlers. The Liberators can't do anything about them. The spore push will drive back the Liberators. Oh my god. Here we go again. Ah, what an appropriate game 3. With game 1 ending with a spore barely not able to kill the Liberators. This time around, revenge. A volley of snipes knocks out another brood, but 3-3, those are fully operational brood lords. It doesn't get any better than that. Dark has the full spread. 3+3 everything. This is a fully upgraded Zerg. But that is still a lot of ghosts. And, well, it's significantly less after that first engagement. Dark is mining from both of the top left corner. He's already mined out one of the rich Vespine geysers. He's working on the second. Spirit refusing to die. Brood lords lording over. There's 17 brood lords now. Nuclear missile launched. I mean, that's one way to do it. Wings and Banes chasing down. Nuke will land, but the brood lords have evaded it. Where are the ghosts? There's still 16 ghosts on the field. Nidus Worm in support. Infestors underneath. He's stutter stepping. The brood lords. The Nidus. Dark. Looking to crush him under the weight of these brood lords. But Spirit still has a very capable army. If Dark is out of position for just a few seconds. 19 ghosts. Look at that, a Nesty versus MVP sort of situation here, potentially. The broodlings. Melting the tanks. Where are the ghosts? There's the majority. His base. He's got 200 gas left here. Spirit is running out of places to mine anything from. Dark has 8k, 3k in the bank. The Thor's dangerously close to the Vipers, but vice versa here. Neural Parasite. Blinding. Okay, okay, yeah, you got him. Oh, that's about as dead as Thor's can get. Oh my, that seems excessive. Spirit, gonna rebuild 3 of them. He did want them. They just kind of strayed out too far. The ghost count is incredibly spooky. They're just so that he's got 21 ghosts. Is he killing his own medevacs? I don't know if that was on purpose. I think I'd probably kill the Marines before the medevacs. A scan. There's only 500 gas left here. We gotta do that thing when we start counting the gas geysers. We're getting there. 1,100, 1,300. $1,200 here. I guess Dark wasn't mining from it for quite a while. Another command center just waiting its turn to mine from this base, but Dark, not being very kind, will not allow him a turn at the minerals. Only child type of actions there. Then again, this is an only child's game. Friends are for nerds. Where were we? Broodlords. 16 of them still. Dark reaching the 5-digit mark. In the minerals. The Bioarmy actually still surprisingly dangerous at this stage. No Caduceus reactor. Ultras finding an opportunity as well. Chewing through some of the Thors. Actually tripping up on the changelings. Oh, what? Okay then. The ghosts line up the shots of the Ultras, but the Broodlords are moving forward. Spirit needs to change the paradigm soon, or he won't be changing anything at all. Parasitic bombs. Not enough to kill the Liberators. I definitely don't help things. Dark with so many more minerals. The nuke on the Nidus. A scan. Dark sees it. That's gonna kill him. He doesn't even move the spore that far. Moves it like 3 steps away. The Zerglings up the center. Spirit's army pretty far out of position here, but the Hellbats... He doesn't even have... Oh, he does have +3 mech. They don't one-shot the Zerglings anymore, but they get very, very close. 2 more factories on the way. But Spirit... Oh, and the Liberators. Parasitic Bomb. Gonna finish more off. The nuke. He's getting desperate. Dark is just choking him out right now. Still 10,000. Oh my... He will be mining from this base. Dark has maintained, besides the few mule canyons here. No. The most important part is that income temp. Banelings rolling in. Oh my god. I don't care about anything else. This is the most important screen. Jeez. He's got... Well, you can't mine with more than 8 at a time, for the most part. Oh, the Broodlords? Wandering pretty far forward. Snipes get a couple. Something of a bioarmy. Yep, another mule canyon. The only thing holding it back. But the Wombo combo! Parasitic bomb, fungal growth. The Vikings held down and knocked out of the sky. Dark loses a lot. Spirit, oh my god. Move the spore. Move the spore. Spirit is out of money. There's nothing left on it here. Besides those mules, he needs to light up the snipes, but Dark is simply not allowing him to get close. Oh god, don't. They're too close. They're too close together. There's still enough scans. He's still got 8 orbitals. There's 58 gas left here. Spirit has a surprising amount of army supply left. The Broodlord's raining down. But Dark has been slowly dunking him underwater here. The waves of broodlings. And Spirit has not been able, feels like the entire game, to make any progress. Dark has just choked him out of it. He's still got the money in the bank as well. Like, it's not getting... The command center's dying to spore crawlers. I like... It was my favorite song. Okay, not quite, but close. When your command centers are dying to spore crawlers, it's bad. It's not... It's certainly not good. Or it's very good. It really depends on the situation. A significant portion of the potential economy is in the air right now. Turrets and... Oh, Spiro managed to grab this top left base. He's gonna grab that last 50 gas and mine out the geyser. Is there... He has these two. This is the freshest base on the map. And there's still a just obscene amount of ghosts. 25 ghosts. Oh my god. Dark. Limiting Spirit to the queens. Oh my. Oh, there goes EMPs. They don't land. He didn't get all the infestors. Fungals, he's trying to chain them. Is there anything to stop the Zerglings? The Banelings? A Nidus into the main. Dark is broken through. There are no nukes. He can't even nuke his own base. We're going for it. Here we go. The Vipers don't really have energy. Parasitic Bomb. The last energy on the Vipers. He's gonna try to get the damage done. Wandering through the Spore Crawlers, though. Trying to get the shots up. EMPs are good. A little late on the Fungals. The snipes are landing. Spirit is losing his main. He needs to kill the entirety of Dark's army and then some in order to make it worth it. The Infestors, the Broodlords are running to the ends of the earth. And, well, there's actually nothing to stop a single Liberator. There's no detection here either. The snipes. He doesn't know about the Infestors underneath, but he doesn't need to. The Broodlord will kill all this. The Infestors will survive. Spirit is now a nomad terran, but this is an Age of Empires. He's lifting his buildings, but it's not over. I mean, if Dark didn't have enough money to rebuild 2 more armies, this would be a real dramatic scenario, but we know the situation. He may have been able to beat 1 army, but Dark can rebuild. Oh my god. This is so sad. The Liberator doing intense emotional damage to the Broodlord. Eventually, it may very well kill it. It may die of natural causes by then. Oh, the Thor helps. The natural causes of Thor smacking into it. Another few dozen Banelings as Dark looks to lay down the hammer. He's been choking Spirit out for 25 minutes, and now it's time to end it. The Banelings are rolling in. The tide of darkness is far too much, no matter how valiant his spirit. The darkness is overwhelmed. Well, wait. No, he got him. It wasn't as decisive as it could have been. The Banelings didn't quite land, but the ghosts are just out of energy. Every ghost must die before he taps it out. But he will tap it out. GG! Dark! Oh my god. After another... This is not the first game today that we've seen. Oh my god, it's almost 150,000. But Dark takes it 2-1. The final supply is 190-2. It's over. Well, Dark the patient, Dark the ravenous, Dark the vengeful. Finally, Dark the victorious. Oh my god. All right. We're gonna... Well, oh yes, we have the other parts of the tournament. I'm used to, after a series like that, wrap it up. I'll see you guys next time, tomorrow. Stage it. No. We're not done. Not even close. Let me update those brackets and see where we land. It's going to be Cyril versus Beyond. I'm not even going to pretend like they're going to give that one here. That's certainly going to be a main stage match. But Oh. Oh yeah, Oliveira versus Solar. Just waiting to get confirmation. But I think we're going to go to a quick break. I think it's going to be Oliveira versus Solar coming up next. We also have Cyan versus Raynor. Ooh, Beyond beating Raynor 2-0, by the way. Giving us quite a variety of matches. But I need to take a bit of a breather here. Hopefully you've enjoyed. And we'll be back with more ESL SC2 Masters Winter soon. See you on the other side. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter 2023 Finals with me, Winter. It's been a long day, and we're not close to done yet. Multiple games with the most resources lost. I don't know exactly how many minerals and gas are on these maps, but it can't be over 200,000. We just saw in Dark versus Spirit losing 160,000 resources. So, as Raynor versus Cyan is up next. Raynor losing to Beyond Cyan, losing to Cyril. Now determining who's going to be knocked down first and have the toughest road through tomorrow's bracket. Oh, we got some tea. And I'm pretty desperate over here. It's pretty bad. This is a few more series than I usually cast in a day, but good games for the fans. Don't wait for anyone unless you do replays. But anyways, cut to the break screen for a sec, and then we're getting into it. One moment. Yes, I see you're asking about the Stormgate stuff. I'm excited for it too. I have a stream of Stormgate that you can find on YouTube's as well, Winter StarCraft, if you're so inclined. And there's going to be Tastosis, if you've heard of them. We'll be casting, I believe, at DreamHack Atlanta, and that's Sunday, before the StarCraft 2 finals. So you can look forward to that as well. And got Rainer versus Cyan. I'm going to take a look. How are the other brackets going? I know Big Gabe is out there, but we've already got our matches unfortunately laid out for us. But let's take a look. Hero Marine takes a 2 over Maples, facing Cham. Harstem versus Scarlet. Harstem 2-0 Scarlet. Quite a dramatic. Scarlet versus Future. This is going to be our best chance to move forward. What do we got up here? Bunny having a pretty comfortable road as well. DRG barely, but Shin, aka Ragnarok. Oh wait, sorry. Wait, just cover me up. Hello. The artist formerly known as Ragnarok. Also gonna find some success. And then Hero makes it, as well as Creator. Still some opportunities, but we're lined up for potentially a Big Gabe versus Harstem showdown to decide who makes it to tomorrow. That's quite a dramatic potential experience. Don't worry, all the best games will be covered on my YouTube channel as well, if they aren't covered live. Thank you to ESL and DreamHack for putting on such an incredible tournament. We've already had some of the most dramatic games I've seen all year today. Estrella versus Kelazur certainly delivered yet again. Dark versus Spirit also delivered, but in a bit of a different way. More like wrestlers, but one of them is in a different weight class kind of way. Not by much, by like a little bit. But Dark clearly swinging a little harder and takes it 2-1. Now, Oliveira versus Solar. Oliveira. Well, can he repeat? And Maru getting knocked down. Maru actually loses the Classic 2-1 as well. So some pretty significant upsets. I gotta say, one of my favorite games of the day so far, at least I've cast it, was Game 1. The very first game of the day, Gumiho versus Showtime. Gumiho did mech against Protoss. So, quite an experience. And made it work. Though he didn't quite make it past Estrella later on. So, but right now, we're looking at Cyan versus Rainer. And then the winner of that will face the loser of Dark versus Oliveira or Solar. Silver's Beyond. A little jealous that I don't get to cast it, but not surprised that's going to end up on the mainstream. Silver's Beyond, a historic matchup. I'm not sure how Beyond took it 2-0 over Rainer, but around 7 minutes. Okay, we got 7 minutes. The players apparently taking a significant break here, as it has been some exhausting games today. So I am going to give you leave to take a quick break yourself. I know Oliveira vs. Solar is happening right now on the mainstream as well, but make sure you end up back here in 5-10 minutes and check out Cyan. Nope, Cyan. It's not Cayenne. That's the pepper. All right, versus Rainer. And then, actually, I'm not sure what's after that. But good games, no matter what. See you on the other side. Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta ESL SC2 Masters Winter 2023, where once we drag Rainer down and slam him in his seat, we'll be having our next match. I don't know what Beyond did to him, but we'll see if we can bring him back sometime soon. Let's see. I was just looking over the bracket. I don't think there are any. So, unfortunately, it seems like Maru had the expected result. I said at the beginning of the day, I don't know which Maru we're going to have, but he's been having trouble. And so far, barely beating Kelazur, losing the Cure, and then falling to Classic. He's not out. It's going to be a tough road from here. Beyond 2-0 Rainer. I didn't see the games, but obviously we were here. That's a bit of an upset. I wouldn't call that a massive underdog story, but Beyond, you never know which Beyond. Kind of the same way as Maru, to an extent. Sometimes Beyond shows up and is like, I'm getting Terran nerfed today. And sometimes the Marines just die. Oliveira versus Solar, also going on. That one, I think, is an even match. I wouldn't be surprised if either player won, which is a pretty safe bet. But right now, Solar playing some of the best SC2 of his career. Oliveira continuing to impress. Obviously had the best day of his life, of his StarCraft 2 career. And I am Katowice against Rainer, against Hero, against Maru to win the World Championship. But he does play this kind of, he uses all the tools that Terran has. Gumiho does it as well, but Gumiho is a bit on the slower side and isn't able to take full advantage of it much of the time. But Oliveira really leans into things like Liberators, Widow Mines, and just the depot play. Spirit was also doing it, but he just couldn't get anything going up against Dark. God, Dark just... he's so patient. I am exhausted after that series. I feel like I've seen Dark play 30-minute games throughout ESL Cups. I feel like a lot of players just kind of phone it in for the ESL Cups. I didn't say that here on the ESL stream. I would never say that. But it does feel like a lot of players kind of just... if I win, I win, but I'm not going to drag it out. Dark is like, I'm here for the next 2 to 8 hours if I need to. I'm taking it. All right, let's go. And it's that just determination, that stamina, that tenacity, that handsome... Call me, Dark. No, he's busy. He's busy. He's got to play Oliveira Solar next. We'll see. We may jump into some of the... I don't think we'll jump into open bracket matches. May go back to break. I'm just laying all the options out there. Filling time. No, we still... honestly, we're mostly on schedule today. So far. After this, we have 3 more series lined up. Actually 2. I believe the last one will be on the main stream. It does depend on the timing. If we get another 90-minute series, I'm sure that'll affect it as well. But, you know what? I'll let you guys know when the next match is coming up. It'll be right here, right now. Well, not right now, but you got the idea. And, we'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter 2023 main event. DreamHack Atlanta. We've been covering the winner's stage, Group A and Group B, seeing how the playoffs are going to be set up and who will survive. Well, everyone here will survive to tomorrow. But how rough of a bracket do they end up getting? The open bracket features some of our straight-up knockdown matches, but we are very soon, I feel. We'll get some info soon on Rainer versus Cyan. I heard Oliveira versus Solar reached a dramatic conclusion. With Solar taking a 2-0, which sets up Spirit versus Oliveira, and Dark versus Solar as well. And Rainer is online. So, it is time. We've got the lower bracket set up here. And we are ready to go. So, Cyan versus Rainer. Dark, well, Sarah will be on Dark Solar. And then the winner of this match will be facing the loser of Dark versus Solar. And yes, I get that. We're not cutting to another break. We're not shutting anything else down. No. It's time. It's happening. Cyan actually took Cyril to the brink in Game 2 of their series. Game 1, Cyril just kind of, Cyril'd him. But Game 2, Cyan, with a decisive blank timing, was able to keep Cyril busy for 4 or 5 minutes, which, for some people, that would be a career-making victory. We'll see if he pulls anything like that against Rainer. Rainer, I think, definitely more vulnerable to timings, to early attacks, to creative strategies, but also just as dangerous. Cyril is kind of a known quantity. He's just going to play a safe, solid style, let you make a mistake, and then take advantage of it. Rainer may risk it early. Now, that early timing might be deadly. But at the same time, if you defend it, well, possibly an advantage. What I'm trying to say here is Rainer's a heavy favorite, but Cyan, he's here for a reason. And that reason is he qualified. I really thought we would start the countdown and that would wrap it up. But PvZ. Let's talk about PvZ. Let's talk about Oracles. Oracles, the most common unit probably in the early game of Protoss versus Zerg. But the personality behind them. I've seen a lot of players recently using more Stasis Wards. For those who don't know, in the new balance patch, Stasis Ward got a buff to the vision range, which it doesn't sound like a big deal, but before it only had 4 vision range, which is around the vision range of a Shade. 7 vision range now is not quite as much as your average unit, but you can see essentially the entire area around the stasis, as well as a little bit outside of it, which gives you, it's essentially more of an observer. So I think we've been seeing more. It wasn't that is the deciding factor in using more stasis wards, but I think it's one of those things that encourage Protoss players, including Rainer, to explore those strategies. It looks like Rainer is restarting his SC2, so we have time to talk about Rainer playing Protoss. Yes, if you haven't yet, I do have that cast up on YouTube. Rainer playing Protoss against both Cyril and Scarlet. To great success. Rainer, one of the arguably best Protoss players, especially in Protoss versus Zerg out there right now. But I think it's mostly an interest of avoiding Zerg versus Zerg, as opposed to necessarily thinking that Protoss has that much of an advantage. Zerg versus Zerg, you know, mirror matchups, okay. Not quite a coin flip, but sometimes it feels close enough to one that a lot of players aren't huge fans of it. And honestly, as a spectator, yeah, and now Cyan's taking a break. Okay. Well, I'm not taking another break. We've taken enough breaks. We'll find a way to fill an indefinite amount more time. But other changes that make a difference. The +2 melee attack to banelings. All right? Those banelings, before, we're gonna do puppets. All right? That's what we're doing now. So before, you had a probe. There you go. That's a probe. Usually have more than one. But baneling, +2 attack, gives it that extra bonus to light. No longer do the melee upgrades give additional bonus to light. They still give obviously more damage, but because of that, a baneling with +2 attack no longer kills a probe in one hit. That was the decisive timing. Like, having a unit that just gets into a single unit that costs less than really 100 resources, maybe a little more, getting into a mineral line and killing a bunch of probes, Terrans only. But with that nerf, +3 banelings still one-shot probes, but that of course requires a hive. And if the probe, I think, has +3 armor and shit, but let's be realistic. So that alone has made it significantly easier for Protoss players to maintain their economy in the mid-game against Zerg. And overall, I think, contributed to a bit more success with playing that macro toss style that Reyna was showing us as well. So, between that nerf to the melee attack upgrades, the buff to stasis, these are small adjustments. Okay? Alright, they're small things, but at the end of the day. Another thing is the buff, I'd call it more of a fix, to the Immortal. So the way the Immortal shields work, the barrier works, as of this newest patch. Well, before this newest patch, the Immortal, what would happen is you get tapped on the shoulder, and then the Immortal would be like, "We are under siege," or whatever the cool, I can't think of the Immortal line, despite hearing it hundreds of times. I'm blanking on it. Anyways, so you get tapped on the shoulder, take 4 damage, 3 damage, or 100 to EMP, and then the barrier would raise. But now, the barrier raises before the first attack. It's essentially preemptive, which is not as important in this matchup as it is against Terran or Protoss, but the Immortal is more reliable in blocking that damage, because before what would happen was it get hit and then react, but now the barrier will block that 100 damage. It's going to be very helpful against things like lurkers, for example, as time goes on. But we're getting started. No banelings. That's enough. Here we go. It just kind of, I didn't even recognize. I've been sitting here so long, I didn't even realize the countdown started. But here we are. And here we go. Thank you for sticking around. It's finally time. Let me... Oof. All right. Introduce, in the top right of Solaris, the Zerg player, this time around, for Basilisk Gaming. It's Rainer. And on the other side, the Chinese Zerg, we have Cyan. Alright, a best of 3 PvZ. As I mentioned, Cyan actually making Cyril sweat a little bit. It wasn't too well. Was pretty comfortable for Cyril at the end of the day. But he definitely is a danger with those early timing attacks, as Protoss always is.
Game paused.
We're ready to go.
Game resumed.
I guess we lost the admin. Everybody's ready. I feel... Alright, moving on. I'm not supposed to be the admin. Just to make it clear for the viewers right now. But I'm here as a backup in case the admin is actually watching Netflix. So I'll be the scapegoat for this one. Alright. Many hats today. So many hats. I never wear hats, but so many hats. Rainer. Second. Hatchery here. Wasn't sure I was gonna follow that one up. Just playing it safe. Only one in gas. Keeping his options open in case he needs that early speed, but instead going to be opting for 3 hatcheries. Stargate on the way. And things will settle down, it seems. We're gonna have a standard mackerel. Well, Rainer should be taking a 3rd hatchery here soon. The fact that he isn't is a little bit suspicious. Takes it now. Probe will scout it. Void Ray on the way. Wants to deny that scouting early. The Void Ray is a bold statement. An expensive statement as well. The Void Ray can deny the scouting, but definitely isn't overall as good as the Oracle. It doesn't have nearly as much utility. But it certainly could drive away the Overlords. So, leaves you a lot of opportunity. Void Ray on the way out. No Overlords here. The Overlord is in the main, so it looks like he's not going to bother taking that one out. 3rd base instead. Void Ray just heads across the map. And gets... Nope, nothing. Actually, nothing. It kind of looked like maybe there was a... No. Adept just dies. Void Ray takes out the Overlord. Twilight and Forge on the way. It looks like a very standard follow-up, right? Cyan not bothering with any... Is he mining all his gas? Yes. Is he waiting for the Overlord to leave to do anything differently? He is hiding all the tech from the Ovi. Rainer hasn't seen anything. But that lack of anything is something in and of itself, which sounds very profound, but really isn't. Zergling speed is done. Overlord's still hanging out, which is most of its job. Lairs on the way. Oh, Void Ray took a bit of a beating there from the knitting needles of the Queens. It's going to be charge. Does he pull off of gas the moment the Overlord dies? No, not the moment. But only 2 gases so far. It's going to be a charge lot timing. Much like he tried against Cyril. Did not find a lot of success, as Cyril had more than enough roaches ready to shut it down. But I doubt Rainer was watching those games. He had his own to worry about, so... Oracle's heading in towards the main. Lair's not quite done. Roach Warren not quite done. Void Ray? Okay. Out here on the beaches. Never really looked at this corner of the map. A whole bunch of seemingly random gateway units heading up. Rainer has 71 drones. And while charge and +1 are finishing here, there's not really any... He's got 6 charge lots, so Cyan doesn't look too committed to actually getting aggressive. Raynor has vision of the 4th base. Roaches and Lings. I mean, you got 71 drones. You can make pretty much whatever you want at that stage. If he can keep track of the tech Cyan has, he's going to be in a perfectly good position. But here come the charge lots. Catching Raynor maybe a little off guard. The Queen's got to scramble back. 1 taken out immediately. The Oracle's waiting for their opportunity to get involved. Splits off a couple Zealots for the mineral line. +1 ground weapons not quite done yet for Cyan. Trying to burn through the Queens. Targets one of the Oracles. There's not that much energy left over. This is looking somewhat dangerous. The +1 completes, allowing the Zealots a lot more effective. Oh my god, he right-clicked. A bit of a mistake there. That's going to help thin out the Zealots quite quickly. And all the Zerglings that were across the map now going to come back. Lights up a Void Ray, but a Spore Crawler and a Queen are more than a match. And Raynor consolidates his forces. The Zealots, not enough to break through. For a moment, there was a whisper of a dream. But it's faded. He's going to target down some more drones. But now he has to contend. There are 19 very angry roaches. They're just kind of angry by default. It's not really a symptom of this, but... Down goes the Void Ray. And with it, anything tying Raynor back at home. He's just hitting the roach button. And, you know, maybe make some more Void Rays at this point. Cyan, down 150 to 100 supply. It is Roach Ravager, so not the most fearsome army. Whole bunch of Zerglings. In production as well, gonna try to fill it in. Changelings spot the main. And the base to the top. I don't know if Raynor, he doesn't know about it until this moment. But definitely gonna make some big efforts to take it out. Fuel battery overcharge, helpful. Not remotely close to enough. The Roaches just chewing forward. Blink isn't done. There's nothing. Cyan bit off more than he could chew. And Raynor made him swallow it. Raynor just too much. Too many roaches. Too little time. Well, the charge lots, not enough. It looked like for a moment. Maybe with that +1 finishing. Well, Raynor had enough economy to fall back on. So now we move into game 2. Things moving along quickly now. Hard mud. That looked pretty much... You know, Raynor took about 20% more damage than Cyril did to the same build. Different map, I guess, but... And we are ready to go. Countdown has begun. Hard lead. Map 2. Cyan again. The twilight timing not quite coming together. I think he had the makings of something there, but... Raynor not phased. Oh, we're in. Cyan, bottom right. In the blue, Raynor in the top left. For those of you, our blind viewers out there. I think Raynor kind of excited at the opportunity to just go mass roach. Not really something you get to do too often nowadays against Protoss. Feels very satisfying to just go that full Zerg style. Not have to worry about like Infestor, Viper, Lurker, all these fancy units late game. No, just smash. gas to pool. Just making sure he has options. Only one in gas for Cyan. I guess he's working his way up. That's pretty standard. Time for the Terran music. Or we're watching Zerg versus Protoss. Makes complete sense. Mostly because Terran music is objectively overpowered. Probe. Wait, did he? The probe just built the Nexus now, coming all the way back across the map. I'm gonna get the full count. Mineral walks through. There's nothing to stop it, I guess. You can count the gas. Less than 100 mines so far. Means Rainer. There's really not much he could be doing at the moment. And a Stargate. Now, what does it have in store for us today? I like the Rainer as Protoss going for Mass Phoenix. Bringing back that Mass Phoenix charge lot. Well, I guess Phoenix Blinkstalker, but that is a very, very technical style that there are a lot of weak points if you're not able to keep track of everything. Still, though, when it works, it really works. Something the Void Ray can't really say as successfully. Well, speak of the devil. Adepts, Stagger Shade. On the edge of the creep. Keeping the Zerglings away for now. Void Ray in production. Twilight Council immediately behind. This is the he's deja vu. We've just been in this place before. Twilight immediately. I think he wants to go Glaives, but it might end up as Blank. Because against Cyril, it got scouted so early, he just freestyled a Blink timing. But Glaives are on the table. The Void Ray burns through the Ovi. There's nothing to scout the main. He's going to slap down the third Nexus. Cyan is not... I was about to say he's not building more probes. He was holding probes until he started that third Nexus. And there we go. Got the Glaives on the way. A dangerous timing indeed. Glaive to depths, a real existential threat to any... Oh, he's building Void Rays. He's hidden the Adepts. Glaives are still a long way off. So Raynor... Oh, gets the Creep Tumor here. Cyan threatening. Roach Warren's on the way. Raynor respecting this. But the Glaives will be completed before any Roaches can be on the field. Quite a late Roach Warren when it comes to defenses. So probably not quite expecting it. Throw it in the shades. One of them he's going to complete. And that'll be the real threat. Into the main. The lair now starts. 44 probes. Not adding any more. And here we go. The shades. He's adding some probes behind and a robo. Cyan this time around realizing he may need a follow-up. But actually with 9 roaches in production, but not done yet. The Adepts. And he finds an opportunity to shade through. Raynor doesn't have so many drones that he can afford to lose dozens of them. I mean, never do you want to lose dozens, but it's 48 to 49. The probe count is higher than the drones. And he's still behind the mineral line. Gonna kill some more. And in the third base as well, shift queuing. He's got 9 drones down. Gonna kill some of the Zerglings. You gotta be careful not to lose all your Adepts. Otherwise, the Roaches are gonna come heading across into the main. But he's nice move command. Oh no. A bit of a disaster for Cyan, who could have gotten another half dozen drones. But still, decent damage. It about evens out. 1,200, 1,200. 13 drones is a rough sell. I think Cyan, though, with a robo already done, building immortals, as well as Blank on the way, has set himself up well for the mid-game. It could have been better, but he's certainly not in a... he's not far behind at all, if at all. That was a tough sentence to navigate. I don't know why I made it so difficult, but here we are. Four more gates on the way. No forge whatsoever. We just now got +1 ranged attack. This is going to be 8 gates in total. The immortal count growing. Lair is clearly done. The Void Ray also hanging out. Might kill a roach here. Yep. Okay. Got him. Infestation Pit. Meanwhile, War Prism and a Forge. How many immortals? 2 immortals. Raynor, 66 drones against 64 probes. Cyan, in a tenuous position, but definitely a playable one. How many sentries? Just the one. +1 on the way. Infestation Pit, is that for Hive? Indeed. Raynor headed there. That is quite an investment on a relatively small economy. Some Glaive Adept set up on the left flank. The Warp Prism is on the way. The Roaches and Ravagers. Not sure who's flanking who here. The Immortals can be saved by the Prism. They will be. The Barrier working out. The Adept shading in. Beautiful positioning. Will maximize their potential damage. More Stalkers warping in. He's killed so many Zerglings here. And by that I mean 12. Alright, you know, I shouldn't have brought that up. It would have looked better if I just said so many and you thought it was like 38. Nope. A dozen. Okay, not that good. But he does keep Raynor busy. The problem is, Raynor is busy working on his own macro. He's got Hydralisk Den. It's going to be a Lurker Den very likely behind it. Vipers a threat soon. And there's no High Templar on the field. The Void Ray still keeping things at bay. The Void Ray really paying dividends here. Is he really going to do it? Okay, we're doing an Immortal drop. Void Ray. Okay. Alright. Lightly glazing many of those units. Could warp in. The Immortals, not such a great counter to the Zerglings. Not such a great counter to, oh no, a Scouting Immortal. Devastating. That's unfortunate. And now we have the Vipers. And the Lurker Den on the way. Cyan has taken a 4th base, but Raynor, he's going on 5. Disruptors in production, but none of this really going to deal with Vipers head on. Adrenal glands, spores and spines to sandbag some of those potential Zealot warp-ins. Double Ruptor production. Lurkers. Now for Raynor. Raynor has shown the value of Immortals and well-placed Storms against Lurkers. Just recently. But Cyan is opting for the Disruptor-based style. I think that's higher risk and higher reward. As the vulnerability to Vipers and the, well, hit-and-miss nature is a defining characteristic. Ah! Well, he gets one Lurker. The Spine's ripping through a whole group of the Stalkers. Raynor maxed out. Cyan also nearing a max out himself. He just has a bit of a lower tech overall army. The Vipers and Lurkers are particularly dangerous. Ooh, decides on getting the Spore Crawler there. Another shot. Force Field. Very dead Ravager. Meanwhile, Warp Prism. Oh no. Possibly some point-blank Disruptor shots back at home. Warp Prism taking a lot of damage from the Queens. They will eventually make their way around. The Disruptor survives. Down he goes. The Warp Prism taken out by the angry Queens. And Cyan maxed out, but it feels like nowhere to go. As Raynor keeps taking more and more of the map. Cyan really trying to make some progress. But 2 Vipers. He's not quite in range for the Ruptors. More units, creep spread, closing in. That Void Ray. 16 kills. The only thing standing between Cyan and devastation. Alright. Those Vipers, full energy here, looking for the Ruptors, may find them. Disruptor shots coming up short. The Lurkers just barely out of range. High Templar, Archons immediately. Cyan is maxed out. He's getting +1 armor here, but Raynor is banking. And he hasn't really lost anything critical. The Disruptors are yanked in. Gets 2, gets 3. The Lurker count isn't so high. Oh no. Oh my god. Well. An air ball there. Looking for more. Blinding Cloud. Trying to force the army forward. There's actually no detection to kill the observers. And losing this. Meanwhile, though, Lurkers are dunking home. Over at the right side base. There's a Revelation, but loses a lot of the Zealots before he's able to get on top of it. The Oracle itself might be the only chance here. The army driven back. Cyan may have been able to drive back the army in the center, but the Lurkers rip apart his outlying base. Oh, that Zealot. Bob the Zealot over here. Too angry to die. Forces 6 Lurkers to retreat on his own. What a hero. That's totally what happened. That's what he's going to tell his friends. Back at the Warp Gate. The Twilight Council. Well, Storm is on the way. But Raynor, he's closing in. Less and less of the map claimed. See detection? Oh, there's an observer right there. He actually just chews up those Lurkers. That was a lot of Lurkers to lose for free. 6 Lurkers dead over there. Okay, wait a second. Ah, Raynor gonna replace them. How about 18 more Lurkers? Yeah, that'll certainly replace them. And then some. But it is a bit of a liability. Oh my god, it's so many Lurkers. He's got 24 in total. The Void Ray! The Void Ray, the only thing. Still, are there any Hydras? There's only 1 Hydra. So the Void Ray still technically could take pretty much all of this out. It would just take a while. Oh no, the main army over here. There's a few Storms ready, I think. Does he have the energy on those Templar? He does. But the angle is not good. You do not want to be fighting there. There's more Lurkers over to the right flank. The Immortals are holding the line. But this angle is not good enough. Wow, the Immortals are just bashing their way through. Shield Battery Overcharge is helping. He needs to flank this. He needs to be able to see it. Also an important point. The Oracle doesn't have enough energy for Revelation. Raynor is rebuilding. The Templar must live. The Templar! Where are the Storms? A big storm there. Revelation, very helpful. And Raynor is driven back on the left flank. Immortals getting sliced up. Cyan still holding. 6 more Lurkers on the way. Raynor, he's lost 25, but Cyan is struggling to make it. Oh no! The hero Void Ray falls. And without it, hope dies. Well, gonna have to rely on the High Templar now. Stasis attempted. A few more Lurkers, both sides. Immortals holding. The angle. There's only 2 or 3 Lurkers here. More being added in. Revelation is good. More Lurkers coming up. Does he have an observer? He does. He's just gonna give up the base. Losing some Templar. Cyan is bleeding out supply here. Loses 11 probes. Raynor starting to bank more and more money. Oh, the Storms. The Stasis. An interesting combo. But the Lurkers. How do you stop them? He's been able to stall them out, but no more. Another fight. A costly one. And Rainer's 8 more lurkers. Ah. 12. 29 lurkers lost. And he'll do it again. Cyan taking that bottom left corner. A bit desperate. I mean, that summed up the last 10 minutes or so. Revelation, a bit off the mark there. Yeah, I think he only got one Zergling, and then there goes the Oracle. The Observer is the only detection. He can't lose this base. Meanwhile, another army, but there's no detection. The lurkers are slicing up the... Wow, he didn't have groove spines this entire time. Finally finishes it up. A few zealots. The supply's still weirdly close to even. And Oracle is in production. Cyan just sending out armies. He knows he can't fight heads up. Storms on the edges. More Ruptors. The Vipers were dead a long time ago. Cyan really playing flexibly here. By that I mean he's willing to re-expand over and over again. He spots a Greater Spire in the main if he's looking. Cyan still enough army supply to be dangerous. More lurkers will die. They don't have any carapace upgrades, by the way. They only have +3 attack. Glass cannon lurkers. Storms at point blank range. Needs to merge those Templar. Does. Overseer taken out. Rainer has had enough. He's working the Broodlords. He's finally getting +1 carapace. Is there neural parasite? No, but there is definitely fungal here. The disruptor shots chunk up a couple lurkers. Cyan refuses to die. And, well, there's a big difference between not losing and winning. But it is also the first step. The disruptor's looking for an angle. Oh, fire off a volley. Pretty decent one. The Broodlords. Some more Zerglings here. +3 melee. Adrenal glands is done. He just can't keep the economy going. Rainer has had the lead for essentially the last 10 minutes, and it's not been close. 8 more lurkers. There are 8 Broodlords on the field. 4 lurkers, not an intimidating number. 20 lurkers, more intimidating for sure, I'll admit that. 40 lurkers dead so far. Still 20 on the field. The Broodlords. Cyan sees really warps in 2 stalkers, which is very hopeful. Oh god, the fungals. Feedbacks on the Vipers. Good hits on the Ruptors. But what's left? Lurker Broodlord is chasing everything across the map. The lurkers will burrow down. I guess some credit to Cyan for holding it together for this long. But, yeah, oh no, that's far too much. That's way too many Broodlords. It's been too many lurkers. GG. Rainer takes it 2-0. Though maybe not as decisively as expected. But that's not what we count in the scoreline. Doesn't matter how many lurkers you lose, as long as you win the game. Words to live by. Or die, I guess. Well, that was definitely an interesting one. Rainer rocking out at 570 average APM in that game, just in case anybody wanted to count it. That is about 10 actions a second, which is pretty fast. It did feel like by the end he was definitely using it. Let us see. Our next match will be Oliveira versus Spirit. TVT, and I think this TVT has a much greater chance to go the distance. I don't know if that's a good thing, but that will be I'll confirm that, and that will be lining up momentarily. But hopefully you guys have been enjoying. I'm looking forward to the outcome of Beyond versus Cyril as well. Saw Beyond took a game, which is Beyond back. I think even taking one game versus Cyril, like, that's an accomplishment, but and then Dark versus Solar. We'll see. I believe that's on the main stream. Yep. And then we'll have the last 2 rounds. You know what? Just Jimmy, bring the brackets up on the screen. Thank you. So we have soon to be updated. Rainer takes it. He's going to be up against the loser of Dark versus Solar. And then the idea that Cyril. Oh my. Well, that is interesting. All right, but we got Spirit versus Oliveira. Honestly, I like TVT. I don't love it. All right, nobody loves mirror matchups except very weird people, but TVT can be very interesting. It can also be terrible, but the range is a bit narrower than most. All right, we're gonna go to a short break, short-ish. Spirit, you're on B stream after Rainer vs. Cyan. Yes, that's coming up momentarily. So just a couple minutes, and then we have the world champion up against Spirit. In Terran versus. All right. See you on the other side. Welcome back to the DreamHack ESL SC2 Masters Winter main event.
Game paused.
No one heard that. But it's time. Spirit. Maybe not quite time, actually. Seems we jumped the gun. Just a little bit, but here we are. The world champion against the challenger Terran. As we... yes, working out some sound issues. Alright. Well, hopefully everything sounds good over here, and you've enjoyed the sound of the casting. Throughout the day, we have 2 more series, including this one, I believe, scheduled. And then tomorrow, I'll be covering right here the knockout bracket, the last few rounds before we get to the playoffs. And then we'll hand it off to the mainstream for the rest of the tournament, as we've narrowed it down to 8 players by then. But still plenty of work to do to get there. So if you enjoy the commentary, be awesome to check out YouTube, Winter StarCraft, and occasionally streaming, Winter Gaming. Not a lot of brand consistency there, but could have planned ahead. Didn't think they'd name a tournament after me either, but, you know, could have had some more foresight there as well. So, yeah, I thought we'd jump in. So close. Yeah, so far. Oh, wait, it's... It's a Terran match. So, TVT. All right, here we go. Jumping in. Not important.
Game resumed.
Let me introduce here on Oceanborn. In the top left for Team Navi, the Terran. In the blue, it's Spirit. And in the bottom right, the Chinese Terran, the underdog world champion. It's Oliveira. Getting knocked down by Solar. Spirit getting knocked down by Dark. The Zergs ravaging both of them. And now the Terrans must fight to determine who's able to get a much better slot going into tomorrow. Best of 3. But if the games today have been any indicator, that best of 3 could easily be 10 minutes or near 2 hours. Spirit played 3 games in a row that were near or over 30 minutes against Dark. And my voice may never recover, but let's hope it does. So, TVT is not known for being a particularly short matchup if we survive past the first 5 minutes. The first 5 minutes are, of course, incredibly volatile, especially with the new and improved, well, the new Cyclones and their more early game role as high damage output options. CV scout for Oliveira. Spirit not bothering with scouting. He knows what Terran looks like. A 1 gas expand for both sides. This is so different than what we saw earlier today in Maru versus Kelashur. They both decided to just go, okay. Well, Spirit and Oliveira are both full on. Honestly, I feel like Spirit is one of the most similar players to Oliveira. He is very happy to sit here for 7 minutes and do his build. Yes, we're gonna duel. Who drew first? Looks like Oliveira with the SCV. He hits the nade, though. Oh, and he gets a shot on him. But the SCV? Can he finish him? No. Maybe. Grenade. Hits his own SCV. All right. First blood. Drawn by Spirit. But I really do think that Spirit is probably the closest in style to Oliveira overall. With this kind of later game set-piece Terran. It doesn't mean he's inflexible, but means he much prefers to play 3 base with near 200 supply than he does this early game shenanigans. But it is TVT, which means shenanigans are already afoot. Well, a jetpack, really, more accurately. As Oliveira decided to come back, the factory could be delayed. 2 Reapers. A deadly day. Oh, an SCV. Oh, no. He could get under that factory on the reactor there. He has to reset it. 4 SCVs. 5, 6. Terrible, terrible damage is being dealt. And Oliveira he came back with the Reapers. He didn't try to do counter damage. 8 SCVs. It's a disaster. He just had nothing at home. He was caught with the add-ons, building his factory. Oliveira came back with the Reapers. He made that decision, and I think it was a mistake. Spirit takes a sizable advantage over the world champion. And to start things off, yes, 2 Reapers for 8 SCVs, a full scout, and a delay on the tech. Yeah, I'll take it. Raven with interference matrix. It's just going to be more clones for Oliveira. Going to try to hold the line with them. No siege tanks for either side yet. Raven with interference matrix for Oliveira. The crowbar of Terran. Used for pry and open defenses. Or just beat him over the head with auto turrets, I guess. Also works. I've played No, I haven't played Half-Life, but I know that the crowbar is heavily involved. Right? I'm right about that. Don't worry. I'm old. Moving on. Raven hanging out. As it does. Not much else to work with early on. Auto turret comes in. 2 of them, covering both sides of the mineral line. There's nowhere to go. Another 5 SCVs down. And a scan. He sees Spirit adding on his production. There might... well, okay. He's got 8 Cyclones, 2 Ravens. But Spirit also has 2 Ravens, so this seems optimistic. He's gonna go for the T. He scrambles the Ravens. Yeah, that seems like the right... This ain't gonna happen. Oliveira, 3 siege tanks is about 2 siege tanks too many. Auto... What? What? That's crazy. That, of all the things, that is the craziest thing to me. He just attacked the auto turret. Wow, it actually is quite squishy. He only lost 2 SCVs. He would have lost more if he ran away and mining time. That... Huh. I mean, still hurts, but... Wow. Alright, Spirit still maintaining a significant advantage in pretty much every metric here. He's got the production, he's got the upgrades quicker, he's got more SCVs. Third base established. Maybe the auto turrets can do something. Start to even it out a bit. And a Viking. Little advantages being shaved away here for essentially no losses. Spirit just has to keep it together. Having all those advantages, well, no plan survives contact with the enemy. It only takes one step too far into siege tanks to potentially turn everything around. But I think Spirit is doing a lot to mitigate that potential. He's already got all his production online. Liberator setting up. Trying to time it out here. Keep him busy. Another Liberator towards the main. This one caught by the Cyclones. The Cyclone Raven hit squad out in the middle of nowhere here. Liberator finding a lot. Oh, what a beautiful timing. A master stroke here. And Spirit finds the command center, kills the tank. He should be able to get the orbital. He set him up with the 1, 2, 3. And the 3 was definitely the most devastating part. Anti-armor missile. Good scrambles from Oliveira. But Spirit holds the line. And he will knock him out in game number 1. Wow, that was quite a decisive game. Oliveira waffling on the Reapers a bit. And it just spirals from there. I still can't get over just auto attack, like just attacking the auto turret. That it didn't really define it, but pretty decisive victory. Big mistake by Oliveira getting caught with nothing back at home. Not a mistake you expect to see made at this level, but I think that kind of cost him possibly the rest of the game. Well. All right. Spirit taking a quick break. Apparently his sound wasn't working that game. You know, if either it wasn't working or it's not working right. But either way, whatever it was, I would just stick with it. Okay. Just let it ride. It seems to be working out. All right. Well, that did not end up in the dramatic late game that I necessarily was hoping for. But will help us keep on schedule, so at least that's a win. And here we go. Countdown has begun. It's now ended. The load screen has begun. I'll keep you updated on any other menus that you need to know about. And game 2. It's like we're switching up the colors just to make it more difficult for me. All right. In the top right, claiming the red color out of victory. Or because they defaulted that way and neither player is using default colors. But for Team Na'Vi, Spirit. And in the bottom left, the world champion. Down 1-0 for DKZ Gaming. It's Oliveira. That was a pretty rookie mistake as well. Having those Reapers out of position while you try to build the reactor on your barracks. And heading back home to try to deal with the Reapers. Just disastrous. Those are the kind of things that people will leave ladder games over. Rarely do you see it at this level. Spirit, gonna be SCV scouting this time around. Oliveira, nothing of the sort. 2 gas for both sides. No more gambling on Reaper positioning. Orbitals. Factory. CV takes a look around. Still 2 out of 3 gas in both refineries for Oliveira. How many? Spirit? Only 1 in one of them. Which trends? Did he hide it after? We'll see if he has anything more tech-oriented. And those are details that matter at this stage. No reactor for either side. Laying it down on the low ground. Oh, Spirit as well. What? How did he bounce? Did he? He may have pulled off at that moment. But Oliveira, the Reaper? No! Oh, I think he got a half shot. Oh, no. Oh! The chase is on. Oh, but another one. Turns him back. Technically, the Reaper has 2 attacks, which attack very, very slightly staggered, like firing off 2 pistols. Very occasionally, if someone's especially microing intently, you'll see that 1 shot go off and make the... Not again. Not again, Oliveira. Oh, no. Okay, as a Cyclone. Much better. Wait, it's a not again for Spirit, I guess. And the command center is delayed, but the Cyclone will shut down any sort of shenanigans in the early game. No Cyclone for Spirit yet. It's about to complete. Not quite there yet. Gonna did as much damage as he can, but the Cyclone pops out. He's going for the Reaper. He gets it. Okay. Not nearly as devastating as Spirit's damage in the previous match, but it's something. It's about exactly the same thing. 2 SCVs and 2 Reapers. A tech lab on the barracks here. I don't think it's gonna stay there. Another tech lab. Interesting. Oliveira. Meanwhile, Spirit building up a reactor. That should be a tech lab? Yeah. Tech lab and the Raven in production. So, Oliveira maybe wants a quicker stim with it. Going for the heavy Cyclone. Reaper Hellion, mostly for scouting here. 1 gas taken at the natural for both sides. Interference Matrix for Spirit. No interference matrix yet for Oliveira. I say yet because it feels almost implied. The addition of that as an upgrade. Well, the scouting depot targeted and taken out. A very small to medium blow there, but a blow nonetheless. Oliveira now starts interference. No, God. Okay. That is very, very, very optimistic to take 2 Cyclones in a medevac and fight 2 Cyclones when your Cyclones have less HP. But I guess if he catches him off guard, maybe. But there's no obligation to move out for Spirit. Three racks already complete. Spirit instead opted for a 3rd command center. Which means Oliveira will have a lot more units to work with. He's got his 3rd CC pretty quickly as well. Oliveira bringing all that production online. Spirit, his production is so late. At least in comparison to his opponent here. And now, what did Oliveira sacrifice? Siege tanks. He skipped tanks in order to get production up. In order to get those upgrades. It may pay off. Barely lives. This is... wow. Okay. He's got the watchtower. The scan. Spots the timing. Pretty sure he knows about the 3rd command center.
There's no other reason why this should be so late. Lands on the reactor there. Spirit with his third CC already slapped down, but Oliveira, with all 5 barracks online, and an upgrade advantage as well as combat shield, so things looking much better for Oliveira. At least infrastructure-wise, than the previous match. God, those barracks are so late. But Spirit has 55 SCVs. He has 3 growing energy ravens. Oliveira has 3 as well. It looks like he's hiding his composition. Is he actually hiding from scans, or is this just a coincidence? Well, depends on how it goes. We'll take credit for it. Ravens, Vikings. Spirit definitely going for the quality over quantity composition. Oliveira putting as much manpower on the field as possible. Gonna have 20 Marines. Medevacs are out as well. The Raven... Oh my. Okay, well, the choke point on this map is always a bit of a defining characteristic. 1-1 combat shield. He's sitting on the edge. A scan spots the Ravens. Can he scramble them? Interference matrix used. Siege tanks moving up. Just the one. That's all he has. Oliveira, I think, wisely pulls back. As, is not going to be it. There are 5 tanks. The Ravens still have energy. 1-1 is about to complete. Is he really going for it? All right, here we go. Scrambles. Gets 5 out of 5. The full scramble. Anti-armor missile. But there's almost no units with which to use it. The interference matrices are running out. The siege tanks are going to be devastating. But every single one that won siege is taken down. And Oliveira is able to gut much of the arm. He gets 7 SCVs. But Spirit with a capable defense. A spirited defense, if you would. He is able to hold the line. So Oliveira, I think a small victory, but definitely still has the war to fight. The Ravens on both sides were wiped out of the sky. Spirit maintains 5 Vikings, and none of them are chasing down these medevacs that are headed towards the main. Oliveira going to work another angle. There is 1 siege tank in the main. He's able to siege that up. He's actually fighting with the unsieged... Oh, he gets a tank. And those are... They don't have combat shield. He's actually taking a great trade there. But the Vikings move into position. Spirit holds. Oliveira has not been slouching back at home. He took a 4th base. He cut down the complexity of the army, and he's keeping map control without committing too much. He didn't have many tanks himself, so removing the tanks of Spirit is definitely a victory. Removing a command center would be a larger one. The Vikings intercept the medevacs, take it down. He's trying to take out the command center itself. Is it worth it? The SCVs are pulled, but they're too late. Down goes the CC. And Oliveira starting to add up the wins here. 10 SCVs down. And the 4th command center is taken out by a hail of bullets. The Vikings... Spirit is relying on the strength of his composition, but it's weakening by the second. As Oliveira, 2-2 on the way. Upgrade advantage. He has the production. 4th command center is done. He's up a dozen SCVs. Spirit gambles on a drop. Oliveira calls the bluff. Not sure that's exactly the right terminology, but anyways, the Marine spots it immediately. Ravens. Oliveira rebuilding Ravens. Does he have 2 starports? Indeed, 3. 3. 2 with tech labs, adding more and more Ravens on. Gonna look to dismantle the crowbar. Definitely the best analogy. Siege tank at the watchtower knocks out the Cyclones. Spirit, still with a lot of army supply and about to be completing 2-2. Gonna deal with that tank. Actually, a devastating attack. Siege tank gets a dozen or so Marines. +2. Oliveira stimming in. Spirit! He already retreats. He's gonna lose another orbital. We're going into a base trade. But it's not a base trade if only one player's losing. Anti-armor missile. Liberators are gonna have to take their sweet time here. Hey, it looks like the third base may actually be taken out. Oliveira has no siege tanks at home. Ravens are no substitute. Back comes Oliveira. It's just Marines. It is now 8 siege tanks to just 3. Here comes the world champion. The Marines are absolutely everywhere. A 270-degree surround. And there's more than enough. He's tearing through everything left. Hundreds of Marines dead. Maybe dozens. But so far... Well, actually, Spirit. While it looked great for Oliveira, Spirit is ahead on supply. Wow, that did not go nearly as well as it looked. And a lot of that supply is kind of pinned back here. The orbital going to land again. Oliveira... Oh, the Spirit... Spirit doesn't know about the 4th. Oh, no. If that was the 3rd and that's it... Oh, no. Well, Spirit is still maintaining. They still have solid SCV counts. So despite a massive exchange on both sides, still not decisive. We do have siege tanks. Liberators overhead. Spirit still leaning on that better composition. Where did it go wrong? Oliveira hurting for supply. I guess Marines are just not as good as the unit composition Spirit is putting on the field. He's making mass Raven, but the Ravens... Are they paying off? More Vikings taken down. Spirit holding his ground on the low ground here. He has that high ground. I hear a Liberate. Oh my god. +3 now completed. Oliveira setting up for another break. The tanks are all unsieged. A precarious position. The Liberators are covering the front line. Siege tanks in range, but this is it. Here we go. Anti-armor missile scrambles some of the tanks. Is it enough? Holding his ground, Spirit guns forward. And he holds the line. Spirit takes it 2-0. Wow. The quality over quantity composition. Oliveira just thrown away. He lost 154 to 97. He lost 11 Ravens. Oh my. Wow, it looks so good. But Spirit stayed the course and eventually found the fights. It was so costly. I guess Ravens are no substitute for siege tanks. When you have Ravens and siege tanks, maybe, but the army value just wasn't there. An upset, I would say, statistically, but Spirit definitely seemed to have a better grasp of what he wanted in Terran versus Terran. And that means Oliveira going to be one of the first knocked down in the knockout bracket. Not winning a single game so far in Atlanta. Definitely a tough one. Looks like Beyond barely lost to Cyril. Actually, I don't know how it went. It went 2-1. So, that means we got Beyond here. For potentially our last match of the night. I believe we're going to be covering... Let's bring that bracket up. Now, there's Dark versus Solar, and then Beyond versus... Now, Spirit. Starting to lose it. Been streaming like 9.5 hours. No excuses. Dark versus Solar. Set up right now. The loser of that faces off against Rainer. And then Beyond versus now Spirit. So either way, we're going to get a mirror matchup. I wouldn't mind a ZVZ. All right, I'll say it. I haven't cast any ZVZ today. Let's get our... Will Rainer play Protoss? I don't know if there are rules on that. Because in Home Story Cup, for example, you can just switch your race between the games. I haven't consulted the rule book. It hasn't really been too relevant before. All right. Well, let's see if we can get some info on what's coming up next. Before we go to a quick break, I'd like to talk about it a little bit, but that's just me. But thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you've enjoyed. Tomorrow we will be covering the first few rounds up until the playoffs as well. So many of these same players again, but the better you do today. Well, some of the players will be skipping to the playoffs as if they were able to win through. All right. I'll keep you consulted. I'll keep you in the loop. But I'll keep you waiting just a little bit longer. We have... Well, it's going to be Spirit versus Beyond, I think, because the other one isn't decided yet. Yeah, that makes sense. Assuming that. Anyways, see you on the other side. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters, Winter 2023. Main event, where I have the pleasure of telling you that we got about 10 minutes until the next matchup. Spirit versus Beyond. Who will go on? Who will go out? And also, if we're able to complete this match in a timely manner. I have no idea if that's going to be the case, but then maybe we could jump into Hearthstone versus the winner of Scarlet and Cham. Over in the open bracket, but it really does depend on the timing. I think that could be a longer series, so we might be able to catch some of the games, but Beyond versus Spirit is our first priority. Making sure we got the winner stage locked down. So, thank you for watching. Be back after just one more short break for the last match, at least here, of the winner stage before we go into tomorrow. Thank you for watching. See you on the other side.
Shotgun. Zerg. You got a Zerg and a shotgun, and I'm bringing 'em home to you. Pick up Protos. You. I got a pickup and a Protos, and I'm bringing 'em home to you. Shovel. Bucket. You. I got a shovel and a bucket, and I'm bringing 'em home to you. Boots. Socks. You. I got boots and socks, and I'm bringing 'em home to you. Protos. Pick up. Shovel. Bucket. Boots. Socks. Salsa. Chips. Whiskey. Coke. Candy. Flowers. Headstone. Grave. I got a Zerg and a shotgun, and I'm bringing 'em home to you. Hey, grab your Zerg and
Welcome back to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter main event with me, Winter, who, it is time for what is potentially our last series of the day. We're only 10 hours in, and we're done nearly already. But it has been quite a day. Starting off with Gumiho making mech work up against Showtime in TVP, ending with Spirit upsetting the world champion in a pretty decisive TVT, setting up this, it could be our final match. Beyond versus Spirit. Beyond not quite able to take down Cyril, which that makes him, puts him in league with essentially everyone. All that's left to determine from the winners brackets today. Bringing it up just to, we're almost ready to go. Been a lot of breaks. We're doing it live. Hopefully you've enjoyed my commentary and keeping company in between those breaks as well. But we have Dark versus Solar. After Solar taking out Oliveira and Dark in an exhaustive series. Ooh, that was a long one. Taking out Spirit. And now that sets us up for Beyond versus Spirit. Well, after Beyond lost to Cyril. Believe it or not. Cyril going to advance to the playoffs. Raynor will be facing the loser of that match. Beyond managed to take him out. And real quick, I think we can jump over to the open bracket and take a look at how it's going over there. Hero and Creator are your qualifiers from the beginning of the day. Lambo and Shin take the second round. And Laser has taken it over Bunny just barely. Vindicta and Bunny battling out in the losers bracket. Hero Marine takes it over Hearthstone, but Hearthstone will face the winner of Scarlet and Champ, so maybe we'll be looking at that later. But right now, we're looking at Beyond versus Spirit. As the map has loaded, and here we go. Let me introduce, in the top right for Team Navi, upsetting Oliveira to set the stage for this match here. The Polish Terran. It is Spirit. And, well, you already know who it is. He needs no introduction, but I gotta justify my presence here somehow. It's Micro Jackson, the 2016 World Champion, Team Shopify Korean Terran. It's Beyond, who has decided he's woken up, loaded into the series, and chosen violence. Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole game, but very direct and hasty violence. 2 proxied barracks. The most intense cheese we've seen the entire day. Gumiho did a single proxy reaction, but Beyond, with one of the oldest builds in the history of StarCraft 2. He is one of the oldest players in the history of StarCraft 2, and Spirit knows the dangers on this map. Yeah, alarm bells are going off here, but just because he scouts it doesn't necessarily mean he can easily stop it. SCV. If he could actually kill the SCV, maybe, but he can repair, poke away. It's going to be Reapers. Beyond, of course, the man who single-handedly, well, both hands, got Reapers nerfed twice and is not afraid to do it again. But TVT not usually cited as the reason why. A Marine? A Marine? He's gonna go for a Marine first here, which is kind of a crazy play overall. Jumping up. There are 2 SCVs. The Marine at all is... it doesn't heal over time. Very important difference. Spirit clearly wanted to get his factory out as quick as possible. But Beyond spotted the Marine. The SCVs are waiting, but he could just come in the ramp side here. There is no wall off. Just the depot to delay things. Target firing. Micro's back.
So far, Spirit defending capably, but there's nothing stopping Beyond. Oh, the Cyclone is halfway there, but a lot of damage can be done in that amount of time. More SCVs gonna go down. Beyond 3 SCVs and counting. Make that 4. Cyclone is out. He gets 6 of them. And honestly, oh, the grenade is perfect. And he gets away with it. What Beyond wants is us to make sure we can cast some of those open bracket matches as well. That's what he... Very, very thoughtful of the schedule for the day is Beyond. Doesn't want to risk it with the Reapers. A single Cyclone is not enough to necessarily kill... 6 Reapers, 5 Reapers can still kill a Cyclone, especially you throw a grenade in there to potentially interrupt it. It will be costly, though. So, he does kill the SCVs. Expansion is on the way behind. The Barracks Scout. Honestly, the Cyclone should be able to take it down pretty quickly. Just getting us out here at all. He's going to land the command. Spirit is already building 2 command centers here. He's trying to protect his barracks with his Reapers, and will succeed, because if he knows where the Cyclones are, obviously, he can maneuver his Reapers anywhere else. So that means the barracks will still continue to take up residence on Spirit's side of the map. But Spirit is a bit of a macro player himself. He loves those command centers. I don't think we've seen a single game today without him rushing 3CC. Despite anything else. Beyond did not see Command Center 2 nor 3 here. So, maybe working off a bit of imperfect information. The second Command Center is somewhat implied. The third one, though, is definitely worth knowing about. Beyond just hanging out at the watchtower, all jammed in there. I think the units, yeah, they're really struggling to find space for each other. Oh my god. And Beyond just keeps jamming him into tighter and tighter spaces. Just quite rude. Alright. Doesn't want to risk moving out any further. Liberator on the way. So, despite the early damage, Spirit will bounce back. He's still in a very fragile position, though. If he takes any more economic damage, even with 3 CCs, Beyond is scaling his economy behind. Okay, that's exaggerating. Beyond actually has almost nothing behind. And it wasn't exaggerating, it was just wrong. As Beyond only has 1 barracks back at home. He has a reactor factory spamming Cyclones. He's gonna try to go for a kill here, it looks like. A Liberator coming in. The Reapers, the boys are pulled. A lot of damage being dealt to both sides. SCVs being slaughtered. Liberator comes in a bit mistimed. And good reaction time. Oh, more Cyclones just obliterating each other. Oh god, the Cyclones are so dangerous. Beyond having a field day. Another Liberator. More clones! Oh no! It's a disaster for Spirit. The Liberator at the back, still picking off. There's just not enough. Oh my, the infinitely microble units, the Cyclones. On top of the Reapers and Beyond. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. And he takes game number 1. Well. There you go. Wow, for a moment, it looked like Spirit could stabilize. But then Beyond just took it away. God. I guess Cyclones are almost as microbull, if not more microbull than Reapers, because Reapers could not attack while moving. Close to it, but not quite. So, that was a pretty disgusting build. Spirit holding on at all, but give Beyond an inch, he'll take a kilometer. We're headed in. Site Delta. Game 2. Well, that's a bit demoralizing for Spirit. He was setting up... If Beyond didn't kill him there, if he didn't do critical damage, Spirit was way ahead. But the game ended, because Beyond killed him. All right. That's why I'm the commentator. I give you these facts. You do with them what you will. I'll move on to introducing our players here. Potentially our final match of the day. In the bottom right, from Team Shopify, it's Micro Jackson in the blue. All his SCVs in his base for now. Oh god, no, don't do it again. Don't, no, come back. Come back here. It's a little late to go for a proxy. Is it a Macarex? Just a scout? Very early scout? Anyways, it's beyond. Yes. On the other side, we have Spirit. In the red. Is he gonna proxy one Rex? Oh my. Oh wow, how nuanced. Instead of 2 proxy Rex, it's one. And then a 1-in-1. The creativity knows no bounds. Next, he'll build 2 barracks in his main. Well, the beauty of this, remember, Spirit scouted the 2 Rex last game, but that, as we saw, doesn't mean you can necessarily stop it. It's one of those things that by the time it's happening, it's potentially too late. You just have to somehow control better than the literal best Reaper micro player in the world. So good luck with that. He's doing it again. He's doing it again, except he's made one of the barracks at his base. He's doing another Mass Reaper. Oh, beyond. Uh-oh. Taking a command center. The factory isn't done yet. The second Reaper isn't done yet. Just drives right by. For sure. More SCV. He didn't actually kill the SCV building the command center. He's building a heli in here. Oh. How is he? He waits. Oh, okay. All right, the Hellion. He's gonna kill a Reaper. Wait, no, he missed! Right? What is going on? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, did he just win the game? Oh, my God. Well, this is, I'm trying to find some clever ways to say this is very, very bad. He's gonna throw some grenades if he gets caught. It doesn't really matter at this point. The damage has been dealt. He's going to the low ground. There's more Reapers on the way. Cyclone. Oh, he's microing or he gets the SEV. Yeah, but wait, there's more. Hellion. Good hit. Grenade. No, wait, a Hellion for Beyond? Yeah, at this point, maybe walling off was worth it. Yeah, I doubt it. Another grenade? Perfect. Oh my god, he dodged the Hellion hit. The SCV got the kill, but... Oh my. Well. Huh. Fear the Reaper, man. Spirit isn't dead. But I'm not sure he wants to live anymore. Oh my. It's really bad. He has a Cyclone. He gets a hell. I guess that's something. Doesn't even want to lock on to the barracks. He doesn't want to risk it. He doesn't want to show where the Cyclone is. Okay. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh, that one was a minute and a half quicker. How exciting. Well, and there you have it. Beyond in the time, and well, looks like Reaper's still pretty good. Beyond just walks up, pulls out his double pistols, and down goes another player. Pretty much everyone but Cyril is vulnerable to it. And, just like that. That's all I gotta say about that. There's not much to follow that out. Just micro like beyond. Well, on the bright side, this means we might be able to cast Hearthstone versus, Scarlet. Jam or Scott? I'm not sure who won. That was one of the most Beyond games I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of Beyond games. All right. Now, well, on the bright side, that means we can check out the open bracket. On the downside, it's Hearthstone versus Scarlet. So... I'm going to stick around and make sure, because this is essentially our after hours of the day. That is the only bracket that has yet to conclude. We can take a look. Well, besides, I believe the next match will be covered on the mainstream. It'll be Rainer versus the winner or loser of Dark versus Solar. Oh, and we're starting right now. They're just jumping in. I didn't think it would just start. But here we are. Okay. It's happening right now. This is what happens when we get out of the fancy play. We're in the open bracket. These guys have been playing all day. And this is the last match to see who gets to the playoffs. A team kill. And honestly, I think the most fan favorite match we're gonna have, jumping right in. Wow, thank you, Beyond, for allowing us to get this match. Beyond knew we wanted to watch. So here we are, in the top right, fighting for her tournament life against her teammate. It is, of course, the Canadian Zerg, Scarlet. Up against the captain from the Netherlands, also on Team Shopify. It's Hearthstone. Only one of these two players. That is unfortunate for Team Shopify, but when the brackets were set, it was going to be unlikely. On the bright side for Team Shopify, well, one, Beyond. End of sentence. Two, one of these players will be moving on to tomorrow. Hearthstone has his unique flavor of late game, Protoss versus Zerg. Rainer's, well, depending on who you ask, getting credit for Rainer's Protoss coaching. And Scarlet has her own brand of that full-on swarm Zerg. Sometimes can get tunnel visioned into the mid-game. I think that is one of the major potential issues, but Hearthstone doesn't... I'm not here to judge. But Hearthstone has a tendency to go for the much more late game styles as well. So we'll see. I'm sure they know each other more than well enough to have mind games at play. And at this point, you're not friends. You're not teammates. Only one of you You came all the way here. Only one of you can continue. This is the loser's bracket as well, so do or die. All right. Harstem, 1 gate expand into a Stargate. On the other side, we have Scarlet. Zergling speed pulls off a gas. Very standard, very macro. Clinical start. No hands tipped yet. Stargate on the way. Overlord hanging out. As it do. First Adept will confirm the third base. Oh god, Harstem. Jumping that camera around. I want to know, is it the +1 melee? I'm a big fan of the melee attack upgrade style of Zerg. It can be risky against especially Sky Toss. You commit too much to the melee attack upgrades and you end up not having really anything to deal with stuff like quick carriers. But with a lot of scouting and a smidge of aggression, you can find yourself in an okay spot. Adept. God, this watchtower. These choke points. Zergs hate them. Oracle is out. Second Oracle on the way. We'll see if any Moracles enter production. Lights up. What are the creep tumors? 3 queens simultaneously. Scarlet not adding... just now adding more gas. No evolution chamber. No roach foreign. Nothing but queens and drones and a handful of Zerglings. Harstem, 2 more gases at the natural, indicating... Gonna go for tech. Did Scarlet have an Overlord in position? She does. She hasn't seen it yet. Oracle's burned through a queen. Get a creep tumor as well. Overlord. The forge is right there. Is that intentional? Are you showing the forge intentionally? Otherwise, it's kind of a weird place to put it. I'm not sure if he knows where the Overlord went. That is giving away a decent amount of info. On top of the double gas. The oracles. The treacles. Really? Gonna fight the queens. But wait, there's more. Get off my queen! Brenda will have her revenge. Wow. Harstem trying to just dive on it and killing 1 queen. I don't think... Considering, I did the math. Queens are 150 minerals. Oracles are 150 minerals and 150 gas. So, 1 oracle for 1 queen doesn't seem like a profitable trade. Especially considering how important it is to keep as many alive as possible. Harstem with... Is this like a +2 blink timing? What year is it? Because he's going for the +1 before even getting the Twilight. He's almost has nothing else. Harstem with the 4th base already. Scarlet takes the gold. Well, that is certainly a play. 8 roaches on the way. Oracle's coming, get 4 more drones. So Harstem still poking and prodding and getting enough damage done to keep Scarlet at bay. And honestly, this damage is enough to get that 4th base up, essentially untouched. Of course, Scarlet, if she gets a gold base, she's not going to be unhappy either, so... Just full-on macro here. Harstem, Templar Archives, Robotics Facility, 2 more gates. Charge on the way, +1 finishing up. Scarlet has the Infestation Pit. Now, is it Swarm Hosts or just a Hive? 7 Overlords on the way as well. I'm not gonna go Swarm Host. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Swarm Host it is. Oh, Ricky and the boys. Not the accidental swarm host. No, very intentional ones. Meanwhile, Hearthstone adds in a Phoenix. Maybe anticipating, well, Dropper Lord's Mutas, I don't know. Hallucinated Phoenix as well. Sees the swarm host, so now what? Hearthstone's playing this very passive style of Protons, but against swarm hosts, you can't afford to sit back and relax. You need to try to force out those locust waves before they're raining down on your base. Hearthstone understands that. Speed done for Zealots and Roaches simultaneously. Roaches and Lings on the opposite side. Unscouted here by Hearthstone. Gonna take down the Adept. The Zerglings get into the natural. Another warp in, but the Zerglings will be getting in here. Meanwhile, the Roaches trying to intercept the army in the middle of the map. The Swarm Hosts pop out some of the Locusts. Oracle's here. There is no anti-air from Scarlet, creating a bit of an awkward scenario. Lights Up fighting the Roaches, surprising not targeting the Swarm Hosts. Is there a shield battery? There's no shield battery at this base. Locusts raining down. The Roaches are trying to get in. They're targeting the pylon at the natural. What a haphazard fight. Void Rays on the way to deal with it. The robotics facility will immediately dead on arrival. The Swarm Hosts, well, the Roaches are cleaned up here. Scarlet is still maxed out as Swarm Hosts are kind of dead supply while they're waiting for those Locusts to recharge. The Queens halfway across the map. Roaches actually get into the mineral line at the southern base. But Hearthstone is at 78 to 66 workers. In fact, Scarlet, understanding that this army is very supply heavy, has significantly less workers. The shield batteries need to complete here. Without the shield batteries, without any overcharge, this is getting more and more difficult. Just shrugging off the Void Rays. Hearthstone, though, seems to be going up in supply as time goes on. The Swarm Hosts aren't getting enough damage done. Zealots heading across. +2 done for Hearthstone. Only +1 attack. Scarlet didn't get a hive. She got locked into the Swarm Host. Did not get a hive during all of that. Just now starting it. And if there is an issue in the later game, I think a late hive is definitely one of the possible culprits. But here come the Locusts. The Swarm Host spotted. Shield battery. Some of the probes will die. Hearthstone can replace him. He's playing very patiently. Scarlet, it feels like a little surprised at how little these Swarm Hosts are doing. But Hearthstone with the beefiest Protoss army. He's got the Immortals, the Archons, and the Charge Lots. The Charge Lots are hunting down the Swarm Hosts as well. Scarlet has money in the bank, but not too much gas. Just minerals right now. Roach Hydra. Not the ideal army composition against Psionic Storm. Zealots all over the top side of the map. Oracle's still making their way around. Hydras are added into the army. Another Locust wave. Storm isn't done yet. The Zealots are just fighting the Locust, heads up. Hearthstone going to want another base soon. Starting to lose a more meaningful amount of probes. Seismic spines on the way. Groove spines as well. All sorts of spines. A stasis? Some of the Roach Hydra getting taken out. Hive is clearly done. Groovy spines completed. Hearthstone holding, though. Scarlet banking money. +3 weapons. About to complete. Not quite there yet, but the Templar on the back line, the Storms. Soften up the Locusts. Get some of the Roaches, some of the Hydras. But Scarlet's still knocking on the door. Hearthstone has not really done anything to answer. Now Seismic Spine's done. Very slowly. Oh, wow, Stalkers are not very good. It takes a surprising amount of time for 2 Stalkers to kill Creep Tumors. 9 Lurkers on the way. Hearthstone has the army to deal with this, but it all comes down to the angle. I'm sure he's acutely aware of that, though. Swarm host still to the south side. Locust recharged. The Stalker spots it. Could actually drag out some of the Locusts. Harstem some Zealots to the north. Another Locust wave. Just gonna fight it. Try to target down. Shield battery overcharge onto the Archon. Holds the line against the Locust wave. Zealots fighting against Zerglings. Neither of them really landing any damage. Okay, that's a changeling. I'm not crazy. But, oh my god! Ah! Sorry. It's been a long day. Revelation. Spots the lurkers, but they are able to burrow in time before the Templar can close the distance. Watch out! Ooh. I don't think they can hear me. Another revelation. Keeps track of those lurkers. Harstem setting up a potential surround. There's a lot of lurkers here. +3 ranged attack. Good storm. Starts things off. Some charge launts and Archons over to the right flank. Darting in. And slicing up. Oh, the Archon count is so damn high. The lurkers. The Archons are weathering it here. The Immortals on the back line. One storm. A dozen drones dead. And Scarlet losing some of her lurkers. Harstem finally able to find another Nexus. But Scarlet keeping the aggression. She's got 5,700 minerals. But barely any gas. Missile attacks, level 3. About to complete. Shields, level 1. And rocks being blasted apart. Scarlet opening up, Harstem opening up more space for this very unwieldy army. The lurkers, oh my god, that's so many lurkers. 18 lurkers, 2 swarm hosts are left over. Oh my god, they're still down here. 10 kills. I don't think that counts they both have 10 kills. I'm not entirely convinced that they don't count the locusts that they spawn as kills. I've seen that happen before. Which is pretty messed up, if you ask me. But the Zealots find an undefended mineral line. Scarlet doesn't have Burrow to protect the drones. And, oh my god, that's so many lurkers. There's 21 lurkers on the field, taking up almost an entire screen here. But none of them where the Zealots are. Harstem has played a methodical game. He's gotten the fleet beacon back at home. Another warping of charge lots. More drones will die. And the Archons. +1 shields is done. Scarlet. Oh no, the charge lots into the main. Scarlet's 200 supply and nowhere to go. The Zealots find the lurker den. Scrambling back, but Harstem is systematically cutting down the options for Scarlet. Immortals and Archons. Tough to... Oh, barely saves the lurker den. Not entirely convinced that's a good thing. As the lurkers, well, a greater spire is on the way. But Harstem now has more gas in the bank. Which is a concerning place to be for Scarlet here. She doesn't know that, of course, but the fact that she isn't even maxed out. +3, +2. More Zealots. And this is part of why Harstem has no minerals. Wow, lights up the Void Race. Are there no Hydras? There are 14 Hydras out. Mothership is on the way. The Queens are more than enough. And Immortals and Archons. Both armies are just so large. It's very hard to bring them all to bear in a single fight. The Immortal Archon alongside the Mass Lurker. Not exactly alongside, that'd be a disaster. But Harstem feels like grinding away at the map here. And now some charge lots actually decides to split them at the last second. Greater Spire. And that Mothership as well. Finishes off the Lurker Den. Is he building a second fleet beacon? Harstem. Can never be too careful. Of all the things to have two of, I don't think it's the end of the world. He's got the buddy. Just now getting +1 flyer attack. It still has to be very careful on the field. That is still so many lurkers. The army can win if the lurkers are off creep or not quite burrowed, but you don't want to fight into them while they're entrenched. Where are the broodlords? The mothership. Oh no. Scarlet. Now, the zealots. 3 different bases, 32 drones dead. The main base is gone. There's no... Scarlet's been gutted. There's no Hydra den. There's no lair. The infestation pit is dead. What could Scarlet build? Well, she does still have a greater spire, I think. So, that feels like an answer. But Harstem has played such a careful game. And he's just slowly but surely chipping away, not risking that critical mass of army. Scarlet has 7,500 minerals and 1,800 gas. The lurkers will burrow. Just feels like Scarlet can't find a fight. There's no corruptors on the way. Harstem has dismantled the economy, but Scarlet still has so much money. The lurkers, another group of zealots. They don't stop coming. The tower defense. Protons here, cloaking the army. It keeps feeling like Scarlet's completely out of money, but she's got 7,200, 2,300. Harstem, the water balloons taking out the creep tumors. +3 shields on the way. Yanks in. Get some High Templar. A dangerous game for the Vipers. Very good storms. Okay, those are changelings. Cosplaying as Harstem zealots. I don't understand what Scarlet's waiting for. Like, what are we gonna build that we haven't built yet? The zealots? More lurkers? Hydras? It doesn't seem to be the answer. Harstem's now maxed out. Viper, looking for an opportunity. Storms, yanks in. A Templar. Or an Archon, rather, but... Another base down. More storms, keep Scarlet at bay. And Harstem, heading towards checkmate. Just never aligned. Oh, the feedback's onto the Vipers that are pulling the Templar in. Definitely an interesting choice. Cloaks. Oh, is there detection? There is, but it's not quite where it needs to be. GG. Oh. Feels like Scarlet ran out of steam, and then Harstem just kept on it. That was a tortoise in the hare sort of game. Scarlet, maxed out, Swarm House, tries to end it, and Harstem... No. No. You're not killing me. I will not die here. Charge lots are surprisingly good against locusts. Bet you didn't know... Well, a very tough game. It really feels like Scarlet just hit a mental block there by the end. Got locked in. Going to Site Delta. My god, that is... I think every series has had it today. Very popular, inoffensive map, I guess, is the more accurate terminology. But Hearthstone playing more careful, more patient. Oh, it's pretty rough, though. And away we go. Potentially our last match of the night. We'll see if Scarlet can turn it around. Yeah, the Turtle Protoss. Well, heading in. Game 2. On bottom right, we have Scarlet. Top left, Hearthstone. I feel like Raynor kind of showed the way. From what I understand, Raynor's playing Protoss against Solar right now. Or was it Solar? Or either way, he's decided to play ZVP. And Raynor's showing that lurkers are not that scary. You know, a bit offensively. But with a careful style, I don't think the Swarm hosts were enough. Swarm hosts, I think, deservedly, have been nerfed into near oblivion. And we saw there, clearly, even with some solid Swarm host usage, they pale in comparison to something that's more reliable. Alright. I wouldn't mind at Nidus timing or something like that. Felt like that was where we were going with the Swarm hosts. They just didn't get anything done. They never killed a base. They barely killed any probes. They got some of the army, but... God. Speaking as a Zerg, I'm 1/3 Zerg myself. That is a very frustrating style to fight.
Game paused.
Alright, and now we wait. So, we get some time to contemplate.
Game resumed.
Time's up. Probe. Headed across. Was that the first scout? Yeah. Pretty late scout from Hearthstone, not even bothering to block the base. Hearthstone is definitely a mind-your-own-business Protoss. Minding his own business for like 10 minutes straight before coming across the map. And only when the lurkers were threatening. Really putting himself out there. Stargate on the way. Standard start. I think it's very likely we're going to see oracles. Will Hearthstone try some sort of... I doubt it. I doubt it. I'd be very surprised if Hearthstone breaks out the Glaved Adepts or something along those lines, especially with how that last game went. Oracle on the way. Zealot in production. Is that a... What's that about? Just trying to fake... Oh, canceling it to show the production. I think just trying to save a few extra minerals here. Or using it to mask the quicker third. And then cancels the Zealot, gets those 100 minerals back. Ah. Bit of a clever move. That way you can maybe convince them you're going for yet another adept for some early aggression, but no. No. Cancels the zealot. And if you really need it, I guess you can finish it too. So. I said I'd be very surprised if he goes for some sort of glaive adept aggression. I may be very surprised. More gates on the way. Only one gas. The gas out of vision range of the Overlord. What is it? Blink. I was wondering about the gas. You don't need that second gas if you're going glaive adept. Gonna take the second one at a more leisurely pace. So, could be heavy blink aggression. No upgrades. Oh no. Oh god, that's so painful. 1 HP Oracle. Roach Warren's on the way, but the blink. And how many gates? 4 in total. Doesn't even necessarily have to be aggressive, but going to have a lot of blink stalkers. Surprisingly early here. Kind of uncomfortably so. To try to dictate the pace of this early mid-game. Definitely something Zerg players will overreact to. It's a German taxi build. Well, this is gonna get weird. Scarlet is going for a queen drop all in. Up against Hearthstone, who will have a lot of blink stalkers. I think this is good for Hearthstone, potentially. As long as he's... Yeah, well... Not even gonna bother with the revelation. Like, actually, I don't need the... I know what's coming. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's so many stalkers. So much earlier than there were supposed to be stalkers. The reason why Hearthstone doesn't blink on it is you can't guarantee the queens are in there. Like, he doesn't know 100%. It could just be dropper lords. They look scary, don't they? Okay, Scarlet making a whole bunch more lanes. But the blink aggression. The queens in the dropper lords here. Brenda's chauffeurs. Oh no! It's a disaster! Oh, loses one of the dropper lords just like that. And the queens will drop out to be able to... But, oh no! 3 queens dead. Another one traumatized. Well, this is still a lot of Zerglings coming in. Scarlet has an economy behind, but shield battery overcharge. This is a lot of the overlords, too. Has to use a transfuse. The Blink Stalkers are thinning things out too quickly. Without those extra queens. Can't really pull it together. And that's just too many stalkers. GG. Hearthstone with a decisive game, too. The measured blink timing. More than enough to slap down the overlords. And Hearthstone will be joining us tomorrow. As our, was it our final player making it out of the open bracket? A tough series for Scarlet. Looking a little lost by the end of it. But, yeah, so it's like Bunny was able to take it over Vindicta. So that will, I believe, wrap it up. We can take a look at the brackets. Congratulations to Hearthstone, the only match we were able to catch from the open bracket. But we're going to bring up, we're going to take a look. We're going to preview tomorrow. All right. So, the results from today. In the open bracket, Creator, Hero, Lambo, Shin, a.k.a. the artist formerly known as Ragnarok, Laser, Bunny, Hero Marine, and now Hearthstone will join from the winner stage. Well, directly to the playoffs are Clem, Cure, Cyril, and Dark. Everybody else will be seeded in. And that means... Alright. I know. We go to the main event thing. Not exactly sure what we're going to get seeded in, though. I think those seeds are determined once the day finishes up here. But we're going to find out tomorrow. I will be covering some of those games for tomorrow. At least in the knockout bracket, right up until we determine the playoffs. So I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I won't be able to cover players like Dark and Cyril or Clem and Cure, as they are already in the playoffs, and you'll be able to find them on the mainstream. But thank you for watching. I'm just waiting for that last confirmation that we're potentially done for the day. Yeah, just confirming with everyone here. But hopefully you enjoyed. It's only been about 10.5 hours, but we had some great games. Starting off with Mech, Gumiho, TVP, Estrella versus Kelishore, and Dark versus Spirit. Some of the most exhausting series I've ever cast. Over 150,000 resources lost. Oh my god. Both games. I think Estrella versus Kelishore are slightly under that. But otherwise, well, you can find more of me casting. YouTube.com/WinterStarCraft. I'm sure these will be posted to the ESL reruns, the archives, and all of that. But hopefully I made your day a little bit better. That'll be it for me today. I'll see you tomorrow morning in just over 12 hours with the knockout bracket. Good luck. Have fun. See you next time. Stay chill.